Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to our Naked Sports Wrap. Today, I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you what's happening in the world of sports and how it has been going. How was your weekend? First of all, hope you had a wonderful time with your family, friends, or wherever you went to. Hope you also had a great sporting time. And I believe that this week is going to be a wonderful week as we prepare for the events that are about to unfold this week. And joining me this morning is the one and only, I call him this guy. He is wisdom, of course, but he has a lot of wisdom to bring to the table, and he is someone that I've seen who has done this, and he makes it very easy to know and to see what is happening, and he brings the commentary. He opens it up, and he makes you understand. Of course, there will be banters, there will be issues of life that we'll have to talk about in sports, but right now we are talking about the one and only Wheezy. That's who we have this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, worldwide.
How are you doing?
Fine. Thank
Yeah. That your name worldwide. I was looking at you as a global worldwide sports guru. And what's behind that name, first of all?
Well, we are trying to get there. We are trying to analyze this sport.
Okay.
Being worldwide, we are not just looking at Nigeria.
Nigeria, right?
We are trying to take it everywhere.
All right.
So
Wonderful. So we have a lot of dramas over the weekend, starting from the Nigerian Professional Football League down to the English Premier League, and even in the Spanish League. You saw that the people who gave Real Betis 5-0 in Copa del Rey, they suffered. They took 1-0 yesterday. So how do you see that match, especially looking at the performance of Ademola Lookman, looking at how he was able to, make a mark just at the beginning of the game he played. Now, what do you think about the game, especially, or what do you think about the team, Atletico Madrid, with Ademola Lookman rightly in the team? Yes.
Well, they say football, you can never predict football.
Okay.
This is a club that won 5-0, the best leg, or in the Copa del Rey, they won 5-0. Now coming to play another same match in the same pitch because they are in their home.
Okay.
Betis coming to win them 1-0. That's when they say football is dynamic. You cannot say this one I'm better than you. Then of course I'm supposed to win.
Okay.
Talking about Ademola gave his best.
All right.
He played his best.
Okay.
What he can do. But there comes a time when your best will not be enough.
Your best will not be enough, of course.
You can't do is an 11-man squad. You're
Okay.
just one man inside this 11. So when you do your best and the rest does not fit in, then
Well,
just take what happens.
you know the people, they are actually 30 points below on the league table.
Yes.
Like they are 13 points
Below
to
Barcelona.
yes. Now, looking at Real Betis being the number 5th on the league table, do you think that there will be a time Atletico Madrid will catch up with Real Betis?
No, Real Betis will catch up with Atletico Madrid because Atletico Madrid should be third also.
Are you serious?
Real Betis are 5th. Atletico Madrid are third.
Yes.
Barcelona first, Madrid second, Atletico Madrid third.
Okay, that's what I'm telling you. Do you think there will be a time Atletico Madrid will catch up with Real Betis?
No, Real Betis are the one to do the catching up now. Atletico Madrid are third. You are on 5th.
Okay.
You're the one that's supposed to catch up with me. I'm not supposed to come down to catch up with you.
Wait. Why I asked you? Just get what I'm saying. Now,
Okay.
looking at Atletico Madrid and Real Betis, do you
Yeah.
think there will be any time Atletico Madrid would actually, play like Real Betis, or Real Betis catch up with Atletico Madrid, something like that? Now, I'm not talking about just league position. Now, I'm talking about in performance.
Yeah.
Real Betis coach, he has coached Man City. He was the former Manchester City man. That's Manuel Pellegrini.
Yeah.
Yes. So, looking at that team, basically, do you think there will be a time, there will be a lot of changes that both teams will have a tension that they will catch up with each other?
For now, if you look at Real Betis before
Okay.
and the Real Betis of now, you know they are not even the same.
They're not the same, right?
There are a lot of changes that have come in. That man is cool. He has been playing well for Real Betis. Coming to Real Betis, he has turned the team around. Then Anthony, that came from Man U. You saw Anthony performance when he was at Man U. He was very sloppy, just playing like one thing. But when he came to, I don't know whether the coach told him something or motivated him that he's now playing at his best. So both teams, they are doing well. They are competitive, but they are not at that level of, let's say, Barca and Madrid. But at least they are trying for
Okay.
themselves.
Yes. Well, they are trying for themselves, and it is something that we have to just look in. Now, moving on to the English Premier League.
Yeah.
You saw the drama yesterday between Manchester
A lot
City
of drama.
and Liverpool. How Manchester City won Liverpool at home. Let's talk about. Did you had a sight of
Yeah.
Sozabolai's free kick?
Yeah, I managed to watch that free kick.
Did you watch the free kick?
It was
That
amazing.
free kick was.
It was amazing.
It was
In
amazing.
fact,
Okay. Let's talk about the free kick first of all.
well, if you see the technique in that free kick, it was not normal free kick that you say you call the ball normal way like this. He actually played short and the ball went like this. That's a high technique free kick.
That's
It's
the
not-
high technique.
It's not your normal day free kick.
No, of course.
it's not your normal
That
day
should
free
be
kick.
one of the. That's the kind of goals they used to score in the 90s.
Yes,
In the
yes.
early 2000s.
Yeah, yeah.
Goals that are from Roberto
The Carlos.
De Carlos,
yeah.
all that kind of goals.
the
That
technique he used.
that's the kind of. I think this guy went back to just sit and watch videos from the past.
I believe so.
That was why he actually called that ball.
Because that
Now,
technique was something
was
spectacular.
amazing.
And my pain was that Liverpool then lost the match.
Well-
After that kind of goal, you should come out at least, even though it's a draw.
okay.
At least Szoboszlai will be happy that after he scored this goal, imagine scoring that kind of goal and losing the match. It was not sweet, and that was one thing that made me. I used to like Liverpool. In fact, the first time I came here, I told you I was a Liverpool fan.
Yes, you told me.
But nevertheless, as of today, I'm a Man U fan.
Are you serious?
Man U was my club
No.
before I went to.
You are not. You are.
No,
You are currently.
I'm saying this
you are-
on air now because my fans are watching me.
You know the funny thing about this fanship. You stay at a place. Don't shift.
No, I'm not actually moving. From
Why
one
did you
place to
move from
another.
Liverpool to
I'm
Manchester
actually a Man U fan.
Now.
No, even before joining Liverpool.
So
When I went to Liverpool was that time Man U were misbehaving.
okay,
For my
now
own
it's Man
sanity.
U. Okay, let's talk about Manchester United. Now you are bringing up Manchester United. Let's
Yeah.
talk about Manchester United. Do you think Manchester United they are back to winning ways?
Ah.
Just having winning 4 games in a row. Not with scoring a lot of goals, of course. Do you think they are back to?
It's not that. Do I think they are back? Do
They
you
are
know when
back.
Man U won 4 matches in a row last?
That was during
before this period.
That was last year. During
You can imagine
Eric-
from last 2 years.
Yes,
and
Eric
this is
Ten
the
Hag.
first time they are doing it. My brother, it's safe to say they are back.
they are back.
And they are playing well. In fact, I think this is the Man U I left
The
Like
Man
when
U
I was
will-
enjoying Man U, this is Man U, not when they started giving me high blood pressure, heart attack, this
Heart
one.
attack.
I was tired.
Of course, everyone was
tired.
tired
So,
about Manchester United. But let's talk about Bruno Fernandes in Manchester United.
Yeah.
Looking at how this guy, looking at how he plays and what he always brings to the table. I'm sure that we are having a Bruno Fernandes, the best of Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes should actually have a compilation. But what do you think about Bruno Fernandes fitting into this Manchester United team? You know, last season, of course, not just last season, last era, just during Ruben Amorim's reign at Manchester United, he was used as a CDM. He played a CDM with Casemiro. He was paired with Casemiro, and there was no freedom of expression. No, of course, he from there had great assists. He actually had great assists. Sometimes he will move up. But did you notice? Let's talk about Bruno Fernandes' strength. How he runs around the pitch without getting tired and assists at every opportunity and also scores. What do you think about Bruno Fernandes in the Manchester United?
For now, you should be calling Bruno Fernandes Captain Brilliant.
Okay.
In fact, Captain Brilliant.
Okay.
You see, now he's playing more of attacking midfielder.
Okay.
He has a Casemiro and Kobe Mino behind him. That's one thing Amori was not doing initially. Amori was putting in at that CDM where you have to defend before you come and look for an assist or even a goal. But now he has that free route to just be an attacker. If you are going to get an assist, get an assist. Don't bother about the defense.
Okay.
There are people there. That's why they have Casemiro there. That's why they have a Mino there.
Okay.
So now he's playing his wing and he's free. Like he has that freedom to run around. So what do you expect? 90 minutes is available. He's not going back to go and defend ball, except when he has to.
Yes.
But, so that's what I see, that the coach then, Amorim, was not using him at his best position. It's like he was restraining him that, oh boy, you need to come and defend.
Yes.
Then later, when we attack, you need to go. So that thing will, if you are a footballer, it will suck your energy now. Going back to defend, going back to attack, going back to defend.
You
so
see?
it was too hectic for him. So this is the best position. In fact, I think he's having the best time in his life at Mayu.
Basically, he has assisted in the last 6 games.
And he will
He
keep
has
assisting.
assisted in the last 6 games, and just yesterday, on Saturday, he had a goal. And it was not just him playing from the number 10. We are talking about him playing and assisting and doing a great work of number 10.
Yeah.
When you see the defenders lagging behind, you see him out
you come and assist
running for the ball, making the runs. And you saw that goal against Fulham where he dummied Calvin Bassey.
Yeah.
We're going to get to Calvin Bassey's story. But that goal, he dummied Calvin Bassey to give that assist to Shesko.
Yeah.
You actually saw how the whole thing played out. Of course, professional football commentaries that I've read, and from seeing that goal as the sports oracle, I've actually seen that Bruno Fernandes, he is a walking football. I will tell you, he lives and thinks about football. That's all he does.
Yeah.
He is living in the world of football. Because tell me how your brain, you know that calculation, that thing he played, he started playing it from the midfield. He has calculated, he has seen the strength of the defense. He has assessed Calvin.
So
now,
Bassey is no one defender.
He's one defender.
You can't easily beat like that.
Do you get?
Yeah.
Now, let's go to that Calvin Bassey story. Let's just have a different form of what is happening about him not being able to return to his position because he is now on the bench after he came back from the AFCON. So what about that?
Well, I don't know why Marco Silva is putting Calvin Bassey on the bench. I believe the person replacing him, that's Cuenca.
Yes, Cuenca.
He has to be doing well to replace Calvin Bassey because even before AFCON, Bassey was doing well.
Okay.
During AFCON, Bassey did well. Now, after AFCON, coming to stay on the bench, that is to say maybe the person that has replaced him is doing well. Okay. But for me, I think they need to bring him back. Although I'm hearing rumors that he will soon leave the club for a better place, but I don't know how far for that. But I believe Bassey is an important player for Fulham. And the 2 matches that he has not played or that he has not started, they lost. They lost against Mayu. They lost against Everton on Saturday. So for me personally, not because I'm a Nigerian, but I think I prefer Bassey.
You prefer Bassey
to Cuenca.
Okay, let me ask you, in the Premier League, or what team in the Premier League do you think Bassey would play well if he goes into the team, or if he's signed to the team? What team
Well,
do you think he'll play well?
Bassi, for me, looking at all the Premier League teams, Bassi should start in any team he's featured in. If you
Okay,
look
you
at
mean he should start?
his position,
You mean he should start?
he should start in any team.
Do you think Bassi can replace Harry Maguire in Manchester United? Or do you
they
think
play different positions?
Okay, no. Okay, let me call it. Let
just
me
call the players that
I'm
play
talking
Bassi's
about-
position.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you think Bassi can replace Lisandro Martinez in Manchester United?
We are still saying different positions. Let's use Bassi's position. He plays more of three. That's
Yes, he
Bassi
plays more
playing that
but-
position.
but-
I don't think it's a Martinez.
No, see. Okay, let's go to Luke Shaw, because why I'm calling these people.
No, you are calling. I want you to use people that are playing Bassi's role. Luke Shaw, Kevin Bassi will start ahead of Luke Shaw.
Right now in the Premier
Right
League.
now, Luke Shaw is an injury player. We soon go to hospital. We soon get relaxed.
That's what you are saying. Let me tell you.
Kevin Bassi will start ahead of Luke Shaw.
Wait. Okay, let me be calling names.
Bring another name. Cucurella.
Cucurella, yes.
Kevin Bassi will. Let's leave sentiment.
No, it's not sentiment.
Kevin
We're
Bassi
talking
should
about.
start ahead of Cucurella.
Okay, let's move further to the Liverpool team.
That's Kakes, I mean Kekes. When I told you I used to be a Liverpool fan,
Okay,
but you see that
let's
one.
let's go to Arsenal.
Arsenal. Who plays there? I don't know the person that plays there for Arsenal now. I can't remember. Is it Timber? I think that's Timber now.
Timber plays too.
I don't know who plays there. So
Timber is the current Arsenal's number 2.
I don't know who plays there for
But
Arsenal.
see one thing about Timber. Timber plays with left. Sometimes he plays 3, sometimes he plays 2. So, but Timber plays more.
I think Timber won't.
You won't bring in
I won't
Timber.
start Bassi ahead of Timber.
Do you know what Timber will bring to that
Look
team?
at his name, Timber.
Timber, that's a
Strong,
very Timberland. You know what I'm talking about?
Defends well. But if you say out of the 20 Premier League teams, Bassi will start in at least 18.
Yes, because of what?
Let me just remove 2.
Okay, let's talk about the Barcelona team. Do you think, okay, Real Madrid?
Barcelona don't even have good defense.
Okay, Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich.
You know what we're doing? We're trying to assess a team.
We are now going beyond England.
Yes, because we're trying to be global.
Okay.
Right now, we're trying to look. Bayern Munich.
Who is playing there? That's the first question we should ask.
The funny thing about who is playing number 3 in Bayern Munich is that, you know, Bayern Munich, they have the defense of 4, and they have a mid. They mostly play 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. They just have to do that a lot.
Yeah.
Now, but leave who is playing there. Let's talk about Calvin Bassey playing
In Bayern.
Munich.
He will fit in.
He will fit in.
in
I think he
Bayern.
will really fit in Bayern Munich than any other team.
Yes, he will
Because
fit in Bayern.
because if he looks like a player who is aggressive.
He's very aggressive.
He's aggressive.
And he's also attacking.
He's also attacking.
Calvin Bassey does not stay in that defensive position to wait. He goes forward. He tries to lay the crosses. So he will definitely fit in.
He will definitely fit in. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Now look. Let's just go a bit further. Talking about Arsenal being at the top of the Premier League table, where they have found themselves. I'm sure that they have worked so hard for this. Yeah, they have been on the news for a while now, talking about how crazy, I will use the word crazy, this Gyökeres guy has performed, how he was able to come from the bench and score 2 goals. Now, Gyökeres, do you think that Gyökeres has a chance of winning something? I mean, keeping Arsenal, if it was only Gyökeres that Arsenal had as their number 9, do you think Gyökeres would have actually... I think Gyökeres needs to watch a lot of matches before he comes to the games, because he needs to watch to know where he will play. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think?
But if you are starting him from the bench, who will start if you are putting him on the bench? Arsenal has Gabriel Jesus.
You have Gabriel Jesus.
And Havertz, who is just coming back. And you know Gabriel Jesus' problem is not more of a complete 9.
Okay.
You can't just leave Gabriel Jesus as your 9 and you will not have somebody else.
Because of injury, right?
Yes, because of injury.
Okay, but I'm talking about when Gabriel Jesus, when he is okay. If he's okay.
If he's okay.
And you know that guy.
I still prefer Gyökeres.
No, I prefer. You know why I prefer Gyökeres? You know why I prefer Gyökeres? Because he's not an injury player.
Yes, but he's not. If you watch where he's coming from, you know that he's not at the peak of his football yet in Arsenal. He has not hit that form. When Gyökeres is in form, don't worry, you see the goals. He's not yet there, so he's just still trying to develop with the team. But when he's there, I don't think.
Okay, now I have a question.
Jesus
How
should
long
be a
do you
match.
think he will stay before he develops?
He's
into
trying now. Funny enough,
Of course, he's trying.
Like,
For scoring
unlike
2 goals.
before, when he came, he knew how long it took him before he started getting the goals. He's trying now.
He's really trying, of course. Now, looking at Arsenal and their position, what is actually, let's say, the top of the Premier League table, the people who have been, of course, Manchester City yesterday, they had a great year, and Erling Haaland, he has scored in 23 stadiums out of 24.
Yeah,
He's remaining. He has one more stadium left where he has not scored all the stadiums he has played.
He will still score.
He will still
That's
score.
Everton.
That's Everton, of course.
He will still score.
Now, I want us to talk about the Premier League table, how it is. I mean, the top guys on the Premier League table, having Arsenal, Man City, Aston Villa, Manchester United, and Chelsea.
Aston Villa will soon leave that position
because
very soon.
Aston Villa looks like an underperformed Arsenal.
They are underperforming. As in Aston Villa, I don't think as at now they deserve to be there. They should be like, is it, let's say, 6th or 7th.
Do you know if it was Liverpool that was there?
No, Liverpool.
It would have been
the competition would have been tougher.
And you know one thing that I found out in football. One thing I found out is that when a team is on their best, is when they are at their best and they're on the top of the league, what happens is that their morale is being boosted, and they go for more. Just like Manchester United, you wouldn't. I can guarantee you that in the next, let's say, 2-3 matches they have, of course, very competitive matches that they are going to play, they are going to still have. They are going to still face the call it a shot, to face it very hard. But because they are performing well and they are the top 4 in the league, they will definitely want to maintain that aura. And talking about Manchester United, also talking about their fan base, how their fan base, they easily shift camp. So now, of course,
it's like you're indirectly talking to me. That's what you are saying now.
I was
just mention me. That
the funny thing, I didn't even have you in mind. So like immediately you said that stuff, I just deleted it, because if you're a Manchester United fan, you are not a forever Manchester United fan. You are just a momentary.
No, it was just temporarily. Just for my sanity, let me just go somewhere quiet. Just
and you went to Liverpool, where you are having insanity now.
Liverpool, they are the champions of.
But you are having insanity
now.
But
now it's like they are not behaving like Man U.
No.
I'm going back to my team.
Okay, you're going back to your team.
Let me just go and stay with them.
Okay. You know, this thing is very funny. Why it's funny is because I've been a fan of football all my life, and I found this particular team, and when they are doing well, when they're not doing well, I'm always there to fan them, to support, to analyze, and to also proffer solutions as a sports oracle. But let's talk about Chelsea now. My team is not Chelsea, of course. Let's talk about Chelsea. Looking at their since this new coach came in, it has really been awesome. He has been performing. Now, let's talk about Chelsea. Looking at Cole Palmer and the goals that he scored just the weekend that passed, 3 goals, 2 penalty, and 1 goal.
You should stress on that 2 penalty.
Because we actually should stress on that 2 penalties, because when someone sees this, it's like,
so he just scored some fantastic goal, 3 goals.
3 goals, yes.
2 are penalties.
2 are penalties.
Though it's not easy to score penalty.
Okay, but what do you think about Chelsea just behind Manchester United right now? What do you think about Chelsea?
Well, Chelsea, they are doing well. But to overtake Manchester United will be very difficult. They say their top 4 position is like view ones. The next week they are out. So to overtake Manchester United now with this form they are, it will be very difficult. But kudos to them for even being at that position.
At that position, of course. Yes. Kudos to them. Kudos to Manchester United.
And the coach
the coach is really doing well. You know one thing about this coach that Steve Marvis made tomorrow? He is very silent. You don't hear him talk a lot, and nobody saw that come. Just like in Bayern Munich, company moved. You see, one of the craziest things in football, one of the craziest things that I've seen in football is that company failed at Burnley, but he just backed that Bayern Munich coaching.
I would not really say he failed at Burnley.
Not that he failed, but he was not able to as a legend of Manchester City. There was something about company that we're not now looking at his performance with Burnley team. He moved from Burnley to Bayern Munich. B to B. You know what that happens? You know what that happened? He's now one of the best coaches in the world. But what happened?
That's just if you look at Company's game at Burnley, you will see that he was playing well, just that he didn't have the players.
Okay.
His tactics were good.
Okay.
But the players he had then were not up to that standard he wanted.
Yeah.
So now that he's in Bayern, you can see the difference.
Yes, of course.
So I think that was what happened.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Worldwide for doing this with me this morning. And I want to also thank Fabrizio Romano for providing that graphics design. Thank you very much, Fabrizio Romano. You are doing a lot, and I am so excited to have something to do with you. Not directly, but to be on your space. And thank you very much, our viewers, for watching our sports wrap here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only sports oracle. I'm going to bring you the best of sports like we always do in the weekday. Tomorrow, same time, same station on Aneke TV. 8:30 a.m. we have started. And you just have to hang on and watch how we do this. Thank you very much for watching. See you again tomorrow, same time, same station. Bye.
Sports build discipline, teamwork, and strength. From football fields to basketball courts, sports teach focus and resilience. Support sports. They keep youth engaged, healthy, and off dangerous paths. Every champion started with a single game.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
in-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. This news is around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to key developments across Nigeria and the world. I'm Deborah Wakuba, glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Nigerian Army deploys troops to Amasiri, Ebonyi State to safeguard lives and property. IPOB Council sit at home order across the southeast. Senate summons lawmakers amid raising backlash over Electoral Act amendment. And on the foreign scene, Ethiopia accuses Eritrea of outright aggression. And on business, former Vice President criticizes NNPCL over alleged payment of billions to staff of non-operational refineries. And now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu will embark on a state visit to the United Kingdom later this month, following an invitation from King Charles III. The President and the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, will be received at Windsor Castle on March 18th and 19th by King Charles and Queen Camilla. The British royal family confirmed the visit in a statement posted on its official X handle, while presidential aide Bayo Nanuga described it as a landmark moment in Nigeria-UK relations. The visit marks the first time a Nigerian leader will be accorded full state honors in the United Kingdom since 1989, when General Ibrahim Babangida was hosted by Queen Elizabeth II. President Bola Tinubu has hosted a high-level United States military delegation at the State House, Abuja, signaling a new phase of defense cooperation. The delegation was led by General Dagvin R. Anderson, commander of the United States Africa Command, AFRICOM, following the recent deployment of a specialized American troop team to Nigeria. Discussions focused on strengthening joint efforts against terrorism, with President Tinubu emphasizing the need to leverage American capabilities to dismantle extremist networks. The meeting, attended by the National Security Advisor and Service Chiefs, marks the first official U.S. military ground presence in Nigeria in several years. The Nigerian Army says troops were deployed to Amasiri in surrounding communities in Afikpo North local government area of Ebonyi State to protect innocent citizens. In a statement issued by Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, the Army said the operation followed gruesome killings and the discovery of shallow graves containing mutilated bodies. The Army dismissed claims that the deployment amounted to an invasion, describing such narratives as misleading and inconsistent with the purpose of the operation. Security agencies are enforcing a curfew, conducting investigations and exhumations, and working with local leaders to restore peace and bring perpetrators to justice. Police have confirmed the theft of 3 children of Nkwago in Abakaliki local government area of Ebonyi State. The children were reportedly taken from their homes while their mothers went to the market. According to the mothers, 3 women who lodged in an unoccupied room within the compound lured the children and forced them into a waiting tricycle. Police say investigations are ongoing, noting that the incident follows similar cases recorded in Abakaliki in recent months. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects and recovered vandalized bridge components and oil and gas pipes in 2 separate operations. Operatives intercepted a 40-foot trailer conveying vandalized iron bridge parts along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, leading to the arrest of 3 suspects. In another operation, a suspect was arrested while assembling vandalized carbon steel oil and gas pipes in Nkanu East local government area. The police say investigations are ongoing and warn vandalists to desist, assuring residents of continued protection of lives and property. The Kogi state government has ordered the temporary closure of selected markets and motor parks to support intensified security operations. The decision affects part of the Kogi West Senatorial District and adjoining areas. The government says the measure is aimed at disrupting criminal logistics and restricting movement of terrorists and bandits. Security agencies are conducting coordinated clearance operations to restore safety across the affected areas. Pope Leo XIV has condemned recent violent attacks across Nigeria, expressing sorrow over the loss of lives. In a message posted on his official X handle, the Pope called on authorities to act decisively to protect citizens. The statement follows deadly attacks in several states, including Kwara, where villages in Kayama local government area was assaulted. President Bola Tinubu has since ordered additional troop deployment, while Vice President Kashim Shettima visited the state to commiserate with victims. President Bola Tinubu will visit Kebbi State this week for a two-day walking tour. Governor Nasir Idris says the president will commission key infrastructure projects executed by the state government. The visit will also feature the president's participation in the 61st Argungu International Fishing and Cultural Festival. The governor urged residents to turn out en masse, describing the visit as historic for the state. The Nigerian Senate has recalled all senators from recess for an emergency plenary session scheduled for tomorrow. The recall follows public controversy over amendment to the Electoral Act concerning electronic transmissions of results. Critics have faulted the removal of the real-time transmission clause, describing it as a setback for transparency. The emergency session is expected to clarify the Senate's final position and growing public pressure. Meanwhile, former President of the Senate, Mr. David Mark, has criticized Senate President Godswill Akpabio over comments on electronic transmission of election results. Mr. Mark said the National Assembly should pass laws Nigerians demand and allow INEC handle technical implementation. He described the Senate's position as unnecessary interference in the Electoral Commission's mandate. The debate continues to fuel nationwide discussions on electoral reforms and transparency. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has expressed concern over conflicting narratives from the Senate on Electoral Act amendments. NLC President Joe Ajaero warned that lack of clarity could undermine public trust in the electoral process. The union said Nigerians deserve transparent elections with visible and credible vote counting. The NLC called on the Senate to issue an unambiguous statement on the final provisions passed. The indigenous people of Biafra has announced a permanent end to the Monday sit-at-home order in the southeast. The group says the directive came from its leader Nnamdi Kanu ordering a return to normal economic activities. IPOB warned against enforcement of the order by any individual or group, describing such act as sabotage. Residents have been urged to resume work and schooling without fear. A tanker explosion on the Ihiala-Onitsha Expressway in Anambra State has claimed the lives of a driver and his conductor. The incident occurred opposite the Federal Road Safety Corps office in Ihiala after the tanker crashed into a barricade. A motorcyclist caught in the explosion sustained injuries and is receiving treatment at a hospital in Ihiala. The FRSC has warned motorists against speeding, noting that investigations into the crash are ongoing. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigerian Army deploys troops to Amasiri, Ebonyi State to protect lives and property. IPOB Council sit-at-home order across the southeast. Senate summons lawmakers over Electoral Act controversy. And coming up shortly, Ethiopia accuses Eritrea of outright aggression. Nigeria's former vice president fought NNPCL over payments to staff of non-functional refineries. We'll be right back.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Welcome back. Still on the news. Ethiopia has formally accused Eritrea of military incursions and support for internal insurgents, warning that the fragile peace between both countries is under serious threat. In a letter to Eritrean authorities, Ethiopia's Foreign Minister Gideon Timotheus described the reported presence of Eritrean troops on Ethiopian territory as an act of aggression. Addis Ababa further alleged that Eritrea is providing material backing to armed groups seeking to destabilize Ethiopia. The accusations come amid Rising regional tensions following Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's renewed call for sea access, a demand viewed by Eritrea as a challenge to its sovereignty over the Red Sea port of Assab. While Ethiopia maintains it is open to dialogue, it has demanded the immediate withdrawal of all foreign forces from its territory. The international community is closely monitoring developments amid fears that continued escalation could lead to a return to open conflict. Japan Prime Minister Senator Kachi has secured a commanding supermajority in the lower house after leading her Liberal Democratic Party and coalition partners to a decisive election victory. The result gives her administration the power to override the upper chamber, paving the way for expanded security policies and proposed tax cuts. In Thailand, Prime Minister Anutin party emerged victorious in a snap election triggered by a broader dispute with Cambodia. Riding in national sentiment, the party outperformed its rivals, positioning Anutin to form a stable, conservative-led government. The outcome signaled a shift toward conservative nationalism in both countries. As markets react cautiously to Japan's fiscal outlook, Thailand faces the task of constitutional reforms following voter support for replacing the 2017 military-drafted charter. Ghana's President John Mahama has recalled the country's High Commissioner to Nigeria, Baba Ahmed, over alleged involvement in electoral malpractice during the National Democratic Congress. Parliamentary primaries in Ayawaso East constituency, a statement from the presidency said the recall was necessary to prevent any perception of impropriety, noting that Ahmed, a serving public officer and aspirant, was linked to allegations of voter inducement. The recall takes immediate effect, with the Minister for Foreign Affairs directed to implement the decision pending the outcome of ongoing investigations by the party. Shares Prime Minister Andrej Babis has endorsed a proposed ban on social media use for children under the age of 15, citing concerns about the harmful effects of digital platforms on youth development. The proposal is currently under consideration by the Shares Cabinet. The move aligns with similar efforts across Europe, where countries including Spain, France, Greece, and Britain are reviewing restrictions on minors' access to social media. Australia has already enacted comparable legislation despite opposition from technology industry's figures. European governments argue that child mental health concerns outweigh commercial interests as debates intensify over regulating online platforms. Iran has insisted that recognition of its right to enrich uranium is central to ongoing indirect nuclear negotiations with the United States in Oman. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Tehran would not accept any agreement that demands zero enrichment. Iran signaled openness to confidence-building measures and discussions on enrichment levels in exchange for sanctions, relief, and reduced military pressure from Washington. The talks follow heightened regional tensions after recent military confrontations. However, Iran has ruled out negotiations on its ballistic missile program, maintaining that it falls outside the nuclear agenda as diplomatic efforts continue to prevent renewed hostilities. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited following remarks by its leadership that reopening the Port Harcourt refinery would be uneconomical. Atiku said the admission validates his long-standing call for refinery privatization. He condemned continued public spending on the non-functional refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna, describing investment as wasteful and not sustainable. Atiku urged the federal government to hold for the funding of the facilities and adopt policies that promote efficiency and fiscal discipline. Enugu State has recorded 406.7 billion naira in internally generated revenue for 2025, representing a 125% increase from the previous year. The chairman of the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Emmanuel Namani, attributed the growth to improved assets recovery and non-tax revenue streams. Non-tax revenue accounted for over 87% of the total collection, while tax revenue rose by 72% to more than 51 billion naira. The state achieved about 80% of its revenue target for the year. The government has set a higher target of 870 billion naira for 2026 with assurance of sustained reform and improved compliance. Enugu Air is set to expand its operations with the delivery of 3 additional Embraer aircraft, strengthening its fleet and boosting operational capacity. The aircraft manufacturer is known globally for fuel-efficient regional jets suited for short and medium-haul routes, widely used by major airlines. The expansion is expected to improve route frequency, enhance service reliability, and support regional connectivity across the southeast. The Lagos state government has sealed the Ladipo spare parts market over persistent environmental violations, including indiscriminate waste disposal and illegal street trading. The Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources in the state, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, said the closure followed repeated disregard for sanitation laws along the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway. The market will remain closed until traders comply fully with environmental regulations as the state enforces its zero-tolerance policy. Victor Osimhen scored his 15th league goal of the season at Galatasaray defeated Kayserispor 3-0 in the Turkish Super League. The win extended Galatasaray's lead at the top of the table to 6 points, reinforcing the title credentials after 21 matches. Attention now shifts to the next home fixtures as the champions continue the strong title defense. Ikorodu City moved to the top of Nigeria Premier Football League after a 2-0 home win over Niger Tornadoes. With Joseph Arumala scoring twice, defending champions Remo Stars suffered a 1-0 defeat to Kano Pillars, while Nasarawa United dropped points in a 1-1 draw against Bayelsa United. Other results saw Abia Warriors and Rangers draw goalless as Plateau United edged Kwara United 1-0. Zambian club Power Dynamos have unveiled Nigerian defender Evas Obonda as their new signing from Rangers International. The left-back, who made 14 appearances in the NPFL this season, joins the Kitwe-based side to strengthen their defensive options. Obonda is expected to bring experience and consistency as the club targets success in the Zambian Super League. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has called for the transformation of the Lisabi Festival into a world-class tourism event, urging the preservation of historic sites in Eba land. He identified key landmarks including the Ibarra railway station and ancestral homes of notable figures as heritage assets requiring urgent attention. Organizers of the 2026 festival have pledged expanded cultural exhibition and heritage tours aimed at boosting tourism and economic growth in Ogun State. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian Army has deployed troops to Amasiri in Ebonyi State to restore calm and ensure the protection of lives and property amid security concerns in the area. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has announced the cancellation of its sit-at-home order across the southeast, a move expected to ease restrictions and boost socio-economic activities in the region. The Senate has summoned lawmakers following widespread reaction to proposed amendment to the Electoral Act as debates continue over electoral reforms. And on the foreign scene, Ethiopia has accused Eritrea of outright aggression, escalating diplomatic tension between the two neighboring countries. And in business news, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has faulted the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) over the alleged payment of billions of naira to staff of non-functional refineries. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Mwakba. Thank you for watching.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
I'd like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to everyone involved in the conception, planning, and the smooth takeoff of the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum for the brilliance of the efforts and the diligence in execution. Special commendations are due to the federal government for spearheading this timely and bold intervention through the Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Regional Development and Southeast Development Commission. May I take a moment to appreciate in a special way the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima JCON, for his resolute dedication to this project and for honoring us with his esteemed presence at this epoch-making event. I also want to acknowledge the generous commitments of my colleagues in the Southeast Governors Forum to the success of this grand initiative, which have been put together to bring relevant stakeholders to the table as we collectively set a new 50-year development strategy for our region. It is fulfilling to observe that this project has secured a buy-in of major players in the public and private sectors in the zone. I'm also impressed that community and religious leaders, centers of learning and development partners are getting involved in the development conversations that efforts like this have engendered. This event, by the quality of debates and interest it has raised over the last few weeks, is already a success. And the reason is simple. The South Vision 2050 has awoken a new consciousness among the different social and economic players in the region. Expectedly, the conversation has radically shifted from the mundane to the sublime. It is no longer about the glory of individual states and communities, but the destiny of the collective. It is interesting to see that after a long run of missed opportunities, we are now turning our attention to the untapped potential that are found in the region, and how we can begin to leverage the immense human and material resources across the land to create oceans of opportunity for our people. Naturally, we are an itinerant population. You will find our people all over the world doing great things, adding value to systems that embrace their engineering. The truth, however, is that we do not travel around the world for the fun of it. We are driven by the promise of new opportunities, the thrill of beating the odds, and the fulfillment that comes from going the whole distance to win. What we hope to achieve with this event and the engagements to follow is to create new streams of opportunities in the region for our army of young graduates, thinkers and innovators, skilled technicians, and the thousands of young people who troop out of this land every day in search of meaning. From where I stand, this program is connected to the evolution of the contemporary economic layers on account of its orientation. Yet there is more. We have gathered to establish a pattern of engagement that will henceforth drive investment decisions by public and private sector economic agents. The aspiration is to return us to the trajectory set by the vision of our fathers like Dr. Michael Okara and others who had the foresight to build structures and systems that survive the passage of time and the evolution of technology. The emphasis will not just be on the theories and the dialectics of development, but on the pathway that will see us commit a certain share of our resources as governments and businesses to initiatives that improve the stock of our human capital and physical infrastructural layers to carry the weight of our dreams. APIM and ABBA in particular has seen the resurgence of hundreds of businesses that were hitherto moribund. Entrepreneurs who left the city several years ago are returning, and the real estate market.
And second, to thank His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for finally giving to Nemo what we have clamored for decades. A South-East Development Commission. It can appropriately be described as Obugwa Nemo for this particular singular. Just the first of it, we thank you immensely. And I'm very glad also to thank, I'm happy to thank also my colleague governors for everyone standing firm and together. A bold statement has been made today. Unlike what happened in the past, and I said it because I have gone through this before. I was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohanese Igbo, and we tried to do this. I had a committee of about 121 professionals from the Southeast in my committee, and we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song. Thank you very much, my colleagues. For me, as a product of the former East Central State, the current Southeast region, or simply the former East Central State after the Civil War. I'm a product of that. I had my primary school in Ebonyi, the correct Ebonyi now. It wasn't that Ebonyi State. I was taught by everyone. All my teachers come from the correct 5 Southeast states. My primary one, Mr. Ako, from the correct Imo. Primary 2, Mr. Odo, from the correct Ebonyi. Primary 3, Mrs. Mebrim, now Dr. Mrs. Mebrim, she's still alive, from Imo. Now primary 4, Mr. Ako, from Odi, from the current Enugu. Primary 5, from Mr. Mokwa, from Ngwa, the current cabinet. And primary 6, Chukwulodie, from the current Anambra. And my principal, my headmaster, was Mr. Aneke from India, who was headmaster in Ebonyi. So, as a product of one region in my own eyes, as a child of former East Central State, I see one region with one agenda. One region, one agenda. And so,
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. It's a pleasant day again today, being Monday. And of course, you're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness. And also bringing you today's daily dose of brightness. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are this Monday morning, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and of course, today is Monday, February 2026, and we've got a power-packed morning for you today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, and of course, that special Sunrise vibe for us to own our day.
So, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
Yes, and on Sunrise, we'll be starting things off with our quote of the day, which is our inspiration segment. And after that, we'll be giving that is the word that is thoughtful, inspiring, and also to help us stay well-driven, motivated, and be focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, debated, and of course, tasty.
Yes, and we'll be giving you our full weather forecast for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you a business news update. And the man of many parts, the sports oracle, commissioner of enjoyment, and the mental mechanic, all in one man.
Exactly. All right, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment. Now today's quote is saying, everything you say should be true, but not every truth should be said. Now this quote is widely attributed to the French Enlightenment writer and philosopher Voltaire. And also what this quote means is that honesty is essential, but discretion is equally important. You should never speak lies, but you also don't need to say every truth you know, especially when it could cause unnecessary harm, conflict, or misunderstanding. So in simple terms, truth should be guided by wisdom and timing, not just blunt honesty. Mr. Ota, I'd like to know your thoughts on this quote.
All right, this is quite apt and is an eternal truth that when you know what the truth is, it all depends, because they say that truth is like a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
You know, it can cut front and back, and it all depends on how you use it. Is a weapon, truth is a weapon, but how we use it matters as well. So this quote for me speaks to, essentially, is a master class in discretion. And when you talk about discretion here, yes, truth should be said. Honesty is non-negotiable. It's not negotiable at all. But you have to apply restraint on how you speak your truth, how you say it. And when you talk about that, it's all about timing and the sensitivity of the issue at hand. So how and where, when you speak your truth matters. So that's what this quote this morning is telling us. Voltaire is quite apt. Yes, while truth is non-negotiable, but you weigh it carefully as a sword. Remember that the swordsman, if you're not well trained, you're not a well trained swordsman, you stand the chance of cutting yourself while you're wielding the sword as well. So in this instance, Voltaire is quite apt in letting us know that yes, we should be very cautious, bringing time and place, and which is why, in Yoruba they will tell you adifa fue aswe, meaning that because you have mouth doesn't mean you should use it to whistle when a burial is going on. So it all matters what you do and how you wield this truth. It could be, let's say you're in an event, so speaking to perhaps a traditional wedding, and your friend walks up to you and asks you, how is my clothes? And you've seen that tailor has messed this clothes up. Now you're in a feast. If you lie that the cloth is very good, they will all later discover that the cloth was well or badly made. Now you now stand the chance of getting the mistrust from your friend. While you don't want to tell the person instantly that this is very bad, because they will feel they're discouraged, at the event. What do you say? You tell them that while the fabric is good, but there are other clothes you've worn in the past that have been better made or better suited. At the end of the day, you are standing on the truth, but it all matters how you wield that truth. And that's what Voltaire this morning is telling us. Everything you say should be true, but not everything should be said. So this quote for me is all about discretion, about restraint. Yes, we all have mouth, but doesn't mean we should use it anyhow. Like they all say, you shouldn't use it anyhow. It matters what you say and how you say it. And that's what he's telling us this morning. And that's the issue with our society. A number of times you want to speak to people and you find them picking offense. Perhaps you are communicating the truth, but the manner, the timing, which you are, the way you're saying it, the way you present it, could make someone pick serious offense from an issue where truth is involved. You are saying the exact truth, what needs to be heard. But the manner of communication, just like they talk, the manner of approach matters. And that's what Voltaire is telling us here. Truth is sacrosanct, but we wield it carefully, like a trained swordsman, that we do not even cut ourselves asunder while we are wielding the sword. And that's truth for you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Also, while we are doing so, let us remember that we should speak the truth with wisdom, and also know the time where you speak it and who you speak the truth to also. And while we're doing so, let us keep in mind that each new sunrise is a platform where we learn something new, is an opportunity where we grow, where we simply stay more present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts across our social media handles, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, or Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Expect a warm and toasty day with sunshine and a few clouds later on. Temperatures will hover around the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius with dry conditions dominating most of the morning and afternoon. It's classic dry season heat with little rain in sight.
All right, moving over to Enugu. Good morning, the core city. In the core city this morning is also shaping up hot and mostly cloudy with bursts of sunshine. Highs will be near 30 degrees Celsius and humidity hanging around moderate to high. There's a chance of isolated thunderstorms and cloud build-up later in the afternoon, so a light drizzle can be ruled out.
And in Abakaliki, the city will sizzle through the morning with partly clouded skies and highs in the low 30 degrees Celsius range. Folks might feel that heat pretty easily, especially with moderate humidity, but there's no big rain threat early in the day.
And good morning, Imo State. Over to my favorite city of Owerri. The forecast calls for partly cloudy skies and high temperatures around the low 30 degrees Celsius. There's 30 to 50% chance of rain or thunderstorm later, especially in late afternoon or evening. So keep that umbrella handy.
And in Umahia is looking to stay warm and fairly humid with highs in the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius. The skies will mostly be cloudy to partly sunny, and though rain isn't dominant, there's always a chance of light showers as the day warms up.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress well, but do keep an umbrella close. But remember also that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with news updates.
Will stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our newspapers for today, starting from Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is our in-house analyst, Mr. Res. Mr. Res, how's the weekend?
Well, it's fair enough. I'm in Nigeria, and just like Nigeria, it has happened the way it used to happen.
You're trying to answer my signature question before I ask them, but before I must, and I will always ask that question. But let me ask, how did it go at the Southeast Development Commission Forum?
Yeah, the Southeast Development Commission Forum held at International Conference Center here in Enugu was a convergence of who is who, industrialists, technocrats, politicians, and what have you in the Southeast, and even beyond, because the Vice President, in whose office the commissions in Nigeria are working through, was also on hand to see what is happening. And there was a serious brainstorming, and the Southeast 20 Southeast Development Commission 2050 vision was tackled. Inputs were made, collections were done. Though we are yet to get exactly the final result, but a lot of things, a lot of inputs, a lot of lectures, a lot of were all
right,
delivered.
All right, we'll get into that as we begin to review the issues at hand today. But let me ask, it was weekend, and how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, I'm a Nigerian, being treated like Nigeria treats every other Nigerian. That is exactly what I've been experiencing in Nigeria. It is a general thing. The factors are there.
All right. The factors are there.
Yeah, the Nigerian factors are there.
Okay. Maybe some other time we'll expand on these Nigerian factors that you speak of. And equally with us this morning is that man of many parts, the mental mechanics, sports oracle, and commissioner of enjoyment, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure seeing you here this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
You're looking quite reserved. How was your weekend?
It was awesome. It was good.
Rural rugged?
Rural rugged and active too.
Of course, I see your passion for the rural communities. But let me ask, you and those communities, how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, Nigeria is treating us as Nigeria would treat every other Nigerians.
No, I take an exception. Nigeria wouldn't treat you the way it would treat every other Nigerians. Speak for yourself, because you don't know how Nigeria is treating those other people.
Okay, well, Nigeria is treating me how Nigeria is treating other people.
Anyways, it's still a contentious issue. You've not told us how Nigeria is treating you. But given that you're glittering, looking all white, we suppose Nigeria is really treating you very, very well.
Thank you, sir.
All right. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning.
All right, you're welcome to Sunrise. And now moving over to our newspaper, starting from The Nation, where the headline says, Senate reconvenes on Electoral Act. And on the Punch newspaper, the headline says, Electoral Act standoff. Senate calls for emergency plenary as protest looms. And on the Vanguard paper, the Vanguard says, 2027 polls, how 3 senators block real-time transmission sources. And in the Guardian headlines, the Guardian headline is saying Till bills see over 400% demand spike as manufacturers face credit squeeze. And I'll be starting today's paper from the Punch newspaper, where the headline says, Electoral Act standoff. Senate calls emergency plenary as protest looms. Now tensions around the Electoral Act is heating up, according to reports. The Senate has summoned an emergency plenary session amid threats to protest from concerned groups. Civil society organizations and activities are said to be unhappy with delays and perceived attempts to weaken electoral reforms. The emergency meeting is seen as a damage control move to calm public anger and avoid a full-blown shutdown. Mr. Aucha, I would like to know your take.
All right. This has been a very contentious issue. It's been an issue in front burner in Nigerian news headlines these days. Every Nigerian, every patriotic Nigerians and non-patriotic Nigerians are speaking concerning this issue. There's been a lot of advocacy towards electoral amendments, and when this amendment finally, came out, it was short of the people's expectation. But be that as it may, things are heating up fast and moving on faster than is expected. The Nigerian Labour Congress are beginning to, threaten a shutdown of the nation and non-involvement in the election if something is not done. And a lot of civil organizations are equally calling attention to what many times as deliberate act by the Senate to, democratically sabotage Nigeria or sabotage the election. The Labour are saying that this process, if nothing is done, that it will cause lack of clarity and lack of confidence on the Nigerian election. But be that as it may, Mr. Ress, where do we go from here?
Where we're going from here is that we're making a demand on the system. That is exactly why everybody has stood up and are talking and asking questions on why it should be so. You see, it is the senators agreed that there will be a real-time transmission of election results from the polling unit by the presiding officers. And when they were voting, there were some senators, about 3 of them, stood up and went to the Senate president to go through that one, to pass through it, and now expunge the real-time transmission of results. So it was not until when they rounded off that some senators saw that what is in there is a 2022 electoral Act, which said transfer of results. So, and it now came to the open, and senators granted interview. Many of them spoke that what Nigerians are expecting is such the real-time transmission, which will not cause any bottleneck because it caused a lot of litigation during the 2023 elections. And of course, the Supreme Court, in their wisdom, said since it is discretionary, it cannot have the weight of the law to maybe nullify the election result. Therefore, Nigerians now has since then sought that the use of technology and a real-time transmission of result to the INEC, view center, the IREF, should be done. And when all became relaxed that what they asked for is coming up, it became scuttled at the last minute. So, but unfortunately, Nigerians stood up to the occasion. And I heard, of course it is reported, it is in the news, that the Senate will reconvene plenary on Tuesday, possibly, to take a look back at that 60, Section 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, with a view to actually doing the wishes of Nigerians. Because if they do not, of course, the threats are here and there, the civil society are up to it, a lot of people are up against it. Even in the Senate, right there in the Senate, the senators and the members of the House of Representatives, these are legislators, those who are making the laws, are saying this is not exactly what we agreed, this is not exactly how we agreed. Even the committee chairman, the Senate committee chairman, I forgotten the name. He says that they passed real time. They assented to, before they submitted to the Senate, they assented to real time transmission of election results to the IREF. So, and so people have woke up to that decision of a few persons in the Senate to scuttle our electoral system and make it devoid of transparency, devoid of accountability, devoid of freeness and fairness. So that is the situation we are in presently. So if eventually, I said it sometime in this studio, that the Senate may reconvene to take a fresh look at that. And I think the Senate coming to reconvene on this issue, maybe to take another look at it, and of course, take a position that will favor Nigerians. Otherwise, it is going to cause a whole lot of problem in Nigeria. The NSAS is a small thing to the protest that may. Of course, some people were even ready to occupy the National Assembly today, Monday. Some people were already there to occupy the National Assembly Monday. So, but the call for an emergency plenary may, as well as which, begin to put down the problems around that, because the polity is heated up. By that refusal to pass there, the polity became heated and tension mounted everywhere. And check the Nigerian Labour Congress. Say they may not, of course, it's about locking down Nigeria. After protesting, they may not participate in any electoral business. So it means that anarchy was going to be, set for Nigerians.
Anarchy is looming.
Yes.
Wow. If nothing is done. Okay.
Anarchy will loom if.
All right. But while we were speaking, you did mention that the Senate is reconvening by Tuesday to take another look at this clause 60 subsection 3, which sought to compel presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission to transmit results from the polling unit after the agents or the candidates in that election must have duly signed Form EC8, right? Now I'm asking, are you seeing the National Assembly being able to reverse itself from this very contentious issue?
I've always taken my stand. It is not like a Supreme Court ruling. And it is not, even the Supreme Court ruling could still be reversed by Supreme Court itself. So it is not like it is static. It can be reversed. The harmonization has not been done. The bill has not been signed into law, so it's not an act yet. It is still a bill in process. And the process has, the process has not ended. The process was still ongoing. There were, and even after they had passed the wrong thing, the wrong clause, they were still going to harmonize between the lower and the upper house, that is the Senate and the reps. So you see, so it is still a process. And that was the defense of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, that people were, jumping the gun. After all, it has not been completed. The process has not been completed. It is subject to harmonization. It is subject to calling back. It is subject to a lot of things could be done to it at that stage. So that is the major defense of the Senate President. But be it as it may, Nigerians have voiced out what their desire. Nigerians have voiced out, and were as if maybe they were poised, and all ears were there to find out what these people are up to. And immediately, the cat was let out of the box. That is to say that Senate did not include real-time transmission. Nigerians exploded, and they started attacking the Senate from left, right, and center. And today, of course, the Senate certainly, possibly tomorrow, during plenary, may revisit that Section 60, subsection 3 of the amendment, the Electoral Act Amendment Bill.
All right. Still speaking to this Section 60, subsection 3, do you believe the way all Nigerians, unanimously, who the other time we read the memo from Obia Ezekwesili to the Senate, we've heard from former presidential candidates of the Labour Party, and a lot of women in Nigerians are speaking to this issue. This very clause, does it have that capacity to give or make Nigeria have an experience free, fair, credible election come 2027?
That clause is very important in ensuring transparency, freeness, and fairness in our election. Though it is not completely what will bring about freeness and fairness, but it is very, very important. You see, from experience, Nigerians have seen that it is important for a real-time transmission. It is important that technology should be involved in Nigerian election. Because Nigerians believe that if technology is involved, if, for instance, that they had passed, and of course after sitting, because they sat with Aneke. They sat with Aneke. Even when the Senate President was saying that what if the transmission was going to be done and there's no network? No. INEC was part of it, and they accepted, and the other stakeholders, Communication Commission, network providers, and every other people that were involved in ensuring that technology works were there. And they agreed that the technology will certainly work. And if the technology is working, if it's been agreed, that is why they accepted to make that law. Because you cannot make a law where there is a deficit infrastructure. A law that has to do with technology. So that was exactly what happened. So they know that the possibility to upload real time is possible. And if they had even made a law for electronic voting, it would have been one thing that would have also consolidated, that would have made that election better and better, so that immediately people cast their votes, it's on their recording. Votes they're all running and running. And then we'll only be talking about possible ways of maybe technology rigging, which is hacking. You only had then that would be the area that the problem may come from. But then we have not reached up to that point until we get there. So technology should be involved in the Nigerian electoral system to get transparent.
I quite
results.
agree with you that technology should be involved. But to play a little bit of the devil's advocate here, don't you think that the Senate president may be right when he's raising that concern of a glitch? Remember, glitch was the word in 2023. And the possibility that technology could be impacted and affected by a lot of environmental factors. Don't you agree that there may be situation where we may be unable to transmit these results in real time, and that would now be a legal issue that may see to the cancellation of our election? Bearing in mind the homogeneous amount this nation expands on election.
You see, when you talk about all this glitch, have we not been running a banking sector? These glitches, when you talk about glitches, glitches that come over minutes, 30, 20 minutes, 1 hour. Have we not been running our banking system, financial system? Don't you use your card in payments? Don't you use your phone in payments?
But we experience downtime.
Yes, but it has not been all that could hamper the entire thing. It has never happened like that. And more so when we are talking about an election, on that same day, most of these technology arrangements has to be really worked on and positioned in such a way that it will only work. But then, if one is thinking about the devil's advocate, okay, if he's thinking that way, why is it that people vested with responsibility of handling the elections would not do it manually and it will work? We are resorting to that because those vested with responsibility of doing it manually compromise. That is why we are resorting to situations where the compromises will not be there. Somebody said a glitch. There was no glitch in the other elections except for the presidency. So how come the glitch? What happened? They have not told us exactly what happened during the glitch and what caused it. The other election results were uploaded and they were in IREF. And you had your own opportunity to see the results right there through your phone. You remember? So, and there was no glitch for you to be seeing it through your phone. There was no glitch for people to access those places through their phones. So, and there's a glitch now to upload. Think about it.
All right, we'll think about it. But still on this very issue, we're told that after hours of deliberation, as plenary dragged to late evening, finally the version that was passed became an altered version from what the Senate agreed. Altered, mark the word altered, leading us to make an analysis of the previous issue when you compare what came out from the tax reform bill and what we are currently witnessing, because a lot of senators have spoken to the fact that it was altered. It wasn't what was agreed on by the General Senate or the senators. How and what do we say to this issue? Because it's now becoming a recurrent decimal in our polity.
That is exactly the danger I see coming out from the National Assembly. The alteration of bills that have been rightly passed by members of the National Assembly if he begins to come that way, to be altered many times, then there is a danger, there is a problem. Then Nigerians will begin to lose confidence on the people that they have seated their franchise to represent their interest, on the people that they have given the mandate to talk on their behalf and to make laws that will generally, do good to the generality of the Nigerian people. So how could that be? That's exactly why I said some persons, it may not be all the members of the legislature that are in tandem with the alteration. Some people did the alteration. That is where I talked about investigation. Now, the problem I have now is if the executive, if the executive do possess the right to investigate any such thing, or the National Assembly, and what force of the law would National Assembly use to investigate? And what punishment? Is there any law providing for that? Is that fraud? Because some items, some issues in the National Assembly do not come in the open. Do not come to the courts, especially the process of National Assembly. Do not come to court, some of them. That is why sometimes when you see during legislative business, the legislators fight, nobody prosecutes them. Nobody goes to court. It is not seen as a super crime, So, who is going to investigate who did what? So that we will know who did the alteration. How did these alterations come into a bill agreed upon by the general, because it's democracy. That is the biggest number of the members of the legislature have agreed. And that is democratic, and that is what sells. It is not even based on a voice vote, sometimes. It is based on a special amendments. It is based on, real votes. Raising up your hand or, voting through electronics which they use. So why should anybody, begin to, ignore such fraud? A fraud like that should be investigated. And something has to be done for such investigation so that somebody will be brought to book. So that the consequence of the persons involved may begin to, invoke the powers they have in recalling them. If that is the punishment that will actually be meted on them and it will serve. So they will begin to do that. Because you just don't go to represent people and then you mess up the representative and then you begin to toy with their mandate. And agree, the provisions of the law are there that when you do certain things that should not be done, certain things should be done to, call you to order. So I expect that an investigation has to be done for who alters some of the bill 2 times now, and if it continues this way, then, like I said, we are going to be doomed. We are not doomed yet, because demands have been made on the system. At least Nigerians are talking. Nigerians are rising to the occasion, and that is the situation present.
All right. That stands to be, contested, because a lot of people will tell you that Nigeria is a very different country where everything, the things that you expect that will break the nation, would rather see the Nigeria coming out from the ashes stronger. A nation in 1993 that witnessed the annulment of an election. But be that as it may, it's still a very contentious and unfolding issue. We would witness and see how that, is resolved.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll be moving over to our next paper from the Vanguard newspaper. At the right side of the Vanguard newspaper that says, Kanu orders cancellation of Monday sit at home. Now, the leaders of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has reportedly ordered the cancellation of the Monday sit-at-home across the southeast. According to Vanguard, the directive was issued to ease the hardship the weekly shutdown has imposed on residents, traders, students, and transporters in the region. Now, the development comes amid growing concerns over economic losses and security challenges linked to the exercise. Observers say the announcement, if fully complied with, could bring a return to normal activities on Mondays and help restore confidence in daily business life. Authorities and residents are now watching closely to see how widely the order will be observed on the ground. Mr. Ouch, I would like to know your take.
All right. Mr. S, I will bring you right into this very one. The Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who is in the prisons, having been sentenced to a life imprisonment, is still that powerful that he has given an order cancelling the sit at home in southeast Nigeria, which in itself re-emerged to be a very contentious issue, given what we witnessed in Anambra State, where the governor, Chukwuma Soludo, came out publicly threatening to shut down the market and perhaps even demolish, if need be. And beyond that, the region is said to be losing in the region of 19-point-something billion every week as a result of that sit-at-home order. Many are equally alluded to the fact that companies, organizations are beginning to exit southeast Nigeria. This announcement or order coming from Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, what's your take on it? And does it say to how powerful he is to the affairs in the region?
Well, Nnamdi Kanu remains very powerful and respected by the region, the southeast region, and even beyond some parts of South and all that. But I want to tell you that it is not the first time he actually, ordered for a stoppage. He did that before he was sentenced through Aloy Ejimako, his lawyer, who came and said they are no longer promoting the sit-at-home. That Nigerians, Southeasterners should know that the sit-at-home is not bringing anything good to the Southeast economy. That the economy is nosediving as a result. So, we talk about multinationals, companies leaving. They have all left. They are no longer here. Many of them went over to the neighboring states, and some others retired to Port Harcourt, Lagos, and what have you. So you are talking about companies. They left. It's been long. The sit-at-home has subsisted in the southeastern part of Nigeria. So it is not as if maybe you say 19 point something. Well, it's just an estimation, but I believe it is underestimated that we've been losing much more than that weekly in southeastern part of Nigeria. So the sit-at-home is one thing that we had done without getting results. And whenever you are doing a particular thing the same way without getting the required result, as somebody who is knowledgeable, who is wise, you should be able to think about another approach, from where you could approach the problem you have for you to get a better result. You don't have to be very constant, stagnated in one thing over a time without getting the required result, and you continue like that. No.
All right. Do you think that this very order will be carried out? If the previous ones have been ignored, do you see this very one being carried out today?
Yes, apart from the fact that Nnamdi Kanu said it, the members of IPOB echoed it. If you go to the social media, you could see some of them speaking on the sit-at-home, which means he will be carried because his foot soldiers are already echoing it should be done. So if anybody wants to enforce sit-at-home now, that person is a criminal, which means the person is not justified by the IPOB wishes, and is not justified by the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, which means by the Southeasterners, they now believe that it has been shut, the sit-at-home Mondays has been shut down and should not be continued. So everybody should now go about his or her business or businesses on Mondays. Of course, some states in the southeast had earlier started, working against the sit-at-home. Of course, we had situations in Enugu here where when the governor started, of course, he was said to be in trouble then, but much later, he dared the demagogue and succeeded. And the schools are open, the government workers are going to work, and so on and so forth. Although at the remotest part of the state, sometimes people are still scared that they do not have enough security. So, partially, skeletally, the sit-at-home is being observed. But now that is being made clear by both the leadership of the body and the other sub-leaders, I think it is now clear that the sit-at-home has died a natural death.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's take a look at other issues in the news. And one of such issues is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will embark on a state visit to the United Kingdom later this month, following an invitation from King Charles III. And we are told that the President and the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, will be received at Windsor Castle on March 18 and 19 by King Charles and Queen Camilla. The British royal family confirmed the visit in a statement posted on its official handle, while presidential aide Bayo Ononuga described it as a landmark moment in Nigeria-UK relations. Mr. S, at least this time around, we're seeing an invitation.
What is the landmark thing about the President of Nigeria being invited by her colonial masters? What is landmark about it? Nigerians have been going to UK and visiting the Queen and the King. Nigerians have been doing that. It is not the first time. Even before independence, Nigerians were traveling to the United Kingdom officially and invited by the UK, leadership. So I don't see anything landmark about it. It's only because possibly people were not seeing the president as being popular amongst the international community. That is why Bayo Ononuga, had to talk about this visit being a landmark. Is it not diplomatic relations? Is it not the country that colonized Nigeria? We've been working with them since all our lives, since 1914 to date. We've been working with the United Kingdom. And somebody is saying it's a landmark thing. If we are talking about a country we have not been collaborating with, that gave this kind of special invitation and all that, it means that becomes landmark because there haven't been any diplomatic relations. But we are neck deep into diplomatic relationship with UK already. It's been there, dog years. How many? If you go back way back 1914, diplomatic ties have been very strong between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. And you are talking about a landmark. How can anybody be? It's just because you want to maybe probably come out with a grammar, good grammar. Of course, Bayo is an image maker. An image maker will always come with a very, fine grammar so as to paint a picture of something that becomes it's an obvious a thing that has a normal thing. Has uh, President Tinubu or Oluremi not gone to the United States to even meet Trump? The wife of the president was in United States and had
Recognized
welcomed by the
by
president
Trump,
of
by
the
the
United
president of the
States.
United
So
States.
what are we talking? And he did not use the word landmark. UK, the king and the queen of England welcoming our president is a landmark.
Anyways, we may have diverse opinion when it as regards this very issue. Yes, while so many people are celebrating it as a feat that our president is recognized and invited by the king, some are saying, like you, that is not worthy of celebration. But be that as it may, one thing that is here is that our president will be in the United Kingdom at Windsor Castle, where the ties between Nigeria and her colonial masters would be strengthened. And we hope that good things, positive things, will come out from that visit. Now, moving on, we have on good authority on other issues in the news is the Minister of FCT, Yeson Wike. This time around, not for the usual issues. We are told that the minister has launched a new radio station named Majority FM 89.5 in Port Harcourt, River State. The station is located within the office of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors and is aimed at supporting President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid. They said Wike himself emphasized that the radio station will serve as a platform to disseminate political messages across River State's 6,866 units, stating, "We are ready for this job and we are ready for 2027. Mr. Rest.
Wike is a politician and he's set to fight his cause to the last. He's equipping himself. He has a radio station now where he can broadcast some of the things he wants to. I just wonder the FCC, you will have to, obey the laws. The FCC will have to look at the station and what content they come out with, because we know Wike is someone who wants to do the things he wants to do to get the results. And he's a Machiavellian. The principle of Machiavellian, I say the end justifies the means. For Wike, he believes in Machiavellian principle. That is my perception about him. That's my perception. The way I see him, he believes that the end justifies the means. He gets what he wants. He goes for what he wants and gets it at whatever cost it may cost him. And today he has a radio station in here, and the radio station will fight. Certainly the radio station will fight. There's no two ways about it, because Wike is synonymous with fighting. When I'm not trying to say it is not a negative thing for me to say. It's synonymous with, he says, I will always fight. And so he believes that his own interest, he will fight for his interest. That's what I mean by fighting. He fights for interest with all that he has, everything he has interest in. And presently, he is a die-hard supporter of President Ahmed Tinubu and his second term.
All right, I will come back to you with a question concerning that, but let's hear from Good Hope.
Well, when I saw that news particularly, I was like, why will NBC, until I went to NBC to check their rules and regulations, looking at the radio station, why they actually would give Wike such authority, such license. So now, as I read the stuff, I saw also that he has acquired a multi-million complex for the advancement of President Tinubu. Looking at also how this whole thing is going around him, not around the party puzzles also. So having that political radio station, I would say, is just something that has an agenda to promote the president's next tenure election that is coming, and it is It is what Nigerians are ready to. Of course, you said that he's a fighter. He is a fighter. He's not just a fighter. He is a strong one who can go any length to get what he wants to get. He doesn't mind doing whatever that is politically okay to ensure that his candidate wins. And that radio station itself, of course, it has a way that someone said that that radio station particularly that he uses the power of mass media. That is one of the things we've seen Wike do this time. He uses the power of mass media. He knows how to use it. That's why he just not just doing on the social media, but also on the radio station. And we are expecting other side of this to open up just in other forms of media. That's what I'm actually expecting. I'm expecting maybe a lot of endorsements from him to other people to push the agenda much more. And at the end of the day, we're going to see what it is.
All right. Mr. Ress, I'll come back to you on the same issue. What do you think this would spell for the politics of River State going into 2027?
Of course, a heated up system. When Goodhart was talking, he says Wike knows the power of the media. He's always in the news. He almost 24 hours. He doesn't decline media interview anytime he has a chance. He could be walking on the street and he'll stop and grant an interview and go and begin to go his way again. So the radio station will actually heat up the system. It will bring out everything in the politics of Nigeria as it affects River State. He's having this problem with his godson, Fubara, and he wants to actually nail the governor and his supporters with whatever he has. Of course, you know that the system already has a radio station, that is the government of River State. And it's like the River State government radio stations and television are not doing enough on the part of Wike. So what he needed was to have a full-fledged radio station, possibly there may be a television station too. Possibly there may be. He may come out with another audiovisual transmission, so that they will match the River State government, quarter by quarter, one by one, two by two, in anything that has to do with the media. Plus what he does, in the various national stations. So added up to what he has. So the system will certainly be heated up. The River State election is going to be very interesting. It's a place that attentions will be focused on to ensure that there will be no breakdown of law and order.
All right, quite well said. One thing I take from this conversation is that Mason Wike understands the power of the media. And be that as it may, I want to look at the positive side in terms of investment. More often in Nigeria, we do critique our leaders for not investing enough in Nigeria, for usually having their investment outside the shores of this nation. But for me, it's heartwarming that I bet the intentions that this new investment would, give employment to 1, 2, 3, 4 persons. And from that light, I think is a very welcome development. But having said that, speaking to the politics of 2027, especially with particular interest in River State, we understand the goings on in River State, but we assume that the MBC, the regulatory bodies, will be able to do their jobs well, regulating what is being said, the attacks. But one thing that is not in doubt is that 2027 election will be a battle of the media, who controls the media more will be heard more. But like I did say, we expect more from the regulatory bodies, realizing or remembering what happened in Rwanda, how the battle in Rwanda did start. It was from the media, talking about the war, the fight between the Hutsis and the Tutsis. It was a battle that was ignited and started from the media. And to that effect, we expect that there should be moderation in the activities of this new political radio to champion the activities of 2027 election. But either for good or for bad, kudos to Yeson Wike for creating another means of employment in River State. Moving on, we are looking at other news that President Bola Tinubu has hosted a high-level United States military delegation in the State House, Abuja, signaling a new phase of defense cooperation. The delegation was led by General Davin R. Anderson, commander of the United States Africa Command, AFRICOM, following the recent deployment of a specialized American troops to Nigeria. Mr. Rice.
Yeah, you see, Bola Tinubu has been working hard to ensure that he stems the tide of insecurity. And as such, you see, people were criticizing earlier that he was not in charge. But you can see he already has everything it takes to collaborate with the United States government. And you have seen that the delegation came to Government House, that is Abuja, and he hosted them. And then we have the army, the special forces sent. They're already in Nigeria. And of course, we are not being told exactly because it is a secret thing that has to be done. It won't be let out of the cat out of the bag, so that the terrorists won't know exactly how they are going to be decimated and taken care of. So we want to applaud the resolve of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu in collaborating with America to fight against insurgency in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much for those in-depth analysis. One thing that is good about this meeting is that we know that is strengthening joint effort against terrorism, and we hope that that will bear, good and positive results in nearest future. Let the bandits, by whatever nomenclature they go by, be decimated so that Nigerians will move about freely.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now this is all for our newspaper review today. And up next is our sports update from the man himself, the sports oracle. Good hope.
Thank you very much. Just a lot of drama over the weekend and how it was in the Premier League. Why we're going to look at Premier League today is because we are having the double side of the people who won and the people who lost. Now let's go straight to what happened in the match yesterday between Manchester City and Liverpool. Liverpool, when the match started, had this wonderful score from Cesar Bolai. That was a free kick. That free kick, I guess he watched the matches in the classic times where people play a game or shoot their ball and it goes straight, it just tries to curve into the net without no distraction or lack of precision. But here we're seeing Zebulai playing that kind of ball and shooting it straight into the net was a class and awesome performance it was. Now Manchester City, on the other hand, had to reply almost at the neck of time, and while they moved ahead, Erling Haaland put that penalty into the net. Now, looking at Manchester City and Liverpool, we are having, I told you last week that this match is going to be a goal match, that the two champions, of course, they are going to score each other. And at the end of the day, we're going to have the best come out. And yesterday we saw Manchester City having that. Now let's move over to the top of the Premier League, English Premier League, where we are having Arsenal. Arsenal, on the other hand, scored 3 goals over the weekend, while Zubimendi started the goal scoring, and Gyökeres, the man who has been counted for flaunting himself more than he has flaunted the ball into the net,
had to score 2 goals. That was just how it was. And Arsenal currently, they are on the top of the Premier League. We are not seeing them to, we are not, have, everyone is expecting them to make a mark or take the league as it is. But having Manchester City behind them and having Aston Villa just behind them too, and having Manchester United at the number 4 spot has a lot of things to say about how the title race has got intense. Now, I want to bring in Mr. X because not just that he is an Arsenal fan, he's also someone who has seen football and athletics. And I also want to bring in Mr. Uche to this conversation because watching Liverpool yesterday was a lot of it was a lot of hour rush, I would say, and seeing that Manchester City had to win at the end of the game. So, firstly, I think Liverpool yesterday had their game, Mr. Chief. What do you think about that game yesterday? What really caused that Man City winning that game yesterday? What really happened?
Well, you saw the error that gifted Man City that second goal, and that was the winning goal for that very match. But one thing you cannot take away from that match yesterday, I bet the fact that it was a bit watered down from expectation, that it was a game of champions. Yes. You saw champions battling with one another, and be that as it may, that Liverpool are not, they are not firing on all cylinders as they used to be, but you can't take it away from them that despite in their bad days, they are able to, tear apart the almighty Man City. You saw the first goal they scored. Yes. I bet that mistake. Liverpool had a good outing in this match, but it was quite unfortunately that towards the tail end of the match they lost it all. Yes. But be that as it may, Liverpool is still a very good, beatable team. And I was listening to your analysis this morning during this post wrap when it was somebody, you or your guest, did say that had it been that it's Liverpool that is at the top of the table at this time, it would have been a foregone conclusion. But we have an Arsenal on at the top, but you know that the league is still open.
The league, once it's Arsenal that is leading on the league table, that once the Arsenal is the number first on the league table, because we're not just talking from a point of what we don't know. We have seen it happen over and over again that Arsenal always wants to just go behind. If now they're just stopping with just 6 points, and if they lose 2 matches, that's a problem. That will be.
And yes, I saw Arsenal fans celebrating that Liverpool lost. They were just they were, yesterday, they were all wanting Liverpool to win in that match. I saw them for the first time supporting Liverpool to win against Manchester City. That's not the mark of champions. You don't win at the back of other people's fortune or misfortune. You have to really show what you can do.
Why are you people talking the way you are talking about Arsenal? After all of them started the same 0 points. We are topping the league with 6 points. That's the Arsenal is topping, and people are still casting aspersions on them. It is not fair.
No,
you see, for now, excuse me, on interim, Arsenal is on top of the league, and wait until they have fumbled. If they had done that before, that has been before. It has happened before. But your expectation is that it will continue to ever happen. That is not the way things. There's dynamism in almost everything of our lives.
Well,
Mr. Without the use of good English, you can use words to romanticize this. But the fact that we speak to here is the fact that this is not the first time that Arsenal have been here, and they are not giving us. They are not giving us a league where there is so. The high intensity of the league. When you have a team like an Arsenal on top, you expect the intensity to be there. But the fact remains that Arsenal will falter.
Arsenal been playing well in this particular.
The question is, haven't they been playing well all year long?
They have not played badly yet.
No, but all the seasons they played
badly, then you begin to cast.
Arsenal never play badly, but what they don't know how to do is how to win.
How to win and how to.
They don't have the winner's mentality.
But they are winning now.
No, they are winning now. It's not the first time they've been on top. It's not the first time they've been on top.
They will be on top this time.
That's wishful thinking. Wishful thinking.
No,
that's wishful thinking.
No, because you are not God.
Nobody's God. This is sports.
So for now,
it's not a Nigerian thing where When you think that during your games that Nigeria is playing, that God is on your side and you must win. No, this is the beautiful game of sports where
that's why I said they are playing well.
But they've always played well. Previous season, they've always played well.
They have not fumbled.
But they've always played well in brief
Yes,
other
they have
seasons.
not. In this season, they have not.
Expectedly, they will.
Until you are not God.
We're going to see
God, they leave the God factor out of this.
No,
we are talking about the beautiful sports. We are talking about the beautiful sports that we all love. We are talking about the game of champions.
Maybe you know all the future.
No, nobody's speaking to the future here.
Well, yeah, you are talking about
we are talking about the quality Arsenal bring to the league.
I think Arsenal
they have a very good quality.
Because other teams are not doing well. Because the likes of Liverpool are not performing at their level.
They are doing well. And you don't want to appreciate the fact that
we appreciate the fact that you are topping the league for now.
No, appreciate the fact that they are playing well.
Okay, no, we appreciate the fact that they are temporary leaders. We appreciate the fact that they are temporary leaders.
You see football from a kind of bias.
No, but we all see football from a bias.
No,
we are all biased when it comes to that momentum.
We are not supposed to be fanatical.
No, but we speak to facts.
Okay, let's see the free kick. Just take a look at the free kick. This free kick is to see that Erling Haaland's penalty and how it is going to be. Well, this is what it is, and this is what sports is all about, and this is here so that we can move on to other things that we have.
All right, thank you very much for that in-depth analysis, and Mr. Rez. I wish you all the best, but at the end of the league, we hope to see where Arsenal finish the league. Moving on to the business news updates, starting from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, February 2026, on a strong bullish note, the Nigerian stock market closed on Friday, February 6, 2026. The all-share index ASI appreciated by 1.01%, breaking an all-time high to settle at 171,727.49 points. Looking at the market capitalization, we saw a significant boost, increasing by approximately 1.11 trillion naira to close at 110.23 trillion naira. Trading volume surged by over 33%, with 953.77 million shares exchanging hands. And looking at the gainers on Friday, we saw Oma Tech Ventures leading, closing its book by 2 naira 64 kobo, making a positive for 10% adjustment. And we are seeing NACO, Nigerian Aviation Holding Company, equally, are the top gainers, closing at 136 naira 40 kobo, equally in the positive. We're seeing Deep Capital Management closing trading at 6 naira 82 kobo, making a plus 10 positive adjustment. And moving on to look at the losers, we saw the Institute PL, the Initials PLC TIP closing trading at 19 naira 45 kobo, in the negative, minus 9.74%. And we are seeing that communication closing trading at 1 naira 90 kobo, in the negative, minus 7.32% adjustment. And we're seeing UCAP, that's United Capital PLC, closing is trading at 18 naira 55 kobo, in the negative of minus 6.55%. Moving on to the highlights, we saw that the oil and gas sector performing far better than the insurance sectors as well. And we are looking at a banking sector, the only major sector to close in the red, likely due to sell-offs in the tier 1 banking sector. And moving over to the Naira performance, we saw that the Naira closed at 1,363 Naira against the dollar at the Nigerian exchange market. This represented a modest gain of 0.37% or 5 Naira compared to the 1,368 Naira against the dollar recorded on Thursday. And then moving over to the parallel market, we saw that at the informal market, the Naira remained under pressure, trading at an average of 1,480 Naira to 1,495 Naira against the dollar. The gap between the official and the parallel market sat approximately at 120 Naira, a slight narrowing from earlier in the week, but still indicative of high demand for the greenback. And that's all we can take for today on the business news update. But do remember that you are to consult a certified financial analyst before you make any investment in the financial sector due to the volatility of the Nigerian stock market.
All right, thank you very much. This is where we'll call it a day on this edition of Sunrise. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media handles, across Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. I am Deborah Nwakuba.
All right, and Mr. Resarum, our in-house analyst, thank you for those in-depth and heated exchange on Arsenal, Liverpool, the Premier League generally. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Uche.
All right, and the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic that I am not yet to witness that part. I don't know what you do as a mental mechanic, and the man of plenty enjoyment. It's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here at Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as JAPA. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of JAPA are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of JAPA into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I will put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. but they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
This is the rural culture. This next human capital and resource development position the sub-region for accelerated transformation, certainly fragmentations of markets and policies on industrializations and exposures to climate and macroeconomic shocks constraint regions' growth. Not a sit-at-home order that are gradually phasing out as many apologetic have misconstrued. I think these are the reasons this discourse is apt and timely. The moment therefore calls for a regional compact, one that aligns agriculture and solid mineral. I'm talking about my area of strengths as the governor of the state. With manufacturing, logistics and services for the region's best interests, I am very happy that governors are here because analytical framework structural transformation and regional industrial policies decades are strong on their table. These structural transformations entails locating labor and capital from low productivity activities to high productivity manufacturing and modern services. This will ensure productivity growth through technology adoption and scale. Also, value addition for processes and manufacturing cluster, market integrations with efficiency logistics and standards, decisions and regulations that reduce uncertainty and transaction costs, inclusions and sustainability to ensure political and social credibility are very critical pathway. Suffice it then to say that an agro and solid mineral cement pathway aligned with enabling impact growth and forward linkage across the regional economy. How do we feed the Southeast? How do we feed the Southeast in the national equation? These are the questions that only everyone can answer. This is the narrative that under my watch has fought against. We have activated various agencies. Agricultural Land Development Agency, the State Agricultural Development Program, because the GMT is talks about what we can do for the corporate organization. We have a land, we have the programs, and we have prepared our land for investment. Procure tractors and other farm equipment. This has become a major boost to agriculture in the state, for instance. We are deliberate in revamping agriculture. This step is informed by our understanding that food demand in the Southeast is rising rapidly due to the population growth, urbanization, and changing diets. Therefore, without deliberate investment in productivities and agro-processing, the region risks deeply food import dependency and inflationary measure. Conversely, closing yield gaps and processing deficit will generate hundreds of thousands of jobs across farming, logistics, packaging, and manufacturing. The market crisis, which you all know, has undergone serious modernization, including its management overhaul. The hard truth is that the region can comfortably feel herself independent of other regions. This is not to argue against state independence, not at all. The South practice agroecology supports rice, cassava, yam, maize, oil palm, vegetable, fruits, poultry, aquaculture, and livestock. And the organization offers a practical case study in leveraging cooperative advantage through targeted investment in irrigation, which is being worked on by our government. A group city rural access road covering over 2,000 kilometers, crisscrossing the 13 local government area, has been realized. The revival and the improvement of RICD's capacity, Ebonyi has started its position as a rice producing hub. With the Ebonyi experiment successfully conducted, it means when government de-risk production through infrastructure and extension services, the people expand with processing, storage, and market integration. This is why everyone is talking about African rice today. Also, priority interventions to drive this mission must include land administration reform, improve seed system, fertilizer blending turned to soil profiles, mechanizations and irrigation, extension services enhanced. Evidence suggests that even modest productivity gains of 20 to 30% can significantly lower the price and raise rural incomes when combined with access to markets, the case of Ada and Lebanon, mentioned earlier, and steps we have taken and believe strongly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. We apologize for coming late today. The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, topical headlines that help in shaping our nation. And today is not exceptional, as we will be looking at the discretionary trap, an analysis of the Electoral Amendment Act 2026. Joining us this morning to legally give flesh to these issues is Ozo Nnadiume of Okansi. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you here on The Insight.
Thank you for having me this morning.
All right.
It's a nice Monday. The weather is cool.
All right. Today is no exception as we stand on a road that seems so familiar but different, yet more urgent than ever. We are in February 2026, and dominating the headlines this time around is issues around the electoral reform. And also, Nadume, let's dig strictly and directly into these whole issues. What are we witnessing here? The Beaver's technology is already designed. It can transmit data immediately upon the close of polls. Why are we having discrepancies from the House of Rep and the Senate? What is happening?
Well, I think to do justice to what actually is happening, we have to take recourse to the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case of Labour Party, P2B against INEC, APC, and Joshua Jabel Tinubu. In that judgment, Abaji and Justice Iya Okoro were the two most vocal, even though ordinarily I do not agree with that judgment, because that judgment even made that transmission mandatory, but via a secondary legislation, that is rule, because the law says INEC can make rules for the smooth conduct of any election. INEC now said that it is compulsory that you transmit electronically at the close of poll from the polling booth all results you have collected or collated. Now, when they wanted to rig the election, they blatantly refused to obey their own rules by now resorting to manual collection of results beginning from Ekiti State. And some people protested that day during the National Collection Center that they are not seeing whatever you are calling on the INEC portal according to our own rules. At the end of the day, Mahmoud just ignored everybody and continued to call the result. At the end of the day, it was now manual result that were declared, especially for the presidency. The other ones were collected through the normal process that they made the rules. INEC now said they had a glitch. And the engineers who work with INEC had never told us they had a glitch. So, but that is by the way. We now said, we saw the loophole from the judgment of court, so that anybody can put in the loophole and say, this one is law, this one is rules. INEC go, and even Abaji, actually, Iyan Okoro, directed that, he's still a Supreme Court judge, that in this age of technology, anybody who doesn't cede to electronic transmission of election results, now the person is an enemy of democracy. Even Abaji also told the same line in his own judgment, because there were about 5 or 6 or 7 of the judges of Supreme Court that gave the judgment. So all of them berated INEC. In fact, it was Okoro that said the non-transmission of results has made people lose faith in the electoral process through INEC. Why Abaji was saying that anybody who refuses to transmit, or who sabotages transmission, or who makes law, and gave the National Assembly opportunity to make it mandatory through law, no more giving INEC that discretion to create the rules. So that was the major thing that came out from that. Now, back to the Senate. You can recall there is this activist they call Peter for Nigeria. I think his new names are Randy Peter for
Randy Peters.
Yes, Randy Peters. He has never been drumming this, that our enemy is not even the politicians, but the National Assembly. And that they should amend the Electoral Act. He has been a lone voice until people now started joining him. Now they are seizing the National Assembly. They have almost taken over the National Assembly from last week, Friday. Now, the irony of the whole thing is that the National Assembly caucus, the National Assembly Subcommittee on Electoral Matters, sat and made it mandatory that the transmission of election result must flow from their law, and not giving INEC the discretion to make such rules. It was Akpabio and his own cohorts who are bent on rigging the 2027 election that now went back and they returned to the same 2022 Electoral Act that the Supreme Court said cannot sail. We have seen the judgment of the Supreme Court. It was Akpabio who now returned it, and now was trying to tinker with it by, passing a motion and say they agree, when some splinter of senators from all political parties, including the opposition and non-opposition, because they were joined by even APC senators, led by Eyini Abaribe, came and addressed the nation and said, this is not what we passed. We know what we passed in the Senate. We said this thing must be transmission from the polling booth as law, and it must be in real time. So the issue of transfer has been removed everywhere. Because transfer gives room for people to say, transfer this thing from this sheet to the other sheet. So they have removed transfer. Everything has to be electronically transmitted. So as it comes, you can print it out. You don't even need to wait for, what do you call him, state electoral officer to bring any result. Because the result is there in Abuja. If they don't come, what you need to do is click to your, this print. You print it in whatever board color you want. All the polling booths results, then you pack them. The difference is that it will stress you more calling them one by one, because if there had been a state collation, you will call from collection center, local government center, and the state. But this time around, you are going to come from polling booth to polling booth, because it's already in your system. If you don't want to say, okay, gentlemen, log into Susan and so this thing with your phone. So read with me. If there's any discrepancy you see anywhere, let me know. Because it is a manual, the ones people feel that is transmitted, is not typed. So it is the vote counted in the polling, entered by the Inform EC8A, that is snapped and then front-loaded or uploaded. So Ababio now went back and retained the 2022 2020 Act, because he has the intention of rigging the election again. People who came into the Senate on their own volition without rigging, they know that they owe the people their mandate, even though we know many of them are defected to APC. But not minding that, they know that they owe the people their mandate. So if there are many of them also, they come to APC because they said the result will be written, but that it has been written and kept in a house somewhere in the US, waiting for 2027. After that, they will just come and call it.
Allegation.
Yes, the allegation they were trying to ban that made them, say they are decamping to APC. Now, with this embroidery going on now, they now see it is not as they dream. So many of them are even calling to come back. But coming back is not more even the option, because many of them were in Labour Party when P2B wave dragged them into the National Assembly. P2B has joined the coalition of ADC. So if they still want to come in through the OP wave again, that means moving from the APC they come to, back to APC now, to ADC now, which of course, is going to be a difficult task for them, because acceptance is another thing. Just like APC, they didn't accept Wike, PDP, they gave Wike a divided house. So you find out that that's what's going to happen to those defectees that defected from Labour Party. Because if they have been in Labour Party, that integrity could still have been high, because they will now say, we are going back to where P2B has now pegged, which is ADC, hopefully hoping that they will get through the primaries. So the blame is not only entirely on senators, but on Akpabio, because what will this president? But Akpabio is just a senator. But the member decided that all of them cannot be president of the Senate. They relinquish, everybody in that Senate can be a Senate president. Everybody there.
Also,
yes.
Should we lay the blame solely at the feet of Akpabio?
Yes.
He's just one among equals.
That's why I said, when the committee forwarded it, why did he think out with it? It was something good.
So, but the senators didn't object, apart from a few that later called.
They never do. That is the problem. See, which is just like here, you are the head of this TV. Whatever report anybody will write, they will pass it to you. Maybe you work with your cameraman in-house. You now say, okay, I've seen the report. So we'll pass it like that. Let those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now, just like what they did in tax bill.
Yes.
They prepared the tax bill, sent it to the executive assent. Executive tinkered with it. It was somebody in the executive that leaked it to one of the senators. That is no more support you people gave us that we are bringing back to the people, that we are gazetting. Go and cross-check it. So the thing got to the hands of Ningi. From Ningi spread to other senators. They now rose up in opposition and said, why are you falsifying the document we gave you? And that was when that tax bill had another issue. Up to 90 hand. And people are saying, they want us from the mega salary you get here to finance their lofty lifestyles. But it will not work. So that is exactly what they did in this electoral act.
Okay. I was going to ask you before you now brought in the angle of the electoral bill and the tax bill. And I was going to ask you, are we beginning to see a recurrent pattern?
Yes, I think we are, because of corruption that is in Nigeria. It is the corruption that is breeding that very recurrent pattern. Because if Akpabio has not been corrupt, Akpabio would have presented what the electoral committee gave to him. That this thing, but this transmission must be mandatory from the polling booth, and whoever refuses to transmit is liable to punishment and they have you fine, even if you are a copper. So you don't tell me you have a glitch, because there will be no glitch. Now look at the defense Akpabio gave, that some people were saying that in their remote villages that it was difficult to transmit, but they transmitted in that remote village in 2023 all the National Assembly results. It was only presidential that had a glitch.
All right. Even given what he said, and let's play a little bit of the devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Don't you see the possibility that technology can disappoint or could disappoint at unforeseen times?
Which is nothing,
even in Nigeria, in the banking sector, we witness downtime at sometimes.
Yes, nothing is 100% perfect, including you, the human being created by God. You can see somebody walk on the slump and die. Do you think God made his own composition inferior? God didn't. But what we are saying is that there are cover-ups for such digital, for such digital errors. If you have such a glitch, or if there is a network issue in your own area, a lot of people, like during our own time, when they say they had network issue, somebody went and brought a booster from his house. My village is a remote village. Although it's not so close to the township. But now, okay, those people who are talking about some people in remote village might not have network. But they have network to do their POS. They have network to do their POS. Is there any place where they don't have POS now? No matter how remote the village is, you see a POS there. That POS works with internet. If it can go through POS, why can't it go through electronic? And we even trust electronics to do a lot of our transactions, including our transactions. Or is it not the same thing electronics you use to transfer money that will be used to upload the same result? Even if it doesn't go, the only thing you can check is real time. If it doesn't come, maybe close of, because everyone doesn't close both at the same time. Some people might close by 4 p.m., others might close by 3 p.m., others might close even by 12. Once everybody has get accredited, got voted, the election has closed, you can transmit. If at worst, let people who transmit by 6 p.m., let us say their rate time becomes 8 p.m. Let us even say that people who transmit by 9:30 p.m., their rate time becomes tomorrow morning by 8 a.m. because it's the rate time. So you can't tell me that network will fail you today. And the network providers had a meeting with Aneke during the 2023 election, and I assured Aneke that all their distance will be up and running. And the people, like I said now, the technologies that we have brought into Aneke, nobody has complained that it has a problem.
But the fear here may be that when you give the backing of law, which makes it mandatory to transmit in real time, that should there be a glitch, it may lead to cancellation of the entire process.
Why is Akpabio taking Panadol for the headache of Aneke? Has Aneke told him they cannot do it? How do you now?
No, but we'll make this law to safeguard every unforeseen situation that may arise.
Aneke brought a humongous budget to the National Assembly that run into billions of naira. What are they going to use it for? How many? Aneke know how many polling booths are in Nigeria, no matter the zone where it is. Aneke is the people to say, no, this law you made is going to be. Remember, Aneke was the first to make that law, not the National Assembly. In their rules. So why are you taking Panadol for their own headache?
No, but again, if I may ask, what is the challenge here between that issue of transmission or transfer being at the discretion of Aneke?
No. If it's at the discretion of Aneke, it becomes a rule. And when there is a conflict between rule and law, the law takes precedence. That's what happened in the judgment.
Okay.
Because Aneke now made rules for the transmission. It's not law. It's not like fundamental right. Everyone has a fundamental right.
But the law has given them the power to equally make rules.
That's why I say I don't agree with that. Remember when I was opening my speech, I said I don't even agree with that judgment because that law gave them power to make that rule. So that rule is part of that section of the law that gave them the power to make the rule. But they have given their judgment. It's the last court of the land. I don't need to debate it further. But I'm saying that I personally, as a lawyer, don't agree with the Supreme Court judgment because that rule Aneke made is part of the law.
All right. Looking at this issue,
but the difference
is
that the rule of Aneke does not carry a penalty. That is the difference. But when it becomes law, it will now have sanctions attached to it. So you no more need to just say we can breach it after all. But now if you say if you don't transmit, you are liable to imprisonment for 7 years or to pay a fine of 500 million. Now you now know that when you commit it because it's a criminal offense. But with the Aneke rule, it wasn't an offense. It was an irregularity if you don't do it. And it could be corrected anytime by any other means.
All right. The contentious issue here is section 60, subsection 3 of that amendment.
Yes.
And I want to ask, given that, what is the way forward? There's a harmonization committee.
Yes.
Right?
That's the only window now that the Senate has. And the people who occupy the Senate, it's calling them to come back. Because maybe they cannot tell us they are joining Senate to February. So that the normal number of months or year given to them to pass that law so that it can be effective in 2027 will lapse. What he's doing technically, he knows it. So he must have to reconvene the Senate today, tomorrow, and then get the harmonization committee to harmonize it, and then give the law now that to bring it and throw it to the public domain. Publish it in the open gazette. Let both online newspapers and conventional newspapers have it. So people will read it and know they have not then can now go and sign. If they now sign something different from what they have considered for us, we now know that Babio is responsible. In fact, Babio needs to resign as the state president, as far as I'm concerned. He's not fit to be in that office because he's encouraging criminality. He should resign.
Is that not too weighty, given that he's,
no.
He's just a member? He's just.
I've told you he's a primus inter pares. He's not just a member of. He's just a senator. He's a senator, but not just an ordinary senator. He's the best among equals, nominated by their members. Who every one of them has the right to be that Senate president. But they said, Ababio will nominate you, be the Senate president, lead us. But he's leading them into temptation, which is in the prayer and Christ taught us. Lead us into temptation. He's leading the senators into temptation by trying to alter what they have done. If the senator did not do it, it becomes a different thing. We put the blame on senators. But members of the electoral committee came out and said, what Ababio is bringing out is not what we discussed. We said that this transmission must be in the law, not among the things that Aneke had the discretion to carry out. Okay. So Ababio now saying people should network, might fail in some places. Some places might not have network or have this. Those ones are not there. What's your law? The law is not meant for Ababio. The law is meant for over 200 million Nigerians, heading to almost 300 million now. So the law is for all of us. Pass it. If at the end of the day, Aneke finds out that there are places they cannot, because there's always a substitute. There's always a manual substitute. Where technology fails, you can use a manual to. Because they were all in manual ab initio, remember? They were all in manual. So what it will now mean is that people will now snap with their phone, transmit to IRF the one they have got, if the beavers refuse to work. There are times also the beavers refuse to capture fingerprints. That's where it becomes problematic, because they cannot use their phone to capture fingerprints. But as to transmission, man, anybody can transmit.
All right, Barrister, looking at that very section, that e-transmission in real time is said after, that's on the form, that after either the delegates or the candidate in that election must have signed the form EC8 before it should be transmitted. What if we have a situation where an agent or the candidate refuses to sign? Wouldn't that invalidate that transmission?
That is why I said, if the agent refuses to sign, all right, the agent has every right to indicate in his own, there is a protest form, to indicate in a protest form why he refuses to sign. That is the rule. Because it is this collation, go to collation center, that gave Wike the temerity to alter a lot of the presidential election results.
That's too weighty. It's not been proven.
Look, you pressmen are part of this problem. What kind of proof do you want?
We'll stick to
Wike says it himself. Wike says it himself that in Rivers State, we did it in Rivers State. We gave this president this one, gave the other party this one.
Gave him the votes.
He said,
no, gave him the votes.
Is Wike the voter? Is he the only voter?
Of course, he controls a lot of the.
No, but he can't say we gave him. Because if he says we gave this one, gave this, it's not more democracy. It is not Wike who is apportioning votes. He said it with his mouth, and the tell me not proved. What kind of proof do you want? When Wike has said it himself. So that's what we want to discourage. And if you see the mutilated result that came out for River State, what other proof do you need? All the mutilated results that came out for River State.
In essence, e-transmission would make sure that there is no such mutilation.
Because it will not get to Weekend Collation Center. And we cannot go through all the polling units, polling booths. That will be the difference.
When you mention Wike, you know.
No, you know why I'm mentioning Wike. Wike has singled it.
Not proved.
No, Wike singled himself out as having of good election. Wike singled himself out as having made the president in Rivers State. And he singled himself out to tell us how much he spent to make Tinubu president. These are the facts before us, said by his own mouth. You know, Wike doesn't have you journalists as a spokesperson. He's his own spokesperson. Even though there's somebody who parades himself as a Wike spokesperson. But Wike speaks for himself. So you don't say it was his spokesman that said it. He says it himself. So what you are saying is not out of place. Did I tell you, Bubu said he gave President this vote? Bubu never said it. So should I allude it to him? Can I tell you that Peter Mba said he gave President this vote? No, Peter Mba never said it. So I can't allude it to him. So whoever says anything, we allude it to him. Then Noti said that she was giving dollar, she refused. She was giving naira, she refused. Then after the threat, he now told them that don't you see the difference in Abia State when you do the right thing? It is the manifest. Res ipsa loquitur. That is speaks for itself. If you do the right thing in election, the very day Nigeria gets election correct, Africa will change.
The very day Nigeria gets election correct?
The very day Nigeria gets election result correct, white candidates who win the election goes into office, Africa will change overnight. Because Nigeria is almost half of the population of Africa. Many of the countries that are doing well in Africa are not even as populous as 1 or 2 states in Nigeria.
Okay. Moving on to on this issue, we've heard the Labour speaking to occupying National Assembly.
Yes.
Going on protest.
They are there already.
We've seen civil organizations.
I watched it this morning. They are trooping.
Given this scenario and the Senate will reconvene tomorrow.
Yes.
If their demands are not met, what other option do we have?
We keep on occupying the National Assembly until our demands are met. I'm there in spirit with them. It is because of my time schedule in Enugu. I could have been in Cambodia as old as I am. I'll sit down there with them.
But in all, despite the other good things in this amendment, it seems that this very clause is the only clause that would guarantee a credible, fair, and free election in Nigeria.
If you cook a very delicious beans and rice, place it in a basin for the staff of this TV to come and enjoy, gulp down, maybe with soft drink surrounding it, then a lot of meat, and the aroma is transcending across Edinburgh Street here. Then you go and take toothpick. No one's toothpick. Go to the toilet and dip it there, and drop it on top of that rice. Do you know everybody will scatter? Nobody will remember it is a very delicious jollof rice. Unless bad men that will come and eat it. Say this one at here, that was placed, shit is on top of it. No, I don't chop. That is what Ababio had done. Very beautiful work people did in the Senate. Not much amendment. The 2022 Act is virtually retained up to 80%. The amendment there is not up to 20%. So why should he put the devil's alternative, the devil's what do you call it? Why should he put that devil's hand inside that very act? He should have left it the way these people passed it. What does it take him? Besides which, why is he even interested in retaining the one Supreme Court said it is? Because in law, we have what we call precedent. What was decided yesterday cannot be changed today. Court will still go back to that thing that was decided yesterday and say, this is our decision yesterday, we stick by it. Now they condemned the 2022 Act and told you, you don't give Aneke leverage to do this thing on their own. You must make it, let it be law. So it's not in one of the areas where you give INEC chance to do what they like or design their own rules. Because rules has no sanctions following it. Rule is rule. When a rule that is defective anywhere, the rule, what you do when a rule is defective, is to treat it as irregularity and then find a solution where you can correct it.
All right. On this note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues around the Electoral Amendment Act 2026.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for joining us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking with Ozon Nadiume Ofokansi. Ozon Nadiume Ofokansi, a legal luminary and one who prides himself as a farmer. Also, thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you very much for having me again.
All right. But still on this issue,
Yes.
I have listened to a lot of analysts speak on this very issue. And I want to ask, this very section, 60, subsection 3, does it have the capacity to cause apathy?
It is causing it already. It's causing it already because many people are saying if it is like that, retained in, as it is in 2022 Act, they will not go to vote. But what are they going to vote for? You vote only for the man to write something and then call it up again. And after calling the result as he likes, the next thing see, the issue, like I keep on saying, is that you know where your problem lies. You keep on, it's just like somebody repeating one thing every year without change and thinking that you will get different results, which you can't. Every day you come here, you sing hallelujah, pray the morning, our Lord's prayer, and go. The next day you come back, hallelujah, morning, our Lord's prayer, and you think things will change. Nothing will change. It is that thing God has been giving you because of Lord's prayer, He will keep on giving you. But if you become radical in your approach to prayers and maybe ask God for another thing, God might say, okay, do you not need this one? I'll give it to you. So you can't be doing one thing repeatedly at the same time. They know the kind of apathy that greeted the judgment of the Supreme Court. But if you see the kind of activism that went on after that election, from the election, people wanted to protest. There was some splitters of protest here and there. But because P2B said, let us follow due process, I have been one of the greatest beneficiaries of the judiciary. I don't want anybody to take laws into his hands because this thing might snowball into something else. It might lead to, because Nigerian security agents are always good in using live bullets on peaceful protesters, which they don't use on insurgents. So the man advised his followers, please, let us pipe low. Let's follow due process. Many of us agreed. Even many of us were skeptical because we belong to that jurisdiction. We know that judges of 1990, 2003 or so, of P2B Anambra, are no more the judges of today. But nonetheless, we said, okay, the leader, let's follow him. Now, when the judgment was gotten, it was so ridiculous that a lot of people now said they will never vote again. Now, people now started to know why did the Supreme Court rule this way. We saw where Supreme Court put in their leg. They said this one is rule and the other one is law. So rule is discretionary. The man can use the mandatory one if it's available. If it's not available, he can use the manual. That was where we got defeated. So the other, all the ones collected manual were now used. When in the actual sense of the word, even if you open the IRF today, the results are not complete here because Mahmood has been rewarded for his sin on Nigerians by a ministerial appointment, ambassadorial appointment. So you now ask yourself, why should even Tinubu appoint his umpire as an ambassador? Don't it give you some stories behind the scene? So it was wrong for him to do even if you want to give him an appointment, the man wanted something going back to the university where he's been a lecturer. Or you're appointing a vice chancellor of a university. Let him go back to the university and continue his work. Why make him an ambassador? So you have now drafted him into politics because he gave you presidential results. That's what it means. So that's what we want to stop. They will keep on occupying the National Assembly until the Senate does that rewriting.
All right.
There is no rocket science in electronic transmission.
They will keep on occupying the
yes.
place until the Senate.
We will keep on, because if I say they, it means that whether I'm out of, I am there in my spirit.
All right.
We will keep on occupying the National Assembly until the Senate does the right thing.
All right. Now that we are talking about occupying the National Assembly till the right thing is done, to quote you, I want to ask: is this not an indictment on the quality of opposition that we have in Nigeria at the moment?
In fact, leave opposition out of this. Say is it not the problem of Senate and Nigerians? Because the people who occupy the National Assembly are not even in any political party. They are voters like me and you.
But one expects that the political parties, the opposition political parties, should stand strong and lead the way in this protest.
They have done their best.
What's their best?
They tweeted. We saw their tweets. We saw their interviews. We saw that of Atiku. We saw that of P2B. We saw that of a few others. But that is not neither here nor there. The sin being committed in the Senate is a sin against Nigerians, not even the opposition. After all, these people who are in the opposition are very comfortable by every standard. Will Atiku ever come down to beg you for 5,000 naira to drink beer? You know he will not do that. Will the P2B come and beg you to give him 10,000 so he can take a bus from Onitsha to Enugu? P2B will not do that. Or is it Rotimi Amechi that will come and beg? These people who are in the opposition are very comfortable by every standard.
But they may be the direct beneficiaries.
No. These are people who will want to work for the good of Nigerian people, especially one of the candidates we call P2B. That's the only people. You see, that's why I like Fayose. Fayose has been very, very brutal and functional. You know, he belongs to PDP. He said he's not going out of PDP, nor is he joining APC. But when he granted the interview, he told them at Arise News that the only active force in the opposition is P2B. Remove him from there, that ADC collapses. If you remove P2B from ADC, but parties look for P2B, not P2B looking for party. Any party he goes gets ignited. When it was a Labour Party that was merely a party on paper, Labour Party became the craze. Now he has shifted over based to ADC. Every platform you open on social media now is ADC. And the people who were not carrying members of ADC are now carrying members of ADC. Reason, we know that it is not only in social media that will show our interest. He has to win the primary election first. And it is those people who are carrying members that will contest the primary election and vote him in. That's why if you hear Aisha Yusuf the other day said, I never wanted to be in any political party. I'm just a brilliant movement member. But today, I am now a carrying member of ADC. Very many of us now also carrying members of ADC. So it's like, okay, Aneke, what do you call him? Like who says that they might not be network. But there is network for them to do e-registration of APC members in every nook and cranny of Nigeria. What they are doing now, they see network to do that one. Because that one is done, e-registration is electronic registration of members of all Progressive Congress. It is being done all over Nigeria, whether it is in Guzo, whether it is in Bayelsa, whether it is in Oro, wherever you go, you do the registration online. Now they are sympathizing with people that beavers might not work there, but their own beavers is working to register people electronically in their party, with which they are planning to rig the election. Man, we cannot be fooled twice. If they don't want this Nigeria, let them tear it apart. Let everybody go home. But if they want it, let them do the right thing. We cannot keep on crying and closing our eyes. People are sitting on our common patrimony, and we speak English and pass over it. Next year, we'll get into another solitary reign of quietness, suffering and smiling, according to Fela and Nicola Pakuti. 4 years of suffering and smiling. Again, from 2027. I don't want to talk about meeting will be all right, and it will never be all right. Take your destiny in your own hands. And that's what we are doing at the National Assembly.
Take your destiny in your own
hands. Yes, we are taking our destiny in our hands. By telling the Senate, do the right legislation. Let us now see who is going to truncate it. Let us now see. You don't start blaming everybody. Stage by stage. Known to the unknown. If the Senate gets on the right and makes transmission compulsory and mandatory from polling booth to IRF in Abuja, we have scored the first goal. Second goal, we monitor INEC. How do they collect it? Do they lock up their survey again and say they have glitch? And if they don't do that, we occupy INEC until they bring the result that was sent to them to the IRF. This one is not where you are sleeping by 3:30 a.m. Somebody will come and declare somebody the winner and give a certificate of return. It will not happen again.
Okay.
This country belongs to all of us.
Barrister.
It's not Abio's country.
Barrister, speaking of glitch, which was discussed in 2022-2023 election, what if we make this e-transmission mandatory and it happens to be a glitch again?
Uche, Amazon installed this IRF. Amazon is a network provider. It's not MTN. It's not Airtel. It's not Glo. But these other one subsidiaries benefited from it because we use their network to do whatever you are transmitting. Amazon that installed it never said they had a glitch. They were brought in to testify in Supreme Court. They said they have no glitch. Why did the Supreme Court even believe in the glitch? Which this man, what do you call him? The Aneke chairman was canvassing. And the Supreme Court should not have believed him. Because Amazon that installed the network itself, that Aneke is using, came to court and said they had no glitch. They signed a glitch in their system. So what are we talking about? This is a see, one thing with APC is that they say one thing in the morning, say another thing in the afternoon, and they want all of us to believe them.
But
because we are fools.
This time around is not the APC, it's our representatives.
No. Ababio is APC. They have virtually cornered everybody into APC. Don't you know that, which am I the one telling you? They have cornered everybody into APC.
All right.
Apart from some of us who they think they are heady, who don't want to compromise. Otherwise, tell me why Peter Mba should leave all the good work he's doing anywhere and jump into APC. What is APC going to do for him?
He's aligning Enugu State to the center.
Which is center?
To attract more investments.
So
now we witness the Southeast Development Commission.
So Southeast has been there before he joined. Don't you know? The Southeast Development.
We're seeing activity now.
Wait now. Southeast Development Commission was there before Peter Mba joined APC.
But we are beginning to see activities of the Southeast.
Activities of the Southeast, but is what do you call him? Alex Oti in APC. Is Soludo in APC. Let us use our senses. These are people who are even making progress. Go to the what is it called? Professionals of the social ranking. They ranked Alex Oti first, ranked Peter Mba second in Southeast in terms of development.
So
then followed by Soludo.
He's moving to APC. Wouldn't change those.
No. That's why I said
rights.
Why should he move to APC? Because that ranking was done even before he moved to APC.
Perhaps we expect more from him this time around.
He's not, in fact, he's going down rather. Truth. Because these things are on the ground. Many of the roads he's doing have been abandoned. Many of the projects are comatose. Look at Hotel Presidential that people used even during the conference in August last year. Nothing happening there now. You go there now, it's rats and cobweb taking over everywhere.
All right.
Which is not supposed to be. Let's not even go there.
Barrister, let's just go back.
But you are saying whether it is, why am I blaming APC? It's not, I'm blaming APC because they have virtually cornered everybody. They wanted to say one party state. But one party state is for the people who are in politics.
Does this issue advance a one party state?
It is, because they want to rig themselves in. That's what I'm telling you. They want to write the result and tell you that it is transfer.
But Barrister, you know about that when we are talking about technology here, we've seen even in developed climes, for example, the US, where the activities of hackers, the Russians were, you are saying that hacked American results. Yes. Correct. Are you not concerned that similar situation may prevail here?
Uche, when we get to the bridge, you talk about crossing it. You don't start dreaming of hackers. But it is good to be on your guard. Because somebody has to install a hack before the hackers can come in. My phone was about to be hacked yesterday. Somebody called me and said, Natasha Boche, want to do thank you online meeting with his supporters, her supporters. I said, who is talking? He said, it's his PA. I said, okay, that's all right, but I'm not in Abuja. He said, okay, no problem. Just go to a message. You will see the login number. You can log in. When you log in, you join the meeting. I said, okay. I got to the number. I saw it in Chinese with the 6 numbers. I clicked the number to log in. My, what do you call it? My WhatsApp started being honestly slow when I was trying to open it. They said I should log into this. Then he called me again. I said I should give him my 2-step authentication. I said, for what? Like people are criminals, so I switched off my phone. But my WhatsApp kept delaying because I know they cannot access my WhatsApp unless I give them that two-step authentication. So what I did was I uninstalled it.
So the fears are not far-fetched.
No, but come in now. I uninstalled it. And after some time, I tried to go back and now install WhatsApp Business. That one went through. I have 2 numbers. When I got to my house in the evening, I installed the other one. It also went through. Do you see I'm beating the hackers to their game? So if you are planning to hack, someone is also planning to unhack you. So the people, those things will be put in place. And it was even put in place during the 2023 election. The antidote for hackers was put, and there were people who they call themselves anonymous. And they said people are planning to hack the Nigerian election. But we assured them that we will destroy whatever thing they stayed there. And they didn't work. Did Mahmoud tell you people hacked the result? He said there was a glitch. And that glitch has never been defined up till now. I'm speaking with you. As Mahmoud Yakubu explained to us what glitch means, or what type of glitch they had. Is it technical error? It is manner error? It is. Tell us the type of glitch. He did that, and to compensate him for the glitch, he was given an ambassadorial post. You can see the kind of country we're operating. With over 300 million people. People are dribbling us as if to say we're children. Which, you know, they die twice. So only once, man.
All right. Looking at this issue, we've dwelt on this, and the section 60 subsection 3 seems to be, beclouding the good things that the Senate has done with this electoral amendment bill. Looking at the fact that the notice for general election, they brought it down from 360 days to 180 days. The submission of candidate list was brought down from initially 180 days to 90 days. And we're looking at the issue of e-transmission. That's the only way we'll have challenges. Yeah. The period for petition resolution was brought down. Okay, that equally was left unchanged, 180 days. But, Barrister, we've analyzed this issue, we've looked at it, and yes, people are occupying the National Assembly as we speak. But I want to ask, what is the solution and the guarantee that this section, if amended to have real transmission in real time, would guarantee free, fair, and credible election going into 2027?
Which Rome was not built in a day. Let's start from there. Rome was not built in. They truncated the one Aneke made in 2023. If they have allowed it in 2023, nobody will even talk about making it law or making it rule. They have allowed electronic transmission. All the people who came through that transmission to the Senate and to House of Reps, many of them had their results and all. No, even by the court. Apart from people who had problems with their party nomination, they said your party nominated the wrong candidate or your faction is not the right faction. These are the people that can go out of the Senate. But not people who were voted in and who had their results transmitted. They are all in the Senate. They are all in the House of Reps. So let us start from somewhere. A journey of 1 million miles. Rome was not built in a day. That's what I told you. This section is the only albatross in the amendment. And that's why I'm giving everybody a headache. And that is the only section Supreme Court complained about. That's why I said the Electoral Act is still intact up to 80% or more. It is only this very small section, 60 and thereabout, 60 and 62 to 62. They told them to amend. 62, I think it talks about transfer. So they have to build some transmission. They don't write transfer in transmission one and write transfer in the other one. So that is why I said that section, let them amend it. Let us now know where our downfall comes from, whether it is from Aneke or from Senate. Because I told you here one day, Senate told you that the lawmaker, that's the legislative arm of government, we have executive, legislature, and the judiciary, that the legislature at the middle is the strongest arm of government, that they can legislate even themselves out of existence. That people doesn't more be in the street while you address where and going. It's because they know there is a law that says if you attack Uche or do it, they will go to jail. So they are the ones that the ordinary should change any nation. That America is still intact today is because of their legislation. America is intact because they have a very strong law. So that institution, the people in the institution are trying to be bigger than the institution, like Akpabio is showing. That is where the problem starts in Nigeria. And that's why we say no. Akpabio, let him pray that this insertion of this, what he's trying to recall, does not cost him his Senate president. Because it's very likely to cost him that.
All right. Also, thank you for speaking with us. And this is the much we can take on the discretionary trap today on the Insight. But do remember that your views matter. Let us know what you think about this issue with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain, while anti-corruption agencies
Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, and here are the headlines. Protesters storm National Assembly over electronic transmission of election results. Abia State raises minimum wage for teachers. And here are the details of the news. Protesters today gathered at the National Assembly gate in Abuja for the Occupy National Assembly demonstration. Members of civil society groups, some African Democratic Congress, ADC, members and women's organizations are participating in the protest. Security personnel from the Nigerian Police, Army, and Civil Defense Corps have heavily barricaded the area. The protest is focused on the electronic transmission of election results. Protesters are demanding that lawmakers explicitly including real-time electronic transmission in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. They insist that clarifications issued by the Senate are insufficient. Marchers began their demonstration from the Federal Secretariat, heading to the National Assembly entrance. Organizers stated that participants do not intend to enter the legislative complex. The protest is primarily symbolic, taking place at the gate. The demonstration follows public backlash after the Senate passed the Electoral Act 2022, Repeal and Reenactment Amendment Bill 2026 last week. The bill's clause 60, subsection 3, which proposed mandatory electronic transmission of results, was rejected by the upper chamber. Meanwhile, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi has joined protesters at the National Assembly in Abuja, demanding the reinstatement of real-time electronic transmission of election results in the Electoral Act 2022, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026. Mr. Peter Obi, now a member of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, said the Senate must ensure glitches like those reported by Aneke in 2023 do not recur. Security was tight at the scene, with officers deployed from the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Protesters insist that lawmakers explicitly include real-time electronic transmission of results to safeguard transparency in future elections. The Senate will hold an emergency plenary session tomorrow. The clerk of the Senate, Emmanuel Odo, directed all senators to convene at the National Assembly complex, following instructions from Senate President Godswill Akpabio. No reason was officially stated for the emergency sitting.
The session comes amid ongoing debate over Clause 60 of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, which concerns the electronic transmission of results. The bill passed through its third reading last week retains provisions for electronic transfer of results. However, proposals for real-time transmission and a 10-year ban on vote buying were rejected, with sanctions limited to jail terms and fines. Senate members defending the bill say it has majority support among lawmakers. The emergency plenary is expected to address the public concern and clarify outstanding issues regarding the Electoral Act amendments. The All Progressives Congress (APC) has dismissed reports of an internal raid over Rivers State Governor Mr. Siminalayi Fubara. APC National Chairman Professor Nentawe Walter explained that Mr. Fubara's delay formal reception is due to strategic scheduling in the north ahead of Ramadan, not internal party disputes. Professor Yuwalda emphasized that the party prioritizes northern states out of respect for Muslim communities. He rejected claims that Mr. Fubara's influence or authority is being undermined within the party. Political tensions remain high in Rivers State, where Mr. Fubara faces the continued influence of former governor and current FCT minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike. Mr. Fubara joined the APC in late 2025 to strengthen his 2027 re-election bid. APC maintains that the approach is purely strategic. Professor Yuwalda challenged critics to provide evidence of any formal complaint against Mr. Fubara, stressing that the party remains focused on consolidating regional political support. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has called on traders to resume normal operations, declaring the end of Monday sit-at-home orders. The governor's office reported a surge in activity at Onitsha Market last week as evidence of improved security. Through his press secretary, Christian Aburime, Soludo urged traders from Awka to Nnewi to maintain business activity. He emphasized that fear and poverty should no longer dictate trading patterns in the state. Security forces, including the Nigerian Police Force, Joint Task Force, and local vigilante groups have been deployed across major markets under the Udogachi program. The administration says these measures will ensure traders' safety and uninterrupted commerce. Soludo stressed that resuming trading directly supports public infrastructure projects, including schools and roads. The government's message to residents is clear: the state is secure, and business must continue without intimidation. Kano state authorities are responding to a major road accident along the Kano-Hadijia highway, which initially claimed over 30 lives. According to the governor, Abba Yusuf, the Federal Road Safety Corps later confirmed 7 fatalities. The accident involved a DAF trailer carrying 105 passengers, highlighting the dangers of mixing heavy cargo vehicles with human transport. 70 others sustained serious injuries and were evacuated to 4 specialist hospitals, including Sassunusi and Muritala Mohammed facilities. FRSC spokesperson Abdullahi Labaran condemned the illegal conveyance of passengers in good vehicles. He described reckless driving as a primary cause of such avoidable accidents and urged commercial drivers to comply with road safety regulations. Authorities continue to investigate the incident and call for strict enforcement of transport laws. Communities along the highway are mourning the victims while urging vigilance against unsafe driving practices. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency NIMET has issued a weather alert for a 3-day period of sunshine, haze, and thunderstorms starting Monday. Northern and north-central regions are expected to remain sunny and hazy, with dust haze reducing visibility. Health warnings have been issued for residents with respiratory issues, including asthma. NIMET has also highlighted potential disruptions to road travel and air transport in affected areas. The southern region is forecast to experience isolated thunderstorms and light rain. Coastal and inland states, including Lagos, Rivers, Bayelsa, and Cross River, are expected to face morning and evening storms through Wednesday. NIMET advised motorists and airlines to follow official weather updates. The agency urged citizens to exercise caution during wet conditions and sudden dust haze events. The Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, and Chief Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun have warned that the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, rank does not shield lawyers from misconduct. Their remarks came during the Golden Jubilee celebration of the Inaba in Lagos. They stressed that the rank, held by fewer than 1,000 lawyers over 50 years, demands strict discipline. Lawyers must avoid politicization or misconduct in litigation to preserve public trust. The Nigerian Bar Association President, Mr. Afam Osigwe, recently accused the judiciary of operating as a marketplace, alleging that billions of naira are exchanged in bribes. His comments have intensified scrutiny of the legal profession. Mr. Fagbemi highlighted that the SAN title can be revoked for abuse, while the Chief Justice of Nigeria urged senior lawyers to uphold ethical standards. Both warned that reckless advocacy could undermine the credibility of Nigerian courts. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Protesters continue to occupy the National Assembly, demanding a halt to the electronic transmission of election results. Coming up shortly, Abia State government approves a new minimum wage increase for teachers. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. The Abia State government has approved a revised minimum wage for teachers and staff of the State Education Management Board. The special advisor to the governor, Mr. Kenechukwu Nwosu, said the adjustment is part of the Governor Alex Oti's plan to improve welfare for school personnel. The wage revision aims to resolve delays affecting staff since the 2023 salary adjustments. Nwosu confirmed that leave allowances and other pending entitlements are being processed for affected educators. Officials says the government's action ensures compliance with federal wage guidelines and aims to stabilize the state's education workforce. The state pledged that payments will be made promptly to thousands of teachers and staff, ending previous disruptions in the payroll cycle. Honorable Tesia Ubo has raised alarm over escalating violence in Benue State, particularly along border communities. He said attacks by armed herdsmen have persisted for more than 15 years in areas including Turan and Ikurirevaya. Ubo warned that the region's terrain and mineral resources have turned into a hotspot for killings and abductions, leaving many residents displaced. The lawmaker called for urgent security measures, including a border patrol unit and a ban on illegal mining, to protect communities. He urged the federal government to demarcate the Benue-Taraba border and secure the Cameroon frontier to ensure economic and social stability. Enugu State Police have arrested 4 suspects linked to infrastructure vandalism. Officers from the SWAT squad intercepted a 40-foot trailer carrying stolen iron bridge components along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. 3 men were caught at the scene, while a separate midnight operation in Kano East led to the arrest of a 50-year-old man dismantling oil and gas pipelines with gas and cylinder. Police Commissioner Maman Baitrus Giwa commended the swift action and warned vandals targeting public infrastructure would face strict consequences. Investigations continue as detectives search for accomplices linked to the organized theft ring. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has cautioned the federal government against restricting raw material exports. The group's CEO, Dr. Muda Yusuf, said forced value addition without fixing structural issues could distort markets. He cited unreliable power and high production costs as barriers to local manufacturing, warning that premature export bans would reduce farmers' income and encourage smuggling. Dr. Yusuf stressed that global industrial powers first relied on raw material exports before transition to high-value production. He urged the government to prioritize incentives and infrastructure development to ensure sustainable industrial growth. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has raised concerns about the fintech sector's dependence on foreign capital. According to the 2025 FinTech Policy Insight Report, venture funding fell to $520 million in 2024 from nearly $750 million 5 years earlier. CBN Governor Olayemi Kadosho called for greater domestic financing to reduce vulnerability to global shocks. The report noted Nigeria's fintech ecosystem remains strong with 11 billion instant payment transactions processed in 2024. However, high compliance costs and slow regulatory approvals were identified as obstacles that could hinder sustainable growth and regional expansion. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has launched new guidelines to target unqualified companies in the oil and gas sector. Firms without adequate equipment or physical presence will no longer qualify for contracts. Mandatory facility inspections will verify that equipment and personnel exist on site, while submission of forged documents will attract criminal prosecution. Executive Secretary Felix Obe said the initiative aims to lower project costs and ensure genuine local operators benefit from the industry. The move aligns with a presidential directive to strengthen Nigerian content and eliminate middlemen from high-value contracts. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially launched Phase 1 of the Lagos International Financial Center project. The initiative aims to position Lagos as Africa's financial hub and attract global investment. The project received technical and financial support from the United Kingdom government and the City UK. The project's co-chairman, Aiboje AIG Imukwede, said the next phase will focus on policy reforms and legislation to boost competitiveness. Officials emphasized the project is designed to be sustainable beyond any single administration, ensuring Lagos' long-term role in international finance. Now in sports, Nigeria has defeated Uzbekistan 3-1 at the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club to qualify for the Davis World Group 2. Kanis Abua lost the opening match before top seed Daniel Adeleye won a 3-set single match to level the score. Abua and Michael Emmanuel then won the doubles match, putting Nigeria on the verge of victory. Adeleye secured the final win against Kumuoyon in straight sets, completing the comeback. The victory marks Nigeria's entry into the elite global tennis tier, with the team preparing for the challenges of World Group 2. The 2026 Nigerian Volleyball Federation Super Cup concluded at MKO Abiola National Stadium, with CNS Spikers and Nigeria Customs Service winning the men's and women's title, respectively. CNS Spikers recovered from an opening set loss to defeat their opponents 3-1 in the men's final. Nigeria Customs Services dominated the women's final, defeating COS Spikers 3-0 and holding them to 8 points in one set. Bronze medals went straight to Nigeria Correctional Service in the men's category, while the women's third place was claimed by CNS Spikers after a 5-set match. The 20th Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Games have commenced at MKO Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. Over 1,200 athletes from 15 companies are competing across 13 sporting disciplines. The biennial event promotes workforce wellness and team building among industry professionals. Local Organizing Committee Chairman Dr. Suleiman said the games foster unity and stress relief while maintaining competitive spirit. The event also serves as a platform for networking among domestic and international oil and gas operators. Now in entertainment, Afrobeat singer Mehdi survived a road accident in Abuja after his driver reportedly fell asleep at the wheel. His vehicle overturned, but he escaped without life-threatening injuries. The artist shared images of the wrecked car on social media, thanking God for his safety. Mehdi rose to fame under Square Records and is known for collaborations with P-Square and Akon. The incident highlights the dangers of driver fatigue, prompting fans and colleagues to send message of support. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. Protesters have occupied the National Assembly in Abuja, expressing opposition to the electronic transmission of election results. Security officials are on site to manage the situation while lawmakers continue to discussions on the electoral process. In Abia State, the government has approved an increase in the minimum wage for teachers aimed at improving welfare and boosting the education sector. Implementation of the new pay scale is expected to begin immediately. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidi Masowa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, we want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google. Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just how do I put it? It's sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. But let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. The negative side, I realize maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they foremost had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 16, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
I'd like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to everyone involved in the conception, planning, and the smooth takeoff of the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum for the brilliance of the efforts and the diligence in execution. Special commendations are due to the federal government for spearheading this timely and bold intervention through the Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Regional Development and Southeast Development Commission. May I take a moment to appreciate in a special way the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima JCON, for his resolute dedication to this project and for honoring us with his esteemed presence at this epoch-making event. I also want to acknowledge the generous commitments of my colleagues in the Southeast Governors Forum to the success of this grand initiative, which have been put together to bring relevant stakeholders to the table as we collectively set a new 50-year development strategy for our region. It is fulfilling to observe that this project has secured a body of major players in the public and private sectors in the zone. I'm also impressed that community and religious leaders, centers of learning and development partners are getting involved in the development conversations, and efforts like this have engendered. This event, by the quality of debates and interest it has raised over the last few weeks, is already a success, and the reason is simple. The Southeast Vision 2050 has awoken a new consciousness among the different social and economic players in the region. Expectedly, the conversation has radically shifted from the mundane to the sublime. It is no longer about the glory of individual states and communities, but the destiny of the collective. It is interesting to see that after a long run of missed opportunities, we are now turning our attention to the untapped potential that are found in the region, and how we can begin to leverage the immense human and material resources across the land to create oceans of opportunity for our people. Naturally, we are an itinerant population. You will find our people all over the world doing great things, adding value to systems that embrace their engineering. The truth, however, is that we do not travel around the world for the fun of it. We are driven by the promise of new opportunities, the thrill of beating the odds, and the fulfillment that comes from going the whole distance to win. What we hope to achieve with this event and the engagements to follow is to create new streams of opportunities in the region for an army of young graduates, thinkers and innovators, skilled technicians, and the thousands of young people who troop out of this land every day in search of meaning. From where I stand, this program is connected to the evolution of the contemporary economic layers on account of its orientation. Yet there is more. We have gathered to establish a pattern of engagement that will henceforth drive investment decisions by public and private sector economic agents. The aspiration is to return us to the trajectory set by the vision of our fathers like Dr. Michael Obara and others who had the foresight to build structures and systems that survive the passage of time and the evolution of technology. The emphasis will not just be on the theories and the dialectic means of development, but on the pathway that will see us commit a certain share of our resources as governments and businesses to initiatives that improve the stock of our human capital and physical infrastructural layers to carry the weight of our dreams. Abia and Aba in particular has seen the resurgence of hundreds of businesses that were hitherto moribund. Entrepreneurs who left the city several years ago are returning, and the real estate market. And second, to thank His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for finally giving to Igbo what we have clamored for decades. A sound-based development commission. It can appropriately be described as Ogugwa Igbo for this particular singular act. Just the first of it, we thank you immensely. And I'm very glad also to thank, I'm happy to thank also my colleague governors for everyone standing firm and together. A bold statement has been made today. Unlike what happened in the past, and I said it because I have been through this before. I was once the chairman of Climate Strategy Committee of Ohanese Igbo, and we tried to do this. I had a committee of about 121 professionals from the Southeast in my committee, and we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song. Thank you very much, my colleagues. For me, as a product of the former East Central state, the current Southeast region, or simply the former East Central state after the Civil War. I'm a product of that. I had my primary school in Ebonyi, the current Ebonyi now. It wasn't at Ebonyi State. I was taught by everyone. All my teachers come from the current 5 Southeast states. My primary one, Mr. Ako, from the current Imo. Primary 2, Mr. Odo, from the current Ebonyi. Primary 3, Mrs. Mabry, now Dr. Mrs. Mabry, she's still alive, from Imo. Now primary 4, Mr. Ako, from Odi, from the current Enugu. Primary 5, from Mr. Mokwa, from Ngwa, the current Abia. And primary 6, Chukwulozie, from the current Anambra. And my principal, my headmaster, was Mr. Aneke from India, who was headmaster in Ebonyi. So, as a product of one region in my own eyes, as a child of former East Central State, I see one region with one agenda. One region, one agenda. And so, what I have chosen to do in a few minutes is for mine and the team drafting this plan. I've actually just scribbled planning for impact, mega trends and connected the dots. Mega trends and connected the dots. This is supposed to be a prelude to a plan, to producing a plan. And therefore, what we just do is to draw your attention to quite a few, just for emphasis. Several speakers have alluded to them. For the first one, there have been many plans, and there are still many plans. Is this going to be just another plan? You have National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. You have Renewed Hope Development Plan that will will come, I think, 2026 to 2030. Every state has at least a plan. In Anambra, I chair the development of Vision 2070. We're talking about 2050 here. We have a 50-year development plan, and we have our own agenda spanning the duration of my tenure. I'm sure every state, I just read that Abia has a 25-year plan. I'm sure all have one plan or the other. So the question then is, what will be the value added of this regional plan on top of the myriad of plans? What's going to be new? What's going to be different? Is this plan the one that will tell any state how to fix Ofoko? I don't know. So on and so forth. So, I mean, I'm just using that as an example. We have a lot of regional plans. I know the non-commission. The NDDC is there. And I don't know any government that bases his annual budget on the regional plans that we have had all over. Even the federal government, I would dare to say, several of the national development plans that I have seen, rarely you have the federal government referencing those plans in the annual budgets. Not there. I'm just bringing us back to realism. And that's a point that Nelson did make about political cycles and the nature of planning in a democratic context. And so, why haven't these plans worked? That's a question that the drafting committee must answer. And as a starting point, my answer, short answer, is that technocrats often mistakenly believe that you can take politics out of policy. You plan for everybody and invariant political cycles, and then you come back and say they didn't sustain that. That was ignorant, lack of continuity. And let me say, Mark, to your colleagues, that it is easier to build regional consensus about regional, physical, and infrastructure planning than policies. We all have hearts, and I would dare to say that every government, even when the change is within the same political party, you will find wide variations in policy direction. Take America, for example. Trump is literally competent in most of the things that Democrats did. And someone who said, lack of continuity, and so on. Of course, that's the nature of politics. People contest the elections with their own agenda, with which they bargain with the people and negotiate with the people, and they come to office to execute them. That somebody sat in one room and designs stuff that we don't solve. And therefore I ask, let us build all of this in the planning framework. Focus for impact. The kind of plan that we require will be broadly indicative rather than prescriptive. This plan will be a framework that focuses on the risky investment in shared regional public goods. This is where I ask you to focus. The kind of plan that will de-risk investments in shared regional public goods. And I will suggest a peace framework. Keep it simple, stupid. Right, and colleagues, for measurable impact, the regional plan should add value to the various state and local government plans and not pretend to write a new plan which will only decorate the shelf. I will urge you, as you write the plans, to focus at least 70% on what the Southeast Development Commission can deliver. What the Southeast Development Commission can deliver, and 30% perhaps on the miscellaneous as indicative guidance to states and local governments. But on our part as governance, we also collaborate and cooperate We are the owners. We are the beneficiaries. For example, if you are doing your rail line tomorrow, the right of way, the states will have to provide the right of way. In Anambra, we hired the CPCS of Canada and we've developed an internal rail master plan for Anambra. But now we are waiting for the funding for $1 billion. And I hope we are coming with that. We have other ways that we collaborate through strategic partnerships. States we are doing dualizing highways that link to borders. If I take mine, I have taken one now from Ammonia to Gatwa, and the governor of Imo is taking it from there, going down. Strategically, if we link up and have the ones getting to Army, I hope it takes over. The one getting to Enugu, it takes over from there. So within a short period of time, we can collaborate and coordinate to build highways across the entire Southeast. We need to come together. We need to come together. And so, the Southeast Governors Forum will be very, very instrumental in giving life to this program. But, like I always say, not ground again. I have seen many of these plans. Dozens, less than 10% will impact. This one must not be another one. This is an agenda with a deadline. And speed is of essence. Give us the national plan for the Southeast. Not too much ground, no fancy graphs and charts or grandiose feel-good targets. What will question most people in the Southeast are asking is when will the rail line rise across the Southeast? When will the gas pipeline rise across the Southeast? When are we level, of course, with the power can now be taken on the exclusive legislative list? I think all the states are working hand together, but we are looking forward to being able to synergize and pool resources together to develop regional frameworks. I think in conclusion, once you can get these things to happen, get one done. Don't give us 500-page plan. Give us a rail line. Don't give us 300-page plan. Give us a pipe, a gas pipeline. Give us the highways. Fix the federal motor highways around Southeast. Get invest in our security regional wide. And then that's the only way the over 35 million people will feel that this particular opportunity is not wasted.
The Southeast is a primary culture. This next human capital and resource environment position the sub-region for accelerated transformation, fragmentations of markets and policies, on industrializations and exposures to climate and macroeconomic shocks constraints regions' growth. Not a sit-at-home order that are gradually phasing out as many apologetic have misconstrued. I think these are the reasons this discourse is apt and timely. The moment therefore called for a regional compact, one that aligned agriculture and solid mineral. I'm talking about material strengths as the governor of the state. With manufacturing, logistics and services for the region's best interests, I am very happy that governors are here because analytical framework structure transformation and regional industrial policies indicates and scope on their table. These structural transformations entails locating labor and capital from low productivity activities to high productivity manufacturing and modern services. This will ensure productivity growth through technology adoption and scale. Also, value addition for processes and manufacturing cluster, market integrations with efficiency logistics and standards, decisions and regulations that reduce uncertainty and transaction costs, inclusions and sustainability to ensure political and social credibility are very critical patronage. Suffice it then to say that an an iron and solid minerals manufacturing, aligned with enabling microboards and forward linkage across the regional economy. How do we feed the Southeast? How do we feed the Southeast in the national equation? These are the questions that only everyone can answer. This is the narrative that under my watch has fought against. We have activated various agencies, Agricultural and Land Development Agency, the State Agricultural Development Program, because the GMT Senate Bank, GMT talks about what we can do for the corporate organization. We have a land, we have the programs, and we have prepared our land for investment. Procure tractors and other farm implements. This has become a major boost of agriculture in the state, for instance. We are very late in revamping agriculture. This step is informed by our understanding that food demand in the Southeast is rising rapidly due to the population growth, urbanization, and changing diets. Therefore, without deliberate investment in productivities and agro-processing, the region risks deeply food import dependency and inflationary measure. Conversely, closing yield gaps and processing the food deficit would generate hundreds of thousands of jobs across farming, logistics, packaging, and manufacturing. The market area is which you all know has undergone serious modernization, including its management overhaul. The hard truth is that the region can comfortably feel herself independent of other regions. This is not to argue against state independence, not at all. The Southeast agroecology supports rice, cassava, yam, maize, oil palm, vegetable, fruit, poultry, aquaculture, and livestock. And the Moiset offers a practical case study in leveraging cooperative advantage through targeted investment in irrigation, which is being worked on by our government. A boom city rural access road covering over 2,000 kilometers, crisscrossing the 13 local government area, has been realized. The development and the improvement of RICD's capacity, Ebonyi has started its position as a rice producing hub. With the Ebonyi experiment successfully conducted, it means when government de-risks production through infrastructure and extension services, the people expand with processing, storage, and market integration. This is why everyone is talking about African rice today. Also, priority interventions to drive this mission must include land administration reform, improve seed system, fertilizer turned to soil profiles, mechanizations and irrigation, extension services enhanced. Evidence suggests that even modest productivity gains of 20 to 30% can significantly lower the price and raise rural incomes when combined with access to markets. The case of Ada and Lebanon mentioned earlier and steps we have taken and believe strongly it should be mass oil across the region.
2050 regional stakeholders forum. Indeed, coming barely 1 week after the signing of the concession agreement of the Akano Ibia International Airport. And I think it's important to put this in context because this is quite significant. We are here to talk about regional development. And one of the key enablers of regional development is access movement. And my colleague from Anambra had said so much about the importance of building a common market or a unified market which by the way is what I've been asked to do here today, to reimagine Southeast as a unified economic bloc. So you will understand that because I've been asked to provoke our thoughts, to interrogate the status quo, to interrogate the way we have planned, the way we have executed. So I'm going to resist the temptation of talking about the interventions we made as a state, because I've been asked to reimagine how we can think beyond the boundaries of our state. So I'm going to be talking more about how we are stronger as a region. The Southeast Development Commission for the intellectual rigor and institutional foresight behind this initiative. I appreciate the collaboration of the Ministry of Regional Development and the Office of the Vice President, whose involvement firmly situates this conversation within Nigeria's national development framework. I warmly acknowledge His Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima GCON, for honoring this forum in accepting to declare it open. Your Excellency, your presence here today reinforces the principle that regional development thrives best when it is nationally enabled and institutionally supported. Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, under whose watch, Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance. The creation and strengthening of regional development commissions is a strategic signal that development must be territorially inclusive and economically rational. For the Southeast, this is very significant. It reflects a federal posture that recognizes the region not merely as a political county, but as a critical economic and human asset to Nigeria. The President's approach provides the policy space and the institutional backing for the Southeast to plan long-term, invest smartly, and integrate effectively into national growth priorities. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me from the start state that this gathering here today is not decorated document, and we also did not gather here to produce another communique that looks impressive but changes nothing. Today, I propose the birth of the Southeast Common Market, a bold, borderless unification of our commerce, our talent, and our industrial goods. By fusing our 5 distinct economies into one powerhouse, we're no longer just negotiating for a seat at the table. We're actually building the tables ourselves. This is more than a policy shift. It is the awakening of an economic giant, transforming the Southeast into a single, seamless theater of enterprise, where our shared heritage fuels our collective prosperity. Across the world, the rules of prosperity are changing. global economy is being reorganized by technology, by climate pressure, by supply chain realignment, by capital that now moves faster than politics, and by competition that punishes delay. The world is entering a new era. What it has lacked until now is a share strong enough to hold those strengths together. A shared purpose strong enough to hold our strength together. Vision 2050 is now our chance to build that system as a framework for action. Not for someday, but starting now. Let us lead this forum. Thank you. So let us lead this forum.
Welcome to another program of Arena at Aneke TV, Enugu Southeast, Nigeria. Here in Aneke, we ask you to move with the world. Today, we're going to discuss a veritable topic in our system. It has to do with the development of the Southeast. The Southeast Development Foundation was set up, a commission anyway, was set up by the federal government to make the southeastern states to be at par with other states and regional states in Nigeria, to be at par in terms of development. This is an idea where the federal government comes into the areas, that is the regions, and do particular developments with a view to ensuring that the Nigerian populace have a feel of the democracy dividends. And it was only in the Niger Delta before now, but currently the federal government has decided to give development commissions to all the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. And most recently, we have the Southeast Development Commission, and they decided with the managing director should be Dr. Mike Okoye. The managing director decided in conjunction with the Southeastern governors to convene a forum where there'll be a serious discourse on how to move the southeastern states forward. That forum had who is who in Southeast. Whoever that matters in Southeast, captains of industries, politicians, technocrats, and what have you. We are all here, including the Vice President and the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces anyway, whose office the Development Commissions liaise to. I'm talking about the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Shetima. We're all there to brainstorm on the way forward for the Southeast Development Vision 2050. With me in the studio is a doctor, an academic doctor holder. I'm talking about Dr. Emma Abo. He's a public affairs commentator, and of course, a man who each time he tries to open up his mouth, he will write a mini book immediately with what he has upstairs. And now we know that the viewer out there will be impressed with what he has to give as it regards the Southeast Development Commission Vision 2050. You're welcome to the studio, Dr. Imabo. Imago, sorry.
Thank you for having me.
We may be joined by Mr. Oyedika Abo, who is also a public affairs analyst. The Southeast Development Commission is a development commission made for the development of Southeast. And Southeasterners came together to think about how to move that commission forward. They think that it is no longer business as usual. The other development commissions in the various zones of Nigeria have been working on their own. But this time, they have tried a new strategy to convene stakeholders for them to itemize the areas from where the development will start to ensure that they attract enough investment for the Southeast. Mr. Abu, Dr. Abu, sorry. Dr. Agu, sorry. Dr. Agu, sorry.
Don't worry.
Let me have your view on the Development Commission as it is to develop the Southeast.
Well, thank you so much. You see, the idea behind Development Commission, whether it is in the Southeast or in any other geopolitical zone, is geared towards having a framework for long-term developmental projects. This time around, you have to look at things that states cannot do alone. By having a block, maybe after itemization, you prioritize. Then you pool resources. You have almost an inexhaustible pool of funds, from where you now begin to look at those things that would improve the standard of living of the people in the region, not just the state where it is going to be situated. The idea behind this Development Commission is intentional, is welcomed, because when you look at every geopolitical zone, you see that they are made up of states. In the Southwest, we have 5 states. In other regions, we have 6. And when you look at these states, you see that they have peculiarities. And these peculiarities can be harnessed. And when you harness them, especially when you plumb, when you put in money, especially in commercial quantity, what you are going to get is not only going to benefit the region, but the entire nation at large. So I think it's a welcome development. And when you look at the origin of these commissions, one may now say that the commission started from the Niger Delta. We all know how it started, because they were crying over neglect from massive exploration of their oil resources. So that was why this commission was set up, to complement the efforts of various state governments to see whether this periods of neglect and degradation of their entire ecosystem can be, ameliorated. So after the creation of this South Niger Delta Development Commission, they now thought it wise to replicate this to other regions. And I am happy that today in the Southeast, we are singing the same story, and I believe the entire people of the Southeast region, and the entire Nigeria, they will have something positive to say resulting from this establishment. So that is just my take on it for now.
So in the course of the convention, done in the Southeast, about charting a course for the development of the region, how do you think that that vision will be harnessed, given the fact that these are just federative units of Nigeria, and these states work on their own with their own budgets and all that? How do you think the synergy will certainly work? Because they have they had existed as even Southeast Forum, where the governors come together to chart a course towards the development, the general development of the Southeast. Yet, nothing has really come to be successful. And now there is Southeast Development Commission, a commission that can afford to go and begin to do projects that will, be for the generality of the Southeast. For instance, one can talk about a railway system connecting the southeastern states.
Well, thank you so much. When you look at the Southeast Development Commission, you will see that, for me, I think it has a tripartite structural framework. You have the state partnering with the commission, you have the federal government partnering with the commission, and you also have the host communities also partnering with commission. But I know we have different scope of what they all have to offer. Because when you now start from the grassroots, which is the host community, one may begin to look at it as providing enabling environment in terms of security, and then also what we may call community engagement. Because host community, there are things that they can offer to enable smooth takeoff of the commission. Then secondly, when you now look at the state government, the 5 states that make up Southeast, of course, they will come together to list areas of intervention. And after listing these areas of intervention, they will do a kind of what I may call prioritization of need, what I may call need assessment as well. Then this need assessment, they will now begin to look at the multiplier effect on the generality of the people of the Southeast. And we all know that all these states has potentials, which has been historical. So when you look at it, they will now also look at the funds available and now begin to look at how to implement. Because I know, naturally, all these states would want projects to be cited in their respective states. Then also, in the area of the relationship between this commission and the federal government, you also look at provision of enabling environment, because there are things I believe federal government can offer as well, as in as much as they will provide the needed fund. Like, I think I know that 140 billion has been mapped out as a takeoff grant. This will help them. But in addition to that, they will equally look at the needs how they think Nigeria as a nation can benefit from this regional integration. Because for me, Southeast Development Commission is going to be a regional thing, a regional integration. They want to form a large market. They have to, you know, for me, I think it's a very good thing. Because when you look at the states that make up Southeast, economically, culturally, socially, we are monolithic. And when you look at the gains derivable from these areas of uniformity, you will see that it is not going to be difficult for us to really achieve developmental strides in all the states, because I know that all the states have something to offer. You can imagine when you now pull some funds and inject into one state what we might call areas of comparative advantage, because all these states have something to offer, and you now begin to embark on large-scale production, commodification of goods and services, and you now begin to export to other regions and even beyond Nigeria and other parts of the world. So that is the gain. That is the area I am looking at. And it's also going to provide employment and also infrastructure, because by and large, infrastructure has a long way of affecting the quality of life of the people. So this tripartite arrangement, structural arrangement, is going to benefit everybody. Thank you so much.
You talked about infrastructure. The Southeast Development Commission, in that forum, was thinking about how to build on infrastructural deficit in the zone so as to attract both local and foreign investors into the zone. And now you talked about infrastructure, and you do know that there are myriads of infrastructural deficit in Nigeria vis-a-vis Southeast. You can see that electricity is a major problem in Nigeria. And without electricity, the idea of industrialization will be far-fetched. So, what's your take? And who are you calling for the purpose of primarily setting up those things that will attract those investments? Is it the responsibility of the Commission? Nigeria, about 4 presidents in Nigeria, has put in about 7 trillion naira into the electricity sector. Yet, we produce almost less than 3,000 megawatts as at present. Then a commission, and of course the Southeastern state with all their allocations and responsibilities, may not be capable of even setting up a 1,000 megawatt electricity production plant. So what's your take about this deficit?
Thank you so much. You and I know that electricity alone may not be the only challenge that we have in Southeast and other parts of the country. If you look at, if you take a cursory look at the objectives of this commission, you will see that their role is just to complement, because primarily government at the state, local government, and even federal government has to look into this infrastructure. But when you also look at it again, you will now see that for you to have infrastructure that will enable commodification of goods and services, you need a structure that is big enough, that is operating at the regional basis to help complement this effort, so that We don't just talk about infrastructures provided by state government or by federal government or even by local government. We are now looking at infrastructures on the basis of things that will be there to enable production of goods and services. It is not only in the area of electricity, as you have mentioned. We also have to look at the area, or in the area of maybe overall economic development. It is their mandate. You also look at the area of ecological management. We now know that the southeast region has been bedeviled by this gully erection. Gully erection is in fact prevalent in southeast region. So it is expected that by coming together of these states to form a body would help to tackle some of these challenges which ordinarily would be difficult, if not impossible, for a particular state to effectively handle. So coming together will kind of create this synergy, create a pool of inexhaustible wealth or fund that will tackle effectively some of these developmental challenges. Even in the area of security, that has started rearing its ugly head. If they now decide to look at security as one of those areas that is key in their operations, I think it will be easier for them to come together, pull their resources together, and complement whatever grants received from the federal government to effectively see that the region is where it should be when you talk about other regions in the world. Because if you go to other parts of the world, you have Catalonia in Spain, you have Bavaria region in Germany. These are regions that have decided to, look inwards, that is introspection, and see what is it that we can do seamlessly with little or no input to still make that impact. That is the essence of regional integration. And I think it is very, very good and germane at this point in time.
Okay. The problem of development has been that of funding. A majority of the fund in development of Nigeria has been coming from almost one source. That is the government of the day. Other funds are coming in from individuals, maybe international funds that are coming in from the diaspora and all the rest. What do you think about this vision? Will this 2050 vision be realizable given the paucity of fund coming from the government that created the commission, as well as poor receipts from the diaspora? Because it is estimated that the diaspora receipts coming into the Southeast about $4 million. So, do you think there'll be enough fund to cater for the development, enormous development that's been, agreed upon, like an integration, a transport integration, which include a rail system and other means of transport that will be able to convey goods and services all around southeastern states? We're talking about a big international market. We're talking about other infrastructure, electricity, industrialization. That is where the investors will come in. And before you do that, you talk about security, like you mentioned. You must put the environment in good condition for investors to come in. If you have security of lives and property, then you have a stable atmosphere for investors to come so that they will have peace in running their businesses, which will, of course, create wealth and employment for the teeming populace in the Southeast. But my question remains, do you think that the funds are available?
Yes, thank you so much. You know, when your question for me borders in the area of challenges of Southeast Development Commission, because I know that generally you have skepticism surrounding the ability to deliver. You also have a skepticism surrounding transparency and accountability. You also have skepticism in the area of security. And for me, I think when you look at all these development commissions, I think Southeast Development Commission is the only commission that I think has this tendency, or one may just call it, when you want to look into the future of survival. Why? You have very large indigents of Southeast in diaspora. And judging from and looking at what is happening presently in other regions, I mean, it has made it inevitable and also apt for them to begin to think home. Come home and invest. Look at what is happening in Lagos. Look at what is happening in the northern part of Nigeria, where properties estimated at trillions and billions of dollars from people of the Southeast are being, destroyed for one reason or the other. That alone will make our people to begin to look inwards, because introspection is not bad. You have to look inwards and you have to look towards home. But one thing is, some of them will tell you that the ease of doing business in Southeast is not good enough. So I want to suggest, this one goes to all the governors of Southeast. They have to look again at some of the policies in their states. They have to make it flexible and welcoming and also attractive to people, especially our people who, because ordinarily everybody, generally, there is this general saying in Igbo land, Akuru Uno. I don't think...
Which means?
When you make more wealth, you try to invest at home, so that people will not begin. When somebody looks, they will say, who is the owner of this? They will say, it is so and so person. Akuru Uno. So I think it's a general thing in Igbo land. And there is this proclivity in our mindset to look homewards. So I would want to advise governors of Southeast to try to look at their policies once more. Because when you want to talk about relationship between the government and private sector, you have to look at the policies, you have to look at infrastructure, you have to look at security, and you also begin to see that these things will help to make businesses to thrive. It is a natural thing. You don't even need to start campaigning. So we have to look at what happens in our states, so that our people who are staying in the diaspora will not have double mind as to where to put their money. First of all, you have to make all the states in Southeast home for every person in the Southeast, because the essence of this regional integration is just to see all the states as one, irrespective of where you are coming from. And whoever that has something to do in area where one can get it in maybe state A, B, or C, will freely go in there and invest. That is the idea behind it. So I believe state governors or state government have a very critical role to play here.
Let's stop there. State government has a very critical role to play in ensuring that the environment is made attractive to attract investors in the course of actualizing the 2050 vision of Southeast Development Commission. We'll pause and see some of the clips. We want to see the speech of the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Amba, during the conference.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Of the concession agreement of the Akano Ibiam International Airport. And I think it's important to put this in context because this is quite significant. We are here to talk about regional development. And one of the key enablers of regional development is access, movement. And my colleague from Anambra had said so much about the importance of building a common market or a unified market, which by the way is what I've been asked to do here today, to reimagine Southeast as a unified economic bloc. So you will understand that because I've been asked to provoke our thoughts, to interrogate the status quo, to interrogate the way we have planned, the way we have executed. So I'm going to resist the temptation of talking about the intervention we've made in as a state, because I've been asked to reimagine how we can think beyond the boundaries of our state. So I'm going to be talking more about how we are stronger as a region. I commend the Southeast Development Commission for the intellectual rigor and institutional foresight behind this initiative. I appreciate the collaboration of the Ministry of Regional Development and the Office of the Vice President, whose involvement firmly situates this conversation within Nigeria's national development framework. I warmly acknowledge His Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima GCON, for honoring this forum in accepting to declare it open. Your Excellency, your presence here today reinforces the principle that regional development thrives best when it is nationally enabled and institutionally supported. Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, under whose watch, Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance. The creation and strength.
You're welcome back. That's a clip of the speech of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Ndubisi Mba, during the Southeast Development Commission Forum held in Enugu a few days back. We are still on our program Arena at Aneke TV, and my guest, Dr. Imabo, is still here. Ima is still here. Our topic is the Southeast Development Commission Vision 2050. What hope? We are thinking about how hopeful the Southeasterners, will be in achieving the vision, the things itemized, the things prioritized, the things set out as goals to be achieved between now and 2050. And we have also talked on the myriad of problems that may be confronting the achievement of these goals. And one of them we are going to discuss now, Dr. Ago, is bureaucratic bottlenecks that is attached to government dealings. Most often, bureaucracy has been a serious problem in the running of government affairs. And we see those who are in the government offices following the rules and, elongating the movement of files, what should have been done within 5 days could take as much as 30 days or 50 days to accomplish. Do you think that it's about time government will begin to, cut down on those things? Because we remember Savicom, service delivery, where government, had to campaign for services to be brief. We remember where the courts are now beginning to think about speeding up litigations and all that. So what is your take on the bureaucratic bottlenecks in Nigeria that may affect the Vision 2050? Because those things are there. It's now about what has been agreed upon and how to implement, and what bureaucracy will play in the midst of all these strategies and implementation.
Thank you very much. Before I delve into this your question, I would want you to know that one of the main reasons for establishment of this commission is this issue of dealing with systemic marginalization. It is hoped that establishment of Southeast Development Commission is going to a very large extent, address these issues, especially the post-war era, Southeast. But let us face the question that you have just put across, issues of bureaucracy, otherwise known as red tapeism. It is natural. One will not isolate it from politics, political intervention, or political interference. Some of these principal actors in state would, to a very large extent, want to, use politics to undermine the core principles, values, and objectives of the Southeast Development Commission, especially when they are coming from different political backgrounds. Because we are looking at how this commission is going to be from now till 2050. So political interference to a very large extent is going to play a role. Another factor also will be the ease at which various state governments would want. Because I believe all the states that make up Southeast would have a fixed amount that they are expected to contribute in order to complement this seed grant that has been, you know, given to them by the federal government. When you now see that some of these state governors may not, especially when these projects are not cited in their state. Because once these projects are cited in their state, it is natural they want to kind of use it as one of those achievements that they have made because of paucity of information dissemination in various states. Most people don't care where all these things are coming from. What they know is that something good is happening. So political interference is one major problem which will undermine the day-to-day functioning of this commission. Another area is this issue of delay. You know, sometimes when you talk about delay, I also would call it denial if eventually you don't get it. And I think denial is even better than delay when you look at it critically, because in denial, you know it's not going to come. But in delay, you keep postponing, keep having the mindset that it will come when eventually they know it's not going to come. So bureaucracy or bureaucratic bottleneck may arise from supervising ministry at the federal level, then state governments trying to delay action deliberately, especially when there is this differences along party line. So that to me is going to affect day-to-day functioning of this commission. But I hope that we are going to put all that behind and look forward in order to move forward.
Okay, apart from bureaucracy, that's an inherent factor in Nigeria that has always plagued most of the things that are done in Nigeria, be it political, governance, be it the bureaucratic principles, be it whatever, and that thing is corruption. We've seen situations, of course, there were even problems arising from the Niger Delta Development Commission about corruption that was heard nationwide. And now we have the Southeast Development Commission. And they're going to also get involved in development projects in various parts of the 5 eastern states. Do you think that corruption will still not rear its head up, since it's the same crop of Nigerians, not people from maybe Norway or America or Greenland?
Thank you so much. You know, corruption is inherent. If I say that corruption is inherent, I want to situate it here in Nigeria, especially if you don't have any law to checkmate it. And one will not be oblivious of the fact that politicization of Southeast Development Commission will make it inevitable for corruption. When you appoint people not based on merit, when you appoint people based on party affiliation, then you don't get anything good. Remember that I have once told you about what I described as skepticism surrounding transparency and accountability. People are now looking, is this going to be different from what we have always? Remember that in any organized setup, especially in Nigeria, you will always see this tendency of people trying to, go contrary to the aims and objectives of this agency. I know about what happened in the Niger Delta Development Commission, where certain individuals were accused of financial misappropriation. They are Nigerians. And also you have issue of lack of transparency and accountability in virtually all the offices in the federation, from local government, state to federal. So this one may not be isolated from such canker worm, because I know that corruption, the issue of corruption is just like a virus. It has eaten deep. This time around, we are even talking about, I think we should be talking about psychology of corruption. Because what makes you feel that it is right for you to do what is not good? And the feeling that you get, or you have as a person, after you have done what is not proper, after you have misappropriated funds that is meant to better the lives of millions of people. You can imagine when one begins to shoot straight into the market, not knowing whom the bullet is going to catch. So that is how I look at this corruption issue. It is not completely isolated from every other institution in Nigeria. But we are hoping that this time around, we are going to get it right by appointing the appropriate persons. Because I know that the leadership we have today in Enugu and that of Abia, why it appears as if they are different from every other state in the southeast, because these two individuals, these two guys are coming from organized private sector. They are looking at things from different perspective. That is cost-benefit analysis. And they will always tell you what they want, and they will go for it. I am hoping that they will not allow politicking and other interests to becloud the vision of this commission or agency. I am also hoping that the right peg will be placed where it should be. They should go ahead and look at competence and not other considerations, if at all this is going to work. When I talk about competence, I am looking at from the top hierarchy to the bottom, and let them set clear objectives, measurable objectives, and have ways of assessing and evaluating whether these objectives are met. You have the ones that are short term, you have the ones that are medium term, and you also have the ones that are long term. And during this time of evaluation, you now begin to check things and do necessary changes, if need be, and see whether you are still on track. Remember that our people should always be the target. Whatever you do without the people is useless. So their aims, their vision, just as I have always said, should be anthropocentric, centered on man. Anything outside it may not really work out well.
Vision should be anthropocentric, that is centered on man, the interests of the populace, so that they will begin to benefit from the activities of the commission. And that is exactly what the commission stands for in real terms. The issue of corruption will certainly be nipped in the bud, given the persons involved, especially the two governors of Enugu and Abia State, as given by Dr. Emma Ago. We have the other governors too, who are also working very hard in their individual states. And I think they are all believers in the uniform development of the Southeast. The Southeastern governors have even agreed to actually support what they are doing. And while the governor of Enugu State was speaking, he said that he won't be tempted to begin to say there are areas that they will go and go even beyond the state boundaries to ensure that the commission's works will actually be positive and workable for the generality of the masses. Thank you, Dr. Ago, for this submission. But before I let you go, time is no longer very close to us. Let me ask, attracting investments from the outside, that is, requires huge ability of putting basic infrastructure in place. You had spoken on that, but not detailed, and it will not be good if the budgets that come from the federation account to the commission may not be capable of setting up those enabling environment. You talked about ease of doing business, you talked about infrastructure, because before you attract investment, there must be roads, there must be electricity, there must be basic infrastructure that will enable the investors' program to work. And then you talked about the ease of doing business, which of course you appealed to the governors of the Southeast to look at the policies in the individual states so as to enable ease of doing business. Now, attracting this investment, how do you think it is feasible with small resources coming from the federation account to the commission?
Thank you very much. If you want to attract somebody to what you are doing, it has two sides. Just like there has always been two sides to it. You have the internal side and the external side. Just like I will always tell somebody as a psychologist, if you are good, try to look good. The external should complement what is inside. Now let us begin with inside. You know, I talked about legislations. I talked about taxation laws, multiple taxation. There should be intentionality. All the governors of the Southeast should, as a matter of urgency and even purpose, look into the existing laws as it affects taxation, especially micro businesses. Try to see what can be done to enable growth of these medium scale industries, small scale industries. That one is one. Try to look at how to remove tax burden from industries that are growing. Say, give them between 1 year to 2 to 3 to 5 years.
Gestation.
Yes, for them to build capital, because you cannot, you don't tax poverty, you tax production. And when these things are done internally, remember that we are now in a globalized world. Whatever happens in Enugu, don't be surprised that people abroad even know more than you think you know, because they have relatives, friends, and colleagues across the length and breadth of Nigeria. They will tell them so and so. And also, especially in the area of estate, try to look at what is happening there. I am very happy with what happened recently in Enugu, where the state government abolished this Obanechego thing in Enugu State. It's a very good, welcome development. They will try to be intentional about industry springing. I will always tell people, government may do little or nothing about creation of industries. What they do is try to create an enabling environment.
Thank you. Create an enabling environment to attract investment into the southeastern state. That is one of the visions of the Southeast Development Commission and the Vision 2050. It will be realizable if the government of the southeastern state forms a synergy and work hand in hand with the commission to ensure that the itemized dream and vision is achieved and judiciously put into good way so as to impact on the lives of the generality of the people of Southeast. And this is where we are going to draw the curtain of today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. I am still your anchor, Saruman. With me, signing out is Dr. Emmanuel Ago. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure being here with you.
Bye-bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
We're on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate, because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated, and also anything they ask for, just always do it, and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If what be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get a relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read board, to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that wants to achieve something in future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making is giving me vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and or stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And also try to have mentors, people that if you have problem with, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges, like, let me say, lust, masturbation, lesbianism. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. He will guide you. Understand? Don't make friends with hooligans. Then you understand. So that's my advice for a fresher. Always love things
to freshers. To me, from my own experience and perspective, school is not an easy task, but it's easy only when you want to make it easy. It is less for you. So I know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you lay your bed. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you how it has been, like how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally it's not most that everybody will go to class, but try as possible as you can. Make sure you go to class. Take your lectures very serious. Study hard. But to me, it's not more that everybody must study. But at least try your best. Understand? Because when you try your best, they will know how they will help you out. The most annoying part is that you are not putting effort, and you'll be expecting somebody to come and assist you. Understand? Anybody that wants to assist you is trying to pull his or herself down. Understand? So when you make a move, they will help you to move.
My advice to freshers is they should focus on their studies and try to be oriented on the environment of the school. So it's only advice. In aspect of spiritual life, I would say that they should focus, though everybody has their own religion, so they should focus on their religions, trying to pray that the God they are serving should help them pass through.
I'm going to say about the relationship that if you're not ready for anything, just don't go into it, because it's going to drain you. Yes. But the academical stuff, I'm going to advise them to take their studies seriously, like in secondary school. That they should not just pass over anyone. They should take it serious, because most of it you're going to see there, and you cannot run away from it. Then about the God spiritual life, they should hold God very well, because without God they are nothing. There are going to be so many pressures to join this, to join that, maybe from the new classmates that you met. You just have to hold God and then know God. It's going to help you along the way.
First, I would say let them, take their studies very serious. Wise up, because scammers, they fool this school. So, and take God things serious,
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV. It's your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment on White. And why I'm on White today is because I want to give you how it is going to be on this edition of Money Making Monday Entertainment. And I'm here to inspire you and also to bring you that entertainment side of this day, because today is that day that I'm saying that the day has actually started in the day. If you think I'm talking trash, man, all you are going to see is that there's no trash around me except one of the best that I'm going to do this with. I'm talking about the red pepper, but today is not red pepper. Today is traditional pepper. And guys, this traditional pepper I be not even corporate pepper. I just they wonder which kind pepper be this today. But whatever it is, red pepper. Good morning. Sorry, good night. Good day. How are you, man?
Fine, sir. As you can see.
Now you are not red pepper. Let's talk about your pepper. This version of pepper, is this Cameroon, Ghana pepper, or mixed with Nigerian pepper? Because I'm wondering the kind of pepper you want.
But let me ask you, which of the pepper is more painful and hot?
Okay, you are looking for the one that the wicked pepper, the Mama G pepper.
Yes, which one do you think is the hot pepper there?
The one that is hot pepper is the one that you say is hot pepper, because I don't know what pepper is.
You don't know, but you're calling me hot pepper. That means I'm paining you. Seeing me alone is paining you. Is it at the chest or where?
No, you can't pay me. You are rich to pay me. All right, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good. What's up, people of Enugu? I know you guys had it all locked out on the weekend. I did.
Last week actually we missed you.
Oh.
We missed you. We missed her. we really missed you, of course.
Actually, I was kind of preparing, spicing up one or two for them.
I said it.
Getting ready to dish it out and to dethrone your proposed commissioner of enjoyment.
The problem is that people call me commissioner for enjoyment. I'm not commissioner of enjoyment. I'm commissioner for enjoyment. So you can say commissioner of enjoyment. That's not me. I'm commissioner for enjoyment.
Do you know that when you actually say you are something, you are supposed to exhibit and dominate that?
How many
commissioners? Because I have never seen him on the table with one or two, something, to spice up the moment. And even to portray that actually this guy is in and all for enjoyment.
Okay, guys, you know why I'm keeping my face this way is because commissioners deal with matters in the state, especially for enjoyment. And why I'm also keeping a straight face is because the lines that are falling to me in pleasant places are also falling in my shirt. So you can also agree with me that commissioner is not just what the role of a commissioner is to organize, to plan, and to help the governor in the constituency to do things. Do you get?
English can also land.
I'm just trying to land now. Now what I'm landing is that my airstrip is on the air with my airplane, so I can't land anywhere. But NGNG, I am the commissioner of enjoyment. The only thing you can do is to shout and to cry. I'm not going to be dethroned.
I'm a subtle queen, as you guys know. Very, very subtle. With dishing out hot and dishy spicy.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, how was your weekend?
So, these past few days, including the weekend, was kind of very, very hot for me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I had to defeat what
came.
Yeah, and I'm happy that I came out stronger.
Queen of the commissioner. See, today we want to bring her into what we are doing. She's the queen of the commissioner, and nothing defeats the commissioner. Nothing. Commissioner is the commissioner of one. Now I want to baptize myself with Ageri #1.
Commissioner of Women and Men Affairs. Which one?
No. I'm commissioner of enjoyment. Leave me where I am. Men and Women Affairs. They know themselves. So please don't call me. Now today, to start off in this entertainment segment, I want to tell you that there is something about you. I just want to motivate you that is out there. I just want to make you just to encourage you out there in case you're trying your best to make it in life and it's not being made in life. You're not making it in life. I just want to let you know that as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I have made it in life, and you have to make it in life, and you make it in life in case you are waiting for the day that you make it in life. I am here to encourage you because this is Money Making Monday. What are you doing? What's the business you're doing? What do you do to earn a living? I hope you do what is right. I hope you are a young man. What do you say?
You see the problem we are having. Women.
We like it like that.
I'm not saying women. I say women. Women have issue.
What?
We are talking
men?
about what you
the
do that
men?
make money. These women started doing like this. You see, this is actually a problem in the society, and in my constituency, I don't support this.
You know, one funny thing about men is that they don't understand the real meaning of women.
It's women.
We men.
No. Oh, women.
We men. You're actually addressing the men. Like we the men. Okay. Like it's just that they don't have the mental capacity to absorb what is on their table, and they are trying to, reverse it the other way around. It is we men. We umwoke. So what is it? We are trying to still address you guys.
Like she will go home.
At this point, I'm not going.
She will go home.
My battery is charged up.
Do you get?
This week is fire to fire.
Okay, fire to fire.
Fire to
now,
fire.
I want to let me bring her into the place of fire to fire. I want to ask her a question.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a picture right now. What will you have yourself in this kind of condition where you say everybody's wrong? Let me show you. What situation will you be and everybody's right? Everybody says they are right, and it's only you are the one pointing everybody saying everybody's wrong. What situation is that?
A situation where I have to fight for my right and dignity.
Okay.
And everybody's feeling like, this girl is trying to do over and overdo. But as far as it concerns myself, myself alone, and something that will actually bring me down out of the status quo, I'm not giving it out. I'm dishing it all way high.
Okay, like what?
I know the see face.
Like what?
Now something that comes to my dignity, now my my stand, my honor, everything that has to be with myself, my pride. Let me just use the word pride.
You know the problem
as a
now,
woman.
as they mentioned pride, that has not made Adam to hide, because all these things are called pride and hide. But what actually will make you? What is it that when someone comes, when someone looks at you, and the person picks out the first thing? What is that first thing that you've noticed people compliment whenever they meet you?
It's a gift. You're beautiful.
Commissioner said
the
first time I met Gift, the first thing I noticed was that she was a red pepper. That was the first time. Now,
preparing his eyes, he did not complete that statement. It doesn't complete that statement.
They say beauty is in the eyes of the beholder,
because the thing was preparing your eyes, because you couldn't bear it.
Okay.
Choking.
Okay. Guess what? What do you think?
You need water.
I don't need water.
Can someone give you water, dear? You need water.
I've drunk 1 liter. Young lady, behave yourself.
You need water.
Commissioner have drunk 1 liter.
Really?
Now, yes, I drank 1 liter just this afternoon.
To my beautiful audience, please, you guys should understand the fact that when someone is hot and peppery, the only thing that can dilute and quench the moment is just your eyes, and that's the water he has and he's talking about. So
you see the problem.
Yeah.
Now,
we men. Okay. Sorry.
Goody, calm down.
These past few days I have not been around. Goody has been having his good time.
Just calm
with
down.
The good hope that it will continue. But
you will just
alas, this morning.
This morning you are ready, Abi?
Yeah.
When we are in the afternoon or in the morning, so how will you understand?
This afternoon.
Your day is clocking backward. Your day is clapping back. Well, I just want to bring you what is happening. VDM is on the news again, and VDM has been on the news. We're still talking about VDM. We're talking about, you know that I told you last week that Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton are currently dating.
Ooh.
It is said. Let me just share the story.
The two big wolves.
Okay, see, they're actually two big wolves. No. Kim Kardashian is Lewis Hamilton is not a big wolf. It is Kim. Okay, let's leave it for the person that will leave it. Now, last week I told you guys that Kim Kardashian and Lewis Hamilton, they are dating, and the reason or the motive behind this date issue, whatever it is that Kim Kardashian wants to just pepper Kanye West. You know Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, and you know that Kanye West, from his own end, he's not sending again. He has a woman, Bianca Sensory.
Yeah.
And he's actually living well. So now look at where the thing is getting so controversial is that he was paid $45 million.
Cool cash. Ego.
Rumor. You know what a rumor is?
Yeah.
It's rumor that he was paid so that he could date Kim Kardashian.
He could date
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
No, you should understand.
Kim paid him $45 million. Sorry.
To date her.
Yes.
It's a rumor. Because when you
and what we have seen them as lovebirds, as love turtles, as love angels. The kind of love we've seen them. Of course, they went to Super Bowl. You know, Super Bowl was yesterday, and this guy actually had to. Last year was was Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
But this year was this guy Bad Bunny. But we're gonna get to that. So, what do you think about this relationship between celebrities and breakouts or breakups and other things? Yeah.
Do you know? I actually was talking about this afternoon with someone, and I said to myself, and I said, and a clip came up, like it's on my FYP. A clip came up, and there was a comparison. Now it's about our local legendary actor, Chiwetel Ago.
Okay.
And the display of affection between him and his wife and his kids was magical. This is a magical.
Remember, it's social media, so it was a camera set in a position to video.
Yes, in as much as the camera was set to video. Now you will see behind the closed doors that this man is at his peak of age limit and still enjoying life. So now what's the difference between that long-lasting marriage and this recent fallouts? Now there's two big differences. Now in every marriage there is something we call understanding and yielding to each other, knowing that nobody should demand for respect more. That's the biggest fallout, when one is about to demand more respect from the other. It's just like, let me tell you now, this our Gen Z kind of parents, the agreement. Now men are understanding the fact that they don't only need to provide, they also need to be present at that point. It's not about, no, I'll just provide, the rest is for my wife. Now, because they saw what happened to their fathers, they don't want a repetition of that same act again in their presence. Now, these men are trying as much as possible to be in the child's life. Now, these celebrities, these acclaimed celebrities, what is the issue is that
they are not acclaimed celebrities. They are celebrities.
Most of them.
Because
most of them. Do you know why I said most
they are
of them?
Acclaimed celebrities.
Okay, let's use.
Lewis Hamilton is not even a celebrity.
Yeah, that's why I said
he is an F1 sport champion and is globally recognized. If he comes in here, I will give him one card for as being a member of my constituency. I used to meet him at the junction where we used to
not give me anyone, but anyway.
I give it to celebrities, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that was harsh. That's the first.
Right.
I accept. But like going back to our conversation, these celebrities these days, they overdo.
Okay.
I think they actually do more on camera than do more on real life. That's just the breaking point. So I feel like they need to do more in real life than just place the camera, because they feel like their whole life revolves around this camera. So they don't think otherwise. Like they just want to act. Okay. So what they feel like they bring those acting inside their marriage, and it's the whole total different thing.
Well,
acting and real thing.
I really think that
you're acting just to impress the people out there. Well, what are you impressing the person inside your house? Are you just impressing, giving your whole time to that camera there?
Okay, so
I think it's
let's go to
time.
Let's go to that Chiwetel Ago story, because I saw the video and I'm now not a social media savvy person. You know why? Why is because I am starting to understand that these guys will place camera, position camera. You've seen that video that is trending about when you want to help your wife.
Yeah.
And you spoil. You know that's an action people are taking, and the guy is busy pouring soup. If you're my brother, I will beat you, but it's okay. Back to as a commissioner, we maintain some demure. Steez. So now I want to tell you that those things are social media. We want to see some. That's why some parts that are not captured, we want to see it. To know, of course, he is being taken care of. I'm talking about Chiwetel Ago. He's been taken care of as a man who has lived in this generation. I'm talking about he's been taken care of, but that's in social media.
Have you ever heard about the live interview of the son when he said that
of who?
The son the son of
Okay, the son of
Chiwatalago. You will always say that my dad on the screen is a total different man from my dad at home.
Really?
The man is, he said he lived his whole life knowing that his father is a warmth man to be with. You know, so those affection he's getting now at old age, he's not doing it, it's not coming from anywhere, it's coming from what he gave out. You know, he gave an example, a man being stressed out from production, from a lot of things, actually coming home to come home, get some, knowing that the fact that the kids at home waiting for him and the wife is at home waiting for him, he gets something and, you know, come give them a kiss.
Right. That was when Man U was losing.
And
now he should come back and say that Chineke now Basel Man U defense, because there was a time Ekwensu was really balling Man U defense, but now Chineke is what balling Man U defense. So, but don't you think if you actually have a celebrity husband, do you think you ever be with a celebrity husband?
Hey, I just have to, you know, stick with the fact and stick that into my mind that I have to deal with the camera all the days of my life. Do you understand? I have to face them. I have to do things that I don't want to do just to do this thing. And but the only thing is, can you actually understand the person and, you know, get another kind of look or view, complement each other like.
All right. Of course, you know, movies and movies, acting and other things will make you to be different.
Yeah.
When you are on set. Of course, when you're given a Satan to play, you must play Satan. But right now, this is where we're going to draw the curtain, because there's no connection between Satan and God, except that they are enemies, and we don't do Satan and God here. We don't play Ekwensu in the movie. We play the role of a good person, and as it is. Thank you very much. This is all we can take for this afternoon's edition of entertainment, and I want to thank you out there for hanging on there to watch us. I am your Commissioner of Enjoyment, and I did this with Red Pepper that is wearing traditional pepper today. We will see tomorrow, same time, same station here on Aneke TV. But tomorrow, you know, it's 12:30. Just pardon us as we go back to our normal schedule tomorrow. Just hang on there by 12:30 so that we can shoot you to the moon, and we will be with you. Not moon.
Determiner, which is the definite article, the. And the other one is the adjective, which is responsible. And then the last one is guy, which is a noun. Now, for the sake of clarity, Chinenye, let's understand whom a guy is.
Well, the word guy is something we normally use in the society. You're my guy. My G, you know, but it's more like an informal and friendly way of describing the male gender. So a guy can actually be a brother, can be a friend, can be your partner, and also your father. He's a human being. It's just the word we use to describe the male gender, which is the guy.
Oh, it goes across all the male gender?
Yeah.
Wilfred, I don't know how comfortable you are with the definition.
Well, I think there are those two genders, the male and the female. Yeah. And so, but basically defined by biology, and not just biology, by, you know, responsibility per se. You know, for instance, people are born either male or female. So if the person is born a male, the person it grows from a boy to become a man. You know, refer to that kind of a person as, you know, a guy or something like that. And as well, somebody who, just like you rightly put out in your introductory sentences, you know, there are some other things that makes a person, you know, a guy per se, because, you know, we look at it from the social construct as, you know, there are certain responsibilities, there are certain expectations, you know, that is expected of somebody who, you understand, is called a guy per se. And I believe we're going to talk in details some of these things when we proceed.
But I think there is a little shift from your definition and the one Chinenye gave. Chinenye, you're saying it applies to all male, beginning from birth, I think, to whenever. Yes. Now, what's the difference between a guy and a boy? Are they the same?
Well, when you add the adjective that you mentioned earlier, the responsible, then we can begin to look at, do they meet certain criteria or not, right? When a person is a male, the person is a male. You know, regardless of some of the people who will tell you that you know, I don't want to go into that. But however, whoever is a guy, is a male, is a male. But whether the person lives up to the expectation of being responsible or meeting societal expectations, that is a conversation on the side. But however, going by biology, if you're born a man, if you're born a boy, you grow from being a boy into being a man, becoming a guy who society expects certain responsibilities from, or has certain expectations from the person. So if you're born a boy, you're a boy. No matter.
And you're a guy, automatically.
Exactly.
But you grow to become a guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but whether the person becomes responsible or not, I think is a conversation for subsequent questions.
Let's take it up from there, Chinenye. How can we define a responsible guy?
Being responsible, first of all, for me, it's all about accountability. Okay, someone who matches their words with their actions. Someone you don't really need to supervise. Somebody that can actually give you their words and they match it up. And it has to also do with integrity, and it has to do with character, because character speaks more of a person. You can't tell me I am this, and when you act, it doesn't align with your words. So for me, a responsible guy is someone that can actually be held accountable with his words, with his character, with his behavior, with or without being supervised. Okay, it's someone that actually is intentional when it comes to relating with people around him, whether the opposite sex or his own gender. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Then, Wilfred, what's the difference now between, because it's talked about integrity, to a responsible guy, who is the man of integrity? Or what's the difference between integrity and a responsibility? Like being responsible.
Yeah, just like the word responsibility, that's the ability to be responsive. Just like I said, that there are certain expectations. And it's also good to go deeper into this conversation to understand the nitty-gritties. Because when we look at our society, and that's where we have this mix-up, there are certain expectations that is expected of a man. And some of these expectations can be troubling. They can be concerning. For instance, if you're somebody, a guy, a man, or a boy rather, who is going to be of certain age, a youth and all that, and you don't respond to situations in a certain way, people will say this one is not a guy, meaning that this one is less of a man. We have a society that sees manhood or being a guy as all patriarchal. It's all about the man. For instance, when you respond, if you don't respond violently to situations, they will say this one is not a guy. If somebody steps on your toe and you don't assert your position and say, my friend, why did you step on my? They say this one is a toe. Go to schools, go to secondary schools, for instance. Those boys who are calm, are gentle, they say, this one make a wine that he behaves like a woman. So in that sense, he doesn't fit to be called a guy, and it's problematic because just like she said, it's being accountable, holding yourself to account. It's being responsive, knowing that there are certain things that is expected of you, right? Not just by being aggressive. That's what we define manhood as, being suppressive. Trying to bully every girl or woman around you so that you claim that you are a real guy. No, these are some of the expectations of society. But are they right? The answer is no. So we really need to begin to redefine what it is to be a guy, because it has to do with emotions. Being emotionally intelligent, understanding that people around you need also to be loved, supported, and cared for. Right? So that's what adds responsibility to it. And integrity is just like staying true to your word. Right? When you go to families, for instance, you find fathers who place a rule in the house, but they don't keep it. Do you understand?
Okay.
So because they think they are somewhat above the law. And so that's what, for instance, you see a guy and a girl who are in a relationship. The guy is free to go through the girl's phone to check who has she called today and who has she not called. But the girl dares not do that.
Before we come to the relationship aspect of it, something struck my mind when you were speaking. So have you heard of Jew guy before? That this one is a Jew guy. Yeah. What's the interpretation of that?
He's not man enough. He doesn't have the liver.
Yeah.
He doesn't have what it takes to, probably when it comes to wooing a girl, if you are cutting liver, you can't even talk to this girl. Or when it comes to the secret cults, I'm in this, I'm in that. Me, I'm a church boy, I'm a mommy's boy. I beg you, a Jew guy.
A Jew guy.
You know, you're not doing well.
Is that the reason why it's related to Jew?
Just like I said, it has to do with the male gender.
Okay. All right. Wilfred, Chineye has given us a lot of the qualities of a responsible guy to the much he knows. But this may be limitless. Is there other she didn't mention that you have to tell us?
Plenty.
Okay.
I also mentioned, I also mentioned someone I was talking about. There's this concept we're trying to promote, which we call the positive masculinity. Wherein men are trained to behave differently from the way it used to be. You have what you call gender roles, for instance. We grew up with the knowledge or with the perception that as a boy, you don't go to the kitchen to prepare food, right? So when any boy who goes to the kitchen means you're not man enough. There are certain duties you don't perform at home because you're a guy, right? And that's a problem. So what it means is that, for instance, as a guy, for instance, now you have a partner who has gone to work just like you went to work. She's come back, maybe came back later than you did. You expect her to go make all the meals, do the dishes, take care of other things, but you wouldn't do that.
Because you're a guy.
Because you're a guy. That doesn't make you responsible. That means you're not responsible. If you stay in the client, if you stay, for instance, in UK where people run shifts, you have, maybe you're staying with your partner, you have a child or something, everybody has to go to work. You may not be able to afford to pay a nanny, maybe the minimum wage, maybe about 12, 13 pounds per hour. So you just have to do the job. So that means if you have a woman, a partner who works, doesn't mean you won't change the diapers. Doesn't mean you won't, So these are some of the things that we think makes us a guy. But not performing some of these responsibilities at home makes you irresponsible.
In quotes.
In quotes. Because that's the way we see it, that you not doing it makes you the man. But it's actually wrong. So we need to begin to deconstruct this, this perception of masculinity, of being a guy, because that's what has been fueling gender-based violence in our society. So there has to be a deconstruction, of that. It's actually an internalized concept. We grew up with it.
And it takes lots of effort to decentralize it.
Exactly. We were born into it. So we think that is the way it is. It doesn't happen like that anywhere. A guy, sometimes you feel that a guy, when you take your partner out on a date, you have to pay the bills because you're a guy. If you don't pay the bills, that means you're not. It's actually wrong. In some clients, when you go out on a date, you pay your bill, I pay my bill. Everybody go
And it is so. Alright, if it is now you're joining us, this is Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is the responsible guy, a very funny one. Thank you so much. And I have my guest here, I have Chineye, and I have Wilfred. We are moving ahead. Thank you so much for joining us. Alright, Chineye, let's take it from another dimension. Yes, could you please define a responsible guy in business when it comes to business?
That business setting, it's always, I've had encounters, okay? So for me, a responsible guy in business is someone that does his business and runs it in the right way. And this is where you consider the interests of those you employed and the people you partner with, because there's some business you partner with other persons. Okay. So it's not just you. So whatever you're doing, you're considering those working for you and those you are partnering with. Now this is somebody that follows the law. This is somebody that sticks to his word. I know of my brother, there was a day he had someone to come and do something for him. This guy told him, okay, I'm bringing in this stuff, just make the payments. Next day you're going to get the goods you paid for. He waited for almost 1 month. 1 month. In fact, my brother had to threaten him with police just to make sure that goods was actually delivered. So there's some people, when they are doing business, I believe that a responsible guy is someone who is he doesn't consider the now. He considered that there could be other business that can come up later. So you don't just close a door because I want to get it now. He considers that this is the business I'm doing now. So these can actually open doors to better streams of income or streams of business opportunities for me. So for someone who is responsible and is into business, he does his business in the right way, the interest of his employers and the employees, those he employed, and his partners, he always have his in mind, and he keeps to the law, because he knows that anytime I break this law just to cut corners, this business can actually fold. So he's intentional with the business.
It's intentional.
Very intentional.
No, that's very correct. And Chine has spoken to us about the responsible guy in business from the aspect of being prudent. You understand? Then I want you to come in from the accountability and honesty.
Yeah, you know, we see a lot of sharp practices in business. You know, and that's why sometimes people say, oh, this one is a guy man, because you're able to cheat people, and we see a lot of that. You know, let me give you for instance, just like she said, it has to do with, you know, being responsive, or not just about being responsive, being, you know, having value, you know, putting in place a value system that ensures that you do not compromise on those values or those standards. You know, there are, for instance, people who tailors who just it was just season the other time. You know, you find tailors who would want to collect all the jobs. They know quite alright that they will not be able to meet up with delivering on these jobs, but they just want to take it because you have to pay them some commitments and advance, and they collect from A, they collect from B, and they give you the same date of delivery. When it's the day, they are running around because they know they can. I mean, there's no way they can meet up with all this demand. But there are some other people who, for instance, whether you're giving them a job of 1 million and they know the table is already saturated, there's no way they can deliver. They will tell you promptly that we won't be able to take this job, not because they don't want the money, but because they don't want to compromise, you know, their integrity, right? And that's somebody who is responsible in business, right?
Are there people like that?
There are.
What about that saying that there is no honest man in business?
There are.
Honestly, I've had one. Very, very honest. He will tell you if something he cannot do, he will not take it. And that's him for you. He will tell you, see, I have this to do, so give me from now to now. And that particular date he gives you is what he sticks to. Exactly. He has made name for himself.
Exactly.
Honestly. And that's one thing I always applaud him for. Honestly, that's him. I always come a man of integrity. That's what I call him. Honestly.
All right. I also quickly wanted to add, because of our viewers, it's also important to let young people know. Another angle is that you find people who, for instance, who are skilled workers. You know, whether the artisans or whatever, people go to learn a skill. You've gone to learn how to, maybe you want to learn plumbing. You've learned it for just 2 months, and you think you're settled. You can take jobs and deliver by yourself. And before you know it, you mess up people's jobs. You know, that doesn't make you responsible. So the responsibility in business is also knowing that you have to deliver qualitatively at every time. So it takes you time to nurture those skills to be able to deliver. And that's why you find people will always say, you know, there's this general
yes, you can't trust them.
Yes, because
that's actually the aspect I'm coming from.
Most times they are not diligent enough to acquire the skills, to learn the skills. You know, somebody wants to become a tailor. He learns it for 2 months. He's opened the shop. He's looking for somebody to, you know, to spoil the clothes and begin to go from one police station to the other. That's what we see today.
And that's actually a dent on their personality.
Exactly. So that doesn't make you responsible. So it's also a matter of making sure that you deliver qualitatively, you deliver value, you don't compromise on standards at any time. That's what makes you a responsible person in business.
All right.
Bringing it back home.
A little bit, Chine here. Who's a responsible guy in the intake of alcohol? I know babes take alcohol as well, but we're concentrating on the guys taking in of alcoholic.
Dear Lord, that area.
Yes.
Oh well.
Do you take alcohol?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Okay. So, but in that area, I think it has to do with self-discipline. Okay. For me, that's what it means. Okay. I'm a responsible guy, so when it comes to that area, I think the others are doing it does not mean I should do it. If it is something I know, I cannot. I can't do something to please, and at the end of the day, I start messing up. I know of a story of a guy that went out with his friends. That was a party though. He doesn't take alcohol, like he doesn't take, but just because of the pressure from his friends.
Because he be called the Jew guy. In that sense,
so much.
referred to as a Jew guy.
To prove a point, he had it. And it was a terrible experience. Like, he messed up himself, he threw up on himself, you know, oh, it was just an eyesore, okay? So for me, a responsible guy is someone that sticks to his word. He's not being pressurized to do something he doesn't want to do. And when it comes to alcohol, you know it's something you cannot do based on maybe your capacity, okay? You just don't go into it just to prove a point. I don't need to prove to you that I'm a guy. I don't need to prove to you that I'm a man. I don't need to. Me proving it to you, that means it's the other way around. So it's just someone that is self-control and self-discipline when it comes to that area.
All right. Wilfred.
Yes.
How responsible are you when it comes to intake of alcohol? As a person, this is personal.
Okay. Well, of course you would expect a bias in that question, even if I wasn't responsible. But really, just like she said, you know, it's important that, because I believe this program is all about educating people as well. You know, we should all understand that, you know, that there are certain boundaries we shouldn't cross. I was just having a conversation with somebody. We were in Imo State last week, and we saw a guy who you know, was so high on a substance. You know, people were talking to him, he was not responsive. I was telling my friends, I said, what is the need, or why do people abuse substances like this? Something that you take and you don't even know where you are again. You don't even know if somebody has collected your phone or not. So I think we should have, you know, we should put ourselves in check at every time. Let me tell everybody watching this program that the number of the bottles of alcohol you take does not make you a real guy. You can go out for social events and stick to saying, I can have a glass of water, I'm okay with that. It doesn't undermine you, it doesn't make you less of a man.
And you remain a Jew guy.
No, you're not. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
You're not. You can decide if it's a bottle that, you can decide to stay on that. Some people measure manhood and being a guy by the number of alcohol bottles you're able to consume. They say, this one does only one bottle they drink.
And you are saying it's wrong.
Absolutely wrong. Absolutely. In all ramifications, it is very wrong. So we should understand that, right? And just like you mentioned, let us not, you know, one thing with young people is that we're so much influenced by peer pressure. I went to a Zag one time with some of my friends. That's been a long time. And in the morning, about 12, 13 people, we went to their stream there to swim. And I had never entered a bathtub, talking of a swimming pool before, not talk of that river. And everybody was jumping into the water, swimming, this one they would do. And they were asking me, are you not going to jump? Are you not going to? I told them I was feeling cold. They said, no, the water is warm. I was just looking for an excuse not to. Eventually,
you did.
I jumped into the river. The rest is history. So, I mean, so, and people are pressured like that. You go out of a gathering, all your friends are smoking, all of them are drinking, you don't drink, you feel old. No, man, you're not old, man. You're so stick to your value. Don't compromise it no matter what.
Okay, speak to your value and don't compromise it no matter what. All right, Chine, let me come back to you. A non-responsible guy, is it not possible that a non-responsible guy can mistakenly behave irresponsibly? Does he make the guy an irresponsible person? Did you get my question?
Please repeat.
For instance, let me use myself as an example. The first time I tested Campari, the first time was in a wedding reception. We were on a round table. I never tested it. And those guys there, they said, you have to mix it up with Heineken. There were some bottles of Heineken they mixed. I was sipping, they were sipping. What happened to me that night was history, like you said. I was thinking I was a responsible guy. But if somebody has seen what happened to me that night, that person will conclude that this guy is an irresponsible human being. So supposing a responsible guy, a well-known responsible guy, behaves irresponsibly, mistakenly, what happens?
It still doesn't make you an irresponsible guy. It makes you human, okay? Every human being has their strengths and their weakness, okay? Now, the thing that happens is this. When you see yourself, even the Bible says, let he that thinks he stands, okay, takes heed.
Okay.
Lest he falls. So, there are times we make mistake. Now, your ability to learn from it makes you a better person, okay? So, for someone to mistakenly must have demonstrated an act of irresponsibility, it does not generalize the fact or give the person the final name or that name tag, this person is irresponsible. the mistake the person has done it. So what do? You learn from it, because that makes you human being. Because if you are perfect, that means you are God. So when you make mistake, what do? You learn from it and you do better.
And I also think responsibility or being responsible is not a badge that you place on your face and you're walking around with it, or it's not a status that you attain. You know, it's just this consciousness of trying to make yourself better. Trying to get good outcomes at every given time. You know, sometimes when you step out from the studio, somebody can actually provoke you. You can enter a bus and the conductor refuses to give you your change that you bargained for. That's a test on your responsibility. How you respond to that aggression or that provocation at that time. But also, it's something that we have to walk around with that consciousness. That every time I need to give a good account of myself, I need to behave, if there are mistakes I made yesterday, I can learn from them and learn not to make those mistakes again. That's what makes me responsible. So it's not like a status that somebody attains and they say, okay, this one is responsible and it's good. No, it's a work in progress. So you just have to every time have that consciousness that you just need to behave yourself properly at every time.
All right, thank you so much. I want to say, so far so good. Yes, we are doing it. We want to observe just a short break. When we are back, we'll look at who a responsible guy should be in a relationship, especially opposite sex relationship. Let us observe just a short break. We shall be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 30437.
All right, back from the short break. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is the responsible guy, and as a matter of fact, we have had a wonderful discussants here. The panelists are made up of a teacher and a team coach that is working with Queen's Model School Enugu here. He is Ezendia Chineye Sharon. He is here and he is ready to continue. And then I have a Deronto consultant who is Wilfred Okeke. Let us continue. Thank you so much. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about a responsible guy in an opposite sex relationship. You're a guy in a relationship. Who is a responsible guy?
Well, that's really, it's really broad, because there are various case scenarios that will prove how responsible the person is. But I'll just try to highlight some of the very common ones that we see every time.
Okay.
Remember earlier I mentioned about trying to invade your partner's privacy because you want to keep an eye on every of our movement. It's not responsibility. It's irresponsibility.
Okay.
For instance, mobile phones are private properties. So it has to be based on consent. So if you want to check my phone, I do have to give you that consent. If I don't give you that consent, you're actually invading my privacy, and that's what it is. Right? That's what it is. So if you're somebody who is fond of...
But don't you think in a relationship that implies distrust? That if you don't allow me to check your phone, there's something that is hidden in that phone you don't want it to know about. If there are babes, they will tell you are double dating. You must have had some girls that are calling you, that are sending you messages, and you don't want me to see them. That is why I don't want to go to your phone.
That's what the society expects. And that's why we see, like I mentioned earlier, that's why we have issues of domestic violence every time. I'm saying that, there are properties that are personal to you. Even if I have a car, for instance, I have to give you a consent for you to be able to use that car. If it's a lady who has the car, she also has to give me consent for me to... So there has to be that mutual respect. So if there is no respect, that means you're not responsible. And even if you want to have maybe have an intercourse with your partner, it has to be consensual. I mean, the person has to agree to it. Yes, if the person doesn't, whether you've paid the bride price or you're married to the person, that's what we're saying.
But I am thinking that this is more applicable in the Western world, where they know their boundaries, they know their rights, everybody knows it's right and our right.
Why don't
we know their boundaries and everything? We are not the same. This is a different climb. Yes, we are not. Our traditions are not the same. I'm not suggesting, but I am thinking so. Can it ever be the same here?
Okay, just like, see, the thing is this, when we have this mindset, okay, what is applicable there, why can't it be applicable here? And that's why things get wrong every day. If some abnormalities are not corrected, it passes on to the next generation.
But don't you think that lifestyle and their lifestyle are not exactly the same?
It's not the same.
It's not exactly the same. I'm not thinking so.
It's just our mindset. Now, when you were exposed to, I was talking with a colleague today, I was like, do you know that growth only comes when you're open to learning. Now, there's some things you know, and probably you've sat with someone who is educated, or you read a book, or you listened to something. It changes your ideology, it changes your mindset. Now, what does it do to you? Now, you will have to unlearn, you relearn and learn, and that is growth. That's when you talk, the way you talk, your mindset about an idea changes from other people. Why? Because you're open to growth. There's some things we have allowed, and it becomes a norm. And that's why most guys, they have this mindset, is the man's word, is the guy's word, so anything can happen. That's what it's not supposed to be that way.
Very wrong.
It's not supposed, just like he said, it should be a mutual thing. You know, like in a relationship, I believe a guy should be able to protect his partner, not control or manipulate or dominate. You don't do that.
If he does, it's not responsible.
It's not responsibility. You are not being responsible. So that means you are trying to bully someone into, I don't know, or putting someone to behave the way you. The person is not a robot, for God's sake. He's a human being that has a body, spirit, and soul.
Has emotions.
And has emotions too. You don't just pause the person's emotion and say behave. You don't do that way. Okay, it's somebody that leads with love, maturity, and respect. When a lady is being disrespected, how does it work? Like, how do you want her to be? The word, how do you want her to follow your leading? You lead by example. You can't do one thing and you want me to trust you, and that is where trust comes in. You can't give me this, you are treating me this way, and you want me to be committed to that relationship, or it doesn't work that way. So it's a narrative that has to be dealt with when it comes to a responsible guy in a relationship. That narrative has to be worked on. If not, that's where problem always comes on. And that's the one thing that breaks my heart, is it passes from generation to another. We all have sisters, we have daughters, and if this is not handled, definitely we're going to come to who, as in the duties of people to raising the raising of the boy child, because I feel there is something, a job has to be done. Probably something was missing somewhere, and that's why they grew up to have that mindset.
All right, your points are taken.
Okay, sorry, my problem with some of the things that you mentioned is that most times when it's one-sided, we all grew up from families. You know, for instance, that most of the families we grew up from, you know, once it's 6 o'clock and the woman is not at home, it's a problem. But the man can stay out till 12 a.m. He can even sleep outside. Nobody dares ask him, okay, where are you coming from? But the woman does not. So it shouldn't be like that. So if you have the same right you have to ask your partner, where have you been? She also has the right to ask you, where have you been?
Accountability. Accountability. That's everybody has the rights.
Okay, because when it comes to rights, you are equal.
Yes.
And you are equal in everything.
So if she doesn't have the right to ask you, where are you coming from? You don't even have the right to ask her where she's coming from. So that's just it.
Okay, no problem. I agree with you. Whole and entire. But let's come back a little bit to where we started. We're talking about checking of phones. Supposing the two partners now. I have my phone, I don't want you to check it because it's my privacy. And you're my partner, I've trusted so much. Then you have your phone, you wouldn't want to check it. No problem, it's not an issue. You stay with yours, I stay with mine. Now suppose I want you to check mine. This is my phone. Check my WhatsApp chat, check everything about it. But I don't want you to check yours.
Probably you have deleted some things, and that's why
what if you have not
deleted anything? What if?
What if you have not deleted anything?
If in nets. You can't just wait.
What if you didn't delete anything?
And see my WhatsApp.
Let me see
your
own.
Are you saying, listen?
You have done underground cleaning.
And that means invariably there are things.
The other folk is hiding.
No,
yes. If you say you've deleted some things and I wouldn't give you my phone, why instead, because you are giving me yours, if there is something I'm not giving you my phone. Does it not mean invariably there is something that is in your phone that I don't want me to see?
Well, relationships are built on trust.
Trust.
Right? And that's why I don't even need to check.
Okay.
Because I assume I want to give you that benefit of doubt. Right? I want to give you that benefit of doubt. That doesn't rule out the fact that sometimes you could have my... I'm not saying that you don't have the right to go, that you cannot touch the phone. But what I'm saying is that if you want to make use of it, sorry, can I make a call with your phone? You can tell me, hey, I want to make a call with your phone. And I wouldn't tell you no. I would say take. Well, where it becomes a problem for me is when you try to invade somebody's privacy without the person's consent. And like I mentioned, it's not just about phone. even when you want to have an intercourse, sometimes when the person says no, irrespective of the fact that you're married to this person, that's a no. I mean, everybody cannot be in the mood every time. That's respect. You respect, maybe that's respect. You respect for the fact that maybe she's gone to work, she's tired, she needs to have a rest. But you can't say, no, I paid your bride price, like, you must.
I was going to ask you a question. I was going to ask you a question.
That's where it comes wrong.
We've looked at a situation whereby I have my privacy, I don't want you to check my phone, and you have yours.
Yes.
You don't want me to check yours. Be with your phone, and I will be with my phone, no problem. Then, in another case scenario, we are check my phone, no problem. You want me to check yours, no problem. So you can go to anywhere you want to go on my phone, and I can go to anywhere I want to go on your phone. Is there any problem?
No, it's a mutual thing. That's
no problem. Now you talked about secrets. For instance, in a marriage setting, what is secret to the other partner?
No, I didn't mean secret. I said, see,
privacy is secret.
No, what it means, I mean, there are simple decorums, there are etiquettes. I mean, these are as simple as, you know, we're here together in this studio. Maybe we could be friends. We're friends, all of us. I cannot, even if you leave your phone unlocked and you stepped out, I can't. It's wrong for me to take your phone and start dialing the number without telling you. That's a simple etiquette.
Well, I am happy we are bringing it home.
Yeah,
but this is not how we are made.
That's what we're saying. That's what
it is not.
What I'm saying is that, just like she said, these things are. Igbo said, when something that is being done over time, no matter how good it is or bad, it becomes a culture. This has become a culture, and this culture has exacerbated gender-based violence. Have you looked at the number of domestic violence that we have? It's because we keep doing these things that we've learned from our forefathers and all that, from our fathers, and we think it is right. And that is why, you know, there's a lot of people get married today, they separate tomorrow. You know, we need to begin to understand that responsibility is about respect. It's about showing emotions. It's about being emotionally intelligent. It's about being supportive. Right? Being supportive. The woman is there, your partner, she's washing from morning till night. She's doing this, and all you do is to sit back at the sitting room and press your phone or watch television. That doesn't make you responsible. So you can actually even help out in the kitchen. That doesn't make you less of a man. You can help out in cleaning the house. You can help because what you have is a partner. It's not like a slave.
Washing her clothes.
Exactly.
All.
If you want to watch, that's fine.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that you must be maybe perspective. No, I'm saying that you have to support.
Okay. That's taking. Let me come back a little bit because I think we're getting signals all over there. You mentioned something. We're still under the responsible guy in a relationship. Then you mentioned something. That the guy wants to have an intercourse with the opposite partner, you have to take permission or write a letter. If you don't, Chine, please come in.
Dear Lord, I don't think I heard where he said write a letter. But, you know, I don't know about any other person, but I feel this sex thing, it has to do with the heart. Okay, and imagine whereby you as the partner, the guy, you've not been supportive throughout the day, or there was a problem, you verbally abused her, and then in the night you were expecting somebody to, how does it work? Like, I'm looking at how it works. I don't even want to imagine how it will work, you know, because it's going to be a tough one. Okay, somebody said, Pastor Nick said something in his book Unstoppable. He said, you first of all touch the heart before you touch the hand. So just like he said, imagine during the day, the woman has been everywhere. She takes care of the kids, she's in the kitchen, she's doing laundry, she's doing that.
We're discussing the responsible guy. Yes,
and then you now want to, I feel as a responsible guy, when the lady says, please dear, I'm tired. Oh, it's okay.
What of please dear, I need it. Please dear, I just need it.
Let me tell you, it might not really happen like now. You could allow her to sleep. People can do it early morning. It doesn't have time. It's timeless, okay?
Like, dear, I need it now, please.
You have not.
Please, delay can be dangerous.
Says we should be considerate. with the way we live with our wives.
Okay.
The Bible says so. So you have seen her activities, except for a woman that pretends, except a woman that wants to use it as a weapon, or maybe there's. But if it's truly,
all right. Chile, I think you have more to tell us on this. You have more to tell us on this.
I really wanted to ask you a rhetorical question. You've gone to the market to buy something. You have 100 naira in your pocket, and you've gone to the market and you discover that the price of that thing is 150. Would you say to the person, you must give me this thing at 100 naira because I came out with 100 naira? You negotiate with the person.
Persuade even.
You understand?
No problem.
You get?
I get.
The person is timeless.
I did. No problem. Let us quickly look at a responsible guy who is unmarried now.
Yeah.
And then premarital relationship or premarital sex. Is he still responsible? Is at peace with his partner? They love themselves. Okay. Probably they want to get married, and they come close to each other, and eventually it happens. Is he still a responsible guy?
Well, I'll answer your question from. Let me answer the question from. For instance, I'm a Christian. All of our audience may not be Christians, and people will have their different views. Yes. You know, from the Christian point of view, I think it is wrong, right? And yeah, so from the Christian lens as well.
Okay.
Anybody who does that will be seen as doing something not just irresponsible but a sin.
Now, away from this Christian point of view, is it right?
I don't know from other point of view because I'm a Christian, so I only talk from what I know. You understand? So people could have different opinions. I mean, that's their own. I mean, it may be wrong, it may be right. That's not my business. But I'm saying because I'm a Christian, this is my opinion based on the Christian values that I believe in. Some other person can have different opinion, but as a Christian, I don't know what it is for for Muslims. I don't know what it is for Buddhists or maybe people who practice traditional religion. But I'm saying, from what I know as a Christian, this is what it is.
Well, no problem. That is when the Christianity is taken the way it should be taken.
Yes.
But in some cases, where even the guy pretends he's a Christian, no problem, let us not do it. And the lady says, I need this, so Christian or no Christian, the girl, I need this, please.
Okay.
Help me out, stop starving me.
Do you know, let me tell you, in fact, this just reminded me of a friend. He said the girl he was meeting, he was dating them. That was the same pressure the girl mounted because he is from a Christian home that believes in, okay, you keep yourself till you get married. So the particular girlfriend he had was pressurizing him, like, I want it now, look at other guys after me, what don't I have, am I not this and that? Do you know that by the time this guy had to, just like Samson, you know, show me where your power is, at the end of the day he succumbed. Do you know this guy's life? He said his life was like, he didn't get himself or get into a year plus. In fact, he had to confess. He went he had to go to his family, his house. He had a mentor. He was kept under check. It affected him. This is something he didn't want to do, but he was pressurized. So I feel a responsible guy, when it comes to that, as an unmarried person, stick to your values. Just like he said, have your boundaries. If it means have your meeting places and an open place, it will help. Flesh and blood, they your skin. So try to stay in an open place that will not bring about those things. That's how you work.
All right, thank you so much, Chineye.
Yam and goats.
Thank you so much, teacher and a tea coach working with Waste Model School Enugu. Thank you so much, Ezinlia Chineye Sharon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our environmental consultant, Wilfred Okeke. Thank you so much. Because of time, we're going to draw the curtain here to continue next time, because he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. And I will thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time we shared with you discussing the responsible guy. Please watch out for part 2. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. Thank you.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 3043.
We're on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate, because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated and also also anything they ask for, just always do it, and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If what be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get a relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read ball, to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that want to achieve something in the future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making is giving me vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like, I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say, anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And also try to have mentors, people that if you have problem with, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges, like, let me say, lust, masturbation, lesbianism. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. You understand? Don't make friends with hooligans then. You understand? So that's my advice for a fresher. Always love things about.
To freshers, to me, from my own experience and perspective, school is not an easy task, but it's easy. Only when you want to make it easy, it is less for you. You know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you learn it. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you, how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally it's not more that everybody will go to class, but try as possible as you can. Make sure you go to class. Take your lectures very serious. Study hard. But to me, it's not more that everybody must study. But at least try your best. Understand? Because when you try your best, they will know how they will help you out. The most annoying part is that you are not putting effort, and you'll be expecting somebody to come and assist you. Understand? Anybody that wants to assist you is trying to pull his or herself down. Understand? So when you make a move, they will help you to move.
My advice to freshers is they should focus on their studies and try to be oriented on the environment that there is good. So I can only advise you because in aspect of spiritual life, I would say that they should focus, though everybody has their own religion, so they should focus on their religions, trying to pray that the God they are serving should help them pass through.
I'm going to say about the relationship that if you're not ready for anything, just don't go into it because it's going to drain you. Yes. But the academical stuff, I'm going to advise them to take their studies seriously, like in secondary school. That they should not just pass over anyone. Like you should take it serious because most of it you're going to see there and you cannot run away from it. Then about the God spiritual life, they should hold God very well because without God they are nothing. There are going to be so many pressures to join this, to join that, maybe from the new classmates that you met. You just have to hold God and then know God. It's going to help you along the way.
First, I would say let them, take their studies very serious. Wise up because commerce they put this school. So and take God things serious. Worship God very well. Good, give your life to Christ. Many things. So, and the last one, take your studies very well.
Those are the voices of freshers sharing their thoughts and advice as they begin this important chapter. We wish them success as they settle into the university life. Thanks for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.